In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Good morning, V. Lachey. I've been following this story super close because I'm a Mississippi native and know how they will try to mess over us. Well, V. Lachey, we all know how they will mess over us. And if you have looked at the cases, if you have followed this case and looked at how this sloppy medical examiner has messed over the black bodies, the autopsies of the black bodies that she have made findings over. Everybody has taken their own lives according to her, even though their bodies are bruised and battered, and even though there's obvious case of them being unalived by someone else. Everything is undetermined, or they've taken their own lives. So everybody know the same thing that has always been going on in Mississippi is the same thing that is going on in Mississippi. Now, strangely enough, Mississippi is not coming out with their coroner report. It is the independent coroner report that we're waiting to hear. It is the paid for coroner report that was done after Mississippi did their coroner report that we're waiting on. Where is Mississippi's coroner report? Why hasn't Mississippi released their coroner report as of yet? Because they know that they couldn't bring out that Mississippi slop that sloppy ass woman usually puts out about black bodies, and shelve it and put it in a drawer, and no one's going to review it. And embalm bodies before there could be another review of an autopsy and things that she has been doing in Mississippi. The reported disrespect that the there was going to be an independent autopsy, that they transported the body to Washington, D.C. from Mississippi, with the body face down, trying to some in some way have the blood puddle in his face and in the front of his body, lets me know that they were trying to say, oh no, those weren't bruises on his face. That was where his blood puddled. Where his blood wouldn't have been puddling in his face in death if you had transported him on his back like you were supposed to have transported him. That's what I get from it. But hey, we're waiting on the official autopsy report. Now, the autopsy report was supposed to be released at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Standard Time. So this is why I started my show right now. So we're going to get to this. Now, these concerned friends and these friends of his, you haven't heard from these friends. You haven't heard from these white friends. Oh, we can have white friends. You haven't heard from these friends. Did these friends show up at his funeral? Since they're his friends? No. It has been reported that these white friends didn't bother to show up at his closed casket funeral. If the body wasn't waterlogged, that means the body had taken on water and got disfigured because it had been in the water for so long. Why hadn't those friends show up to pay their respect to their friend and their friend's family? Isn't that strange? Okay, so there's that. But then, strangely enough, Ben Crump, I was hoping there has to be a good reason why Ben Crump is just busting out with this autopsy report before Mississippi comes out with their autopsy slop that they always come out with. I guess he was like, fuck it. It don't matter what they say. Because that Mississippi is gonna turn around and try to say that they have the same findings that they report that they're reporting in Ben Crump's report. Well, if they say they have the same findings, they're gonna have to come to the same conclusions. But they're not going to come to the same conclusions. So this is going to be interesting. Obviously, Ben Crump and their team are confident in their autopsy report, and they're confident in their findings, and they're confident in what their findings will show, and they're confident in what the conclusion of their findings mean. So, what does that tell you about the state of Mississippi, who is still hiding their autopsy report? What does that tell you about them? Let me see if you guys have any comments. When I say autopsy report, you don't know what I'm talking about. When I say confidence in autopsy reports, you can't understand English. If you don't speak English, you're in the wrong chat. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about simple English. And if you don't understand it, you're in the wrong chat. Hey, Nene, the goat, it is good to see you. We're waiting on the release of the independent autopsy report. We're talking about the Nolan Wells case. The independent autopsy report is about to be released since the state of Mississippi, who were supposed to have already completed their autopsy last week, but they had to wait an additional week because they were waiting on the the uh the blood test to come back. So they had to wait another week. But they're a mum on why they are waiting now. Going into an additional week. They said nothing more about the autopsy report. So the independent autopsy report is about to be released, and Mississippi has said nothing about why they have not released theirs. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Very Carrie, it is good to see you. They are scared. Yeah, because they can't put out that same mumbo jumbo report. Now, guess who came out of hiding last night? Guess who came out of hiding? Uh, the stepson of the judge came out of hiding and did a interview with Raccoon number one. Did a interview with Raccoon number one. Brendan Tatum. You know the MAGA cop, Brendan Tatum. If you didn't know that, I'm not gonna show you this. I'm gonna play a little of this for you. I got this from the original Queen Amadeus Shakur show, and I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, and you can go over there and you can listen to this. She played a short portion of the Warren, who wants to he and Brendan Tatum was and TMZ is most definitely trying to spin a narrative as if these guys are guilty, because TMZ is the one who bought you these these cameras and these black boys faces making absolutely no sense. TMZ is the one who keeps interviewing the what is it the rescuers from the Gator whatever occasion rescue team that keeps telling you that Nolan Wells' body was found exactly in the same spot that he was last seen, but his body was found 2 days after he was last seen. See, but what you cannot tell me is that means, okay, that makes sense. That makes absolutely no sense. You cannot put a body, you cannot put a body in one spot and it's going to remain in one spot for 2 days in a body of water. That body is going to bounce, float, and move all over the place. So that does not mean that is a thing. And TMZ, when it can find everything as, cannot find the information that has been put out, that there has been a report that body was found at 3 o'clock in the morning on July 5th. 3 o'clock in the morning on July 5th. And it was not reported to be found officially until 8 o'clock in the morning. No, 3 o'clock in the morning on July 6th. And it was not reported to be officially found until 8 o'clock in the morning on July 6th. So TMZ can miss me with them pretending like they haven't heard a radio report that we found a body at 3 something in the morning. Okay. So TMZ with continuing to put this gator person talking about we was about 400 feet in the air, and I couldn't see the body well, but I could see it was on his face, and I'm pretty sure it was him, and it was in the same spot that they last said that he was. So you pretty sure it was him. You positive because it was that was the last place that they said he was. So it was him in the same spot after 2 days. Get the fuck out of my face with that dumb shit. Anyway, so let's hear them let's hear Warren finally come out of the bag and wants to interview. You notice who they always get to tell their sordid stories. They always want to use a willing raccoon. And so this is who Warren got to use to tell his story. Brandon Tatum, who I know a lot of stuff, and once the stuff I know comes out, a lot of people gonna be embarrassed, and a lot of people are gonna apologize. He said absolutely nothing. He's carrying the water for the story that has been put out, and you've learned absolutely nothing new or different in anything that Brandon Tatum, with his always wanting to have some close proximity to whiteness. You have learned nothing new. So let's get into this. Let me get to it right quick. Here we go. Let me. Okay, here we go. Let me slow it down. I got to keep my eyes on the prize for when the. Okay, I'm gonna play this for you. I'm gonna keep my screen up, and I'm gonna drop the link so you can go to her page and view it yourself. I always share the link of where I get my information from. Here we go.
In any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement. Say,
okay, until the investigation is complete. But let's continue.
Warren's stepmother, Judge Ashley Cole, would speak out on behalf of Warren when Wells's body was first discovered. On Facebook, she would say, "No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers." Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water, and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Now, we have to note the timing of Hudson's response appears to be somewhat calculated, given that Wells would be laid to rest on Monday, and on Wednesday being the day Attorney Benjamin Crump and Wells's family will now release the preliminary findings from their independent autopsy. From the looks of this, Hudson may be wanting to get ahead of another wave of accusations that will be made against him as the early findings of the independent autopsy are set to be released. As mentioned, Wells will be laid to rest on Monday, and one of the biggest questions that came up during his service, did any of his accused friends attended? Upon looking online, from photos and reported accounts, it does not appear that none of the accused would attend the 18-year-old's memorial service. Now, former Mississippi judge and attorney Carlos Moore, who has been following the case and speaking out, would document his travels attending Wells' service in person, where he would run into some of Wells' other friends, and would further shed light on feelings about Nolan being left that day. Moore would write, "Before leaving, I was happy to meet and greet two of Nolan's real friends, as depicted here. Real friends show up in moments like these and never desert someone on an island with no answers or accountability. Proud of these guys and praying for their continued strength as they navigate life without their guide, Nolan."
We do know that justice swings one way when it comes to white people and another way when it comes to others. Talk a little bit about what can be done with this judge speaking out prematurely as a sitting judge. What could be done to her?
I understand that there have already been judicial complaints filed against her with the Mississippi Commission on Judicial Performance. They should open an investigation, and they would make recommendations to the Mississippi Supreme Court on how she should be just.
Will we know anything about that from those complaints? How does that go?
You will not learn it until something is filed with the Supreme Court. The Commission's investigation is fine. So once it becomes public record, once it's filed, the regulations are filed with the Supreme Court, and we will know that's when we are here.
Now, as mentioned by Warren's stepmother, he is saying that Nolan wanted to stay back as a way to push back on any claims that he was deserted. From the looks of the case, it appears that Warren and his family are the only ones of the accused talking and defending themselves from any unfavorable allegations. It is unclear if Wells' other friends from the trip also plan to speak out. Now, for many, the findings from Wells' autopsy will help narrow things down on what happened to him that day and answer whether it was an accidental drowning with no witnesses or someone on the island would fatally harm him. The first results of Wells' independent autopsy is set to be announced this morning at the 117th NAACP National Convention in Chicago. Let's talk about it more in the comments below. Now that we've heard from Warren Hudson, how do you feel about his solo response? And should the other friends from that trip finally come forward?
Whoops, I missed the whole interview. I apologize. Let me get that. I missed the whole interview. I apologize. He didn't say much.
Released from the story, but it clearly shows that Hudson is denying all claims made against him. Now, just a few hours after that would be released on Tuesday night, we would hear more from Hudson as he would have his first on-camera interview with political commentator Officer Tate. In the interview, Warren would describe Wells as a brother and reveal that it was nearly 30 people in their friend group that would travel to Horn Island that day.
We had roughly 20 to 30 people.
This is not a revelation. We saw all the pictures. He's acting like someone acted as if it was only the people that we saw on the boat on the island. All of this shit that he's pontificating about, it was so many people on the island. People just think that it was no, nobody thought that. We saw the pictures. We know that it was a lot of people. All of this word salad of a bunch of nothing to try to make it seem like you're proving something. You're not proving a goddamn thing. I digress.
People coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group, 20 or 30 people spread out, where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. Roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 1 rowboat, and then there was another rowboat, and then there was a 3rd rowboat. Yeah. I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island. So we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there, but just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us. Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton on the way out.
Now, at one point in the interview, Warren would go on to express that he felt Nolan appeared fine every time they would speak on the island that day.
I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. In a group, I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older. I mean, it was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. Nolan.
You notice how quickly he said, I was talking to Nolan. Nolan was drinking. Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking. Well, almost everybody. Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking. Well, almost everybody. Nolan, he wants you to know that Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking. Almost everybody. Okay.
Was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon. Nolan, my buddy James. I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. Now, just as Hudson would appear to describe departing the island at 4:30 p.m., as mentioned in reports, the interview will be cut short in order to tease a future clip.
But your mom said you left at 3:30. See, the departure times continue to shift when they left the island.
But
no more buying expensive.
Well, let me tell you all something. Here's the
Okay, so go over there and check that out. This link is in my description box under Raccoon Interviews Alleged Friend Warren. The link is in my description box under the title Raccoon Interviews Alleged Friend Warren. So let me see if we have gotten to. Let me see if they have started releasing this autopsy report. No, they have not. They have not started with the press conference. And I am not happy about it. Maybe I had a Central Standard Time. No? Did they just start? They live on Facebook now. Maybe are they about? Let me see if they're live somewhere else. Let me see if here we go. We're gonna have to go somewhere else. We're gonna go somewhere else. Here we go. Here we go. We had to go somewhere else. I don't know what happened with that. We're just starting. We haven't gotten into any information about the autopsy yet. So let me remove this, and we're about to get into the information, y'all.
NAACP. We are here because a demand was made, a demand for transparency, a demand for answers, and a demand for ultimate justice on behalf of Nolan Wells. And that demand must be honored. Amen. For that, we are honored to pause even for a moment to respond accordingly here at our national convention. Momentarily, you will hear from renowned civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump, who will provide updates on the findings of the independent autopsy that was conducted in the death of Nolan Wells. Immediately following that, we will take questions from credentialed media. We'll attempt to answer as many questions as we can. However, we want to be respectful of the fact that we do have additional programming that is going on to conclude our convention today as well. So we're asking that all press and media, if you're asking questions, please be concise, give your name, give your media credential, and we'll go from there. But before he comes, we will have the leader of the NAACP, President Derek Johnson, to give opening remarks. President Johnson.
I think that's unfortunate because a credential media didn't put this in the forefront. It has been independent media that has pushed this story and got it to the forefront. I think that is very unfortunate. And Nancy Grace just got on this story the day after the funeral. So you need to give independent media its prop. Because credential media is bought and paid for by billionaires, in my opinion.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Far too often, our young people are confronted with challenges, and many jurisdictions and states don't take those challenges serious. We cannot allow another individual, particularly a young Black man's.
Well, if you tired of blacks, get your motherfucking ass out my black ass chat, you stupid bitch. There. Easy.
death go uninvestigated. We have seen this happen over the years, not only in Mississippi, but across the country. It is unfortunate that our young people only seek to enjoy life. And as a result of participating in activities, no longer have life. For the NAACP, we take this and many other cases serious because every person matters. I want to thank the Mississippi State Conference, particularly Alitra Perryman, for working with the family and supporting the family on the onset. Because it's difficult to lose a loved one, it's even more difficult to navigate a process when all eyes are on you. And the pressure of balancing between grieving and navigating is upon you. And so for the NAACP family, this is our role, is to step in, to support when the families have an issue like this, and the local officials seem not to hold people accountable. It's unfortunate when you see news reports and law enforcement officials are repeating what individuals are saying as opposed to investigate the individuals who gave you the information, because you don't know who was involved or not involved. Amen. And so narrative matters in this case. And we're saying that in Nolan Wells' situation, the narrative should not be it was an accident before there was an investigation. The narrative should not be the words of individuals who went on a boat to the island with him, but they came without him, but with his cell phone, and you don't investigate those individuals. Amen. We're not accusing anyone of anything other than the state of Mississippi and local officials. We're accusing them of being derelict in their duties. To follow up and to ensure that regardless of what happened, that there was the proper investigation so that this family and that community could be assured that if anyone was involved, they would be held accountable. And if it was truly an accident, that the families will have the necessary answers that any family deserved in this situation. Amen. I want to bring to the podium Attorney Benjamin Crump, a friend of mine who have stepped in to take the case and in support of the family to ensure that they get the answers that they deserve, and that local officials and anyone involved will be held accountable to this family, to that system, because we are all parents, siblings, to loved ones who should not be confronted with this reality. Attorney Crump.
Thank you very much, President Derrick Johnson, for your leadership, for the leadership of the Mississippi Conference of NAACP, and being there during the homegoing services to help the family go through what no parents want to go through. Thank you to Chairman Leon Russell, my longtime mentor from Florida, who helped raise so many of us. Thank you for always being there, Chairman Russell. As President Johnson said, I'm Attorney Ben Crump, representing the family of Nolan Wells, but it's not just me, it is a team effort of incredible, dedicated lawyers and investigators and paralegals. Attorney Lisa Park, attorney who you'll hear from in a few minutes, Attorney Eric Hertz, Attorney Gary Buchan, Attorney Camila Moore, Cliff Jones, Jared Preston, Alan Williams, our whole team of people who are committed, as I said, President Johnson, on this ferocious search for the truth of what really happened to Nolan Wells. But before we begin to discuss the intricacies of the preliminary findings of the independent autopsy, we think it would be appropriate for you all to hear from the people who knew Nolan Wells best, so they can thank you themselves and tell you about the trials and tribulations that they have been enduring since July 4th. July 4th would never be the same for them. I bring to the podium Nolan Wells' mother and father, Christine and Elmore. Please give them a warm NAACP welcome.
First of all, I want to say thank you all so much. Thank you to President Johnson as well as Chairman Russell. This has been a difficult journey. Losing a child, it truly breaks your heart. It is a pain that is just, you can't measure it. Especially someone like Nolan, who brought so much joy and light and life to everyone. You don't find too many genuine people like him. So to lose that light at such a young age under these circumstances has been absolutely difficult, which is why we've gone this route. There's so many people out in the public asking all of these questions, but the only question that we have is what happened to our son. That is the only question. We have consistently been degraded by the public. There's been questions about our parenting, our GoFundMe, this, that, and other. I've been called a racist. I am a healthcare provider, and I take my job very seriously. I love everyone. And it's been difficult for us, but we are leaning into our faith, leaning into one another, also leaning into all of you. There are not enough thank yous, not enough appreciation for what you guys have done for us. And we love you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. And so it is our hope that our local authorities will do what they need to do, because us having the preliminary autopsy results and hearing nothing from them, it's heartbreaking and it's concerning, which again is why we are here, why we have asked for this help. So again, thank you all so much for your support. We appreciate you, we really do.
Every day I wake up, it's a new challenge. Knowing that a part of me I would never talk to, I would never hold, I would never play around with or get mad at, is not here anymore. Nolan brought a lot of joy to our family. He was the wittiest one out of everyone. The clown. He loved to put in the work because he wanted to be the best. He wanted to make me and his mother proud, and we were so proud of him just for being the person that he was. He was loving. All his teachers knew him, but loved him. He walks in the room, his aura, you're automatically drawn to it. Never met an enemy. And if they were, they would eventually be friends, because they would eventually bond. And it's going to be hard. He should be at football practice right now. Yeah. Calling me out to practice, Dad, I made this play, or I made that play, or I get a text with 3 or 4 videos of him doing this, running this route, making this block. And what you think? What do you think I should do? And I will give my honest, because I always tell them, if anyone is going to be totally honest with you, it's going to be me. It's not because I'm being mean, but people outside your family are going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to know to make you better. It's going to be hard for our family from here on out. And like I said, every day is a challenge. We're going to miss our son. And like my wife said, we just want honesty. We want to know what happened to our son, because the things that you're telling us, that's not the character of our son. We know our son. I understand, our children would do things that, that would kind of dumbfound us sometimes, but the things that we're being told, that wasn't Nolan. So please keep us in your prayers, keep him in your prayers. And we're going to keep pushing and fighting until we find answers. Thank you guys for your love and support.
Thank you so much, Christine and Nolan. Christine and Elmore, Nolan's mother and father. Before we start to go over the preliminary findings from the independent autopsy, we will hear from Attorney Lisa Park to tell you about who was the forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy. Attorney Lisa Park.
Thank you. Dr. Roger Mitchell could not join us today, but we felt it important before we reveal and unfold this report that you understand who conducted this autopsy. Dr. Roger Mitchell is a physician and board-certified forensic pathologist with 2 decades of experience. He currently serves as the president of the National Medical Association, which is the oldest and largest group of Black physicians in the U.S. Most recently, he also served as president of Howard University Hospital, chief medical officer of the Howard University Faculty Practice Plan, and chair of the Department of Pathology. Before joining Howard, he served as chief medical examiner for Washington, D.C. from 2014 to 2021, and it's later as interim deputy mayor for the Public Safety and Justice. Dr. Mitchell has conducted and managed thousands of autopsies and is nationally recognized for his work at the intersection of medicine, public health, and justice. And for this case, we sought out the very best, and we are proud to be working with the very best.
Thank you, Attorney Park. I again want to express our gratitude to President Johnson, Chairman Russell, and the NAACP, because civil rights is more important than ever in the United States of America today. And so we thank you for the civil rights leaders stepping up to say that our children's lives matter now more than ever. And I want to thank all of you for getting up 8 in the morning if people can see how many people are gathered here, they would say, you all are truly blessed to have the support of America, Christine and Elmore. And I want to thank the media for covering this matter, because they don't always cover when our children are taken away from us in highly unquestionable ways. And I do understand there's a lot of news going on in America today. I woke up to them saying LeBron James is going to announce where he's going to play basketball next year. But I'm very happy that the media said this story is just as important. And I'm sure LeBron James and Rich Paul and, Stephon Curry and Draymond Green, Jaylen Brown, Embiid, Maxey, Giannis, Bam, and many other players in the National Basketball Association will all agree that our children's lives are far more important than where LeBron or any other player will play next year. And so that's why I thank you all for being here, because this news is as important as any news in the United States of America, finding out why is Nolan Wells dead. And I want to thank you all who have called the call center. I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton. I want to thank Mr. Tyler Perry. I want to thank Mr. Terry Owens for putting up the $125,000 reward for anybody out there who have information so we can get to the truth of what happened. Any videos, and we've gotten so many videos, President Johnson, from that day from young people, and we want them to have the courage to come forward with the pictures, what you heard. I know people said there were a lot of disturbances out there. Some believe it involved Nolan. All of those things are important to get to the truth of what happened. The fact, Christine, that the United Cajun Navy are so forthcoming. The fact that they told us, we haven't heard from any of their local officials, that Nolan was found face down, fully clothed. Well, that's significant to us because the last time we saw him on the videos, he was without a shirt. So at what point did he put on a shirt? Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something. There were almost 300, 400 people. Somebody knows something. So, Scott X, we're trying to just make sure people understand that you can call the Nolan Wells tip line at bencrump.com. We will gladly listen to you, take any information as we try to put together this puzzle of what happened to Nolan Wells. And today, we're gonna add some more parts to this puzzle because my legal team and I, we stand for truth, no matter who it implicates or who it exonerates. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or it acquits. Yeah, and we stand for transparency because we got eyes that can see, and we don't need government officials having to narrate it for you and me. We can see it for ourselves. Transparency. That leads to the truth. The truth is the foundation for accountability and justice. And that's all we're seeking, as Christina Elmore said from day one. So with that, and Christina Elmore, if you all want to sit, we're about to go through this autopsy. And I know it may be a little emotional. Thank you, you're welcome to stay up. You got the partner? Let's go through this. How does the partner work? Okay, let me do that right now. How does this partner? As we begin to present the preliminary findings of the autopsy, we want to especially thank Mr. Colin Kaepernick for not thinking it robbery to pay for the autopsy. It's the first start. Let's go.
While you got that drug dealer Jay-Z talking shit about him. What did Jay-Z pay for? Fucking big little motherfucker.
Where's the
So busy got his big lip planted on white buttholes. I'll get that ZZ guy.
Mr. Jones, keep that. I don't need this one. I just need this one here. Pull this closer. So, pull this up here. So, Dr. Roger Mitchell, board certified forensic pathologist, performed a preliminary report on the death of Nolan Xavier Wells. He conducted and presented this report on July 19th, 2026. Preliminary report, second autopsy, death of Nolan Xavier Wells. Cause of death, undetermined, pending investigation. And we'll explain that as we go through the report this morning. The manner of death, undetermined, pending investigation. Statement of examination. This forensic pathologist was retained to perform a second autopsy examination on the body of Nolan Xavier Wells. Name of decedent, Nolan Xavier Wells, age 18 years old, race, black, gender, male. Date of death, unknown. Second autopsy date was performed on July 10th, 2026. Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. He said corona incision of the scalp, brain removal, Y-shaped incision of the anterior torso, and he talked about the organs being removed as is common, accompanied in the body cavity. And that when you have an autopsy, the organs are removed from the body and they're dissected and examined. And then they're put back in a bag within inside the body. So when they're buried, their remains will all be with them. But in this occasion, if there's going to be a second autopsy, then the organs are put in the body cavity. So the second pathologist could be able to examine the organs as well. Very significant for Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body. And we'll explain that in just a minute. And then it talks about the additional procedures performed during the second autopsy. And we'll go into the paragraphs on that there because he explains it better in his narrative. So where's the first?
I bet he can read his bank statement.
Discussion, not the diagram yet.
I bet he can read his bank statement. But you mad about that? That's what you're mad about. I bet he can read his contracts.
So
that's what you're mad about.
He talks in the preliminary discussion opinion. This forensic pathologist identified several limitations during the second autopsy that create barriers to establishing a definitive cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wells. And that's important. He talks about the fact that we didn't get to see the body when it was first recovered, like the medical examiner working for Mississippi would have seen it. He talked about the second autopsy performed on Nolan Wells revealed marked decompensation or changes. Marked decompensation can obscure the presence and absence of bruising on the skin surface, especially during a second autopsy examination. What he's saying, because the body was so decomposed that you couldn't tell if there was bruises or abrasions on the body when he received it on the 10th of July. For these reasons, additional dissection procedures not performed during the first autopsy examination were performed to rule out potential blunt force injuries responsible for the death. These procedures included facial dissection, posterior head and neck dissection, dissection of the ribs, the pelvic, dissection of the subcutaneous and deep soft tissue, dissection of the back, the buttocks, the arms and legs. He did all of this to rule out things. He ruled out there were no fractures or deep tissue injuries identified. This was very important because he wanted to be very thorough and very transparent, because transparency is the key to getting to the answers of why Nolan Wells is not with us. So he did that there and was very straightforward, very open,
What's the
very
result?
open.
What's the results?
He says, however, dissection of the back of the head during the layered posterior neck dissection revealed a 12 by 8 inch focal area of red discoloration in the deep soft tissues overlaying the occipital bone. And he talked about
show us that bone.
How he found red discoloration when he cut open into the back of his head towards the occipital bone, and he saw the red discoloration, and we actually saw the pictures of it. It's significant. You can't help but notice, why is this dark red here in the back of his head? And so he was important to note that in his report. He said that etiology of this finding is unclear. There are no lacerations of the overlaying skin nor fractures of the underlying skull. These findings are inconclusive for perimortem injury due to both the extensive decomposition and the absence of associated injuries. This finding, however, is significant enough to be highlighted in this preliminary report for further investigation. It is important to reiterate that the finding could not have been observed in the first autopsy because the posterior head and neck dissection were not performed. He said another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying,
how they gonna remove the trachea?
That
he was in a headlock.
The throat
he was in a headlock.
Was not received with the body.
The bitch removed the trachea.
He got Nolan Wells' body in
the
Washington,
bones
D.C. to perform the second
broken.
autopsy.
Ain't that a bitch?
And so let's discuss that with what he said about that.
Now, she should be in jail for hiding evidence.
It is assumed that the initial pathologist retained these structures for additional evaluation. He said the retention of the anterior neck structures during an initial autopsy is a common forensic pathology practice. He was chief medical examiner for 7 years in Washington, D.C. And he said that if they had concern about throat or any fracture or compression of the throat, they too will hold them back. He doesn't know why they held the throat back, but he said the throat was not with the body of Nolan Wells when he received it in Washington, D.C.
The throat wasn't with the body because they choked him out. His back of his neck, in my opinion, in my professional opinion, they held him in a chokehold. His trachea and all of his what is that? Those fine bones were broken because they choked him out. They choked him to death. Those YT boys are good for putting people in the chokehold from your cops to your MMA fighters. They love those chokeholds. That's what, in my opinion, my professional opinion. What is yours? Write it in the chat.
See to perform the second autopsy.
And she hasn't even put her first autopsy out here yet.
He said, nevertheless, a posterior neck dissection performed without review of the anterior neck structures is incomplete. Therefore, this pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death. He said he would need to have the medical examiner in Mississippi allow him to review the throat. That's why he said his autopsy is undetermined pending investigation. Remember, it's about transparency. Because the initial autopsy rightfully removed and dissected each organ, there are additional limitations inherent in the second autopsy of Nolan Wells. The most significant of the limitations was the inability to directly observe the airway and the lungs for water and directly observe the stomach for gastric contents. He said it is very significant as to what the initial forensic scientists who got to review the body when it was recovered. We have heard from our call center people saying the body wasn't waterlogged. Well, we need to know those things. But unfortunately, because the body was decomposed and the organs have already been dissected, those are things we can only get from the initial autopsy. So therefore, again, the manner and cause of death is undetermined until further investigation. We are hopeful that the Mississippi medical examiner would give Dr. Mitchell an opportunity to see their photographs and their observations to the condition of Nolan Wells' body closer in time.
You ain't seen them yet. You haven't seen them yet. Now, the sheriff said that everybody in the cell he has drowned with no facts that he has drowned. No facts that he is drowned. So you can get some pictures of somebody who's drowned and lungs and say that those are Nolan's lungs. You can get drowned lungs photos from anybody. These are his drowned lungs. Fuck out of here.
To July 4th. That is very important. And we have to continue to demand transparency, President Johnson. In addition, the original toxicology results have not been received at the time of this report. And we continue to wait for the toxicology to come back because, again, that will be part of the investigation into Nolan Wells' autopsy by Dr. Mitchell. It is significant to note that it's many things that go into toxicology that only.
Hold on right here. See now, this is the ignorance. This is the ignorance right here. The apologists for murderers. Have anybody heard about the knock-knock games where these kids, these are not kids. These are 18-year-olds. When you're 18-year-olds, you can go off and die in war. You're no longer a kid when you're 18 years old. You are considered to be an adult at the age of 18. So quit calling 18-year-olds kids when they want to try 14-year-olds as adults when they're black and when they live in DC. When you hear Janine Pirro say that she wants to charge 14-year-olds as adults, if you don't get the whole entire fuck out of my face. Now, when they play these games, when they choke each other out, is that a game? When they choke each other out and one of them die and they don't report the death, when they don't call paramedics to revive the body? Is it a game then? Oh, it's still a game when one of them die and they don't do anything to alert someone that a death occurred. Is it still a game then, or are you just trying to be a apologist for a murderer? Let that sink in. The fuck out of here, you dumb murderous apologists. Would it have been a game if a black man had done that to a white kid, as you want to call these over 18-year-old, playing games and not reporting a said game to the authorities when someone lose their life? Would it be a game then, bitch?
Dr. Mitchell would be able to opine upon, and medical experts can opine upon, and he feels the proper place to do that is before a grand jury in a courtroom. And so we would hope that the district attorney would present Dr. Mitchell before the grand jury as well. We want all relevant information to be heard by the grand jury. Lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water, this is important. Lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water with suspicion of drowning, it is important to confirm how that person entered the water. This is the crux of the matter. This information is especially important for those deaths of persons who can swim. As in the case with Nolan Wells, at the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water. He said that would be significant. He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter. It would be of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death. He said, definitive circumstances of death are required to determine the manner of death. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out, and let me really call your attention to this. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Understand, he's saying based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant. With the following questions still outstanding, number one, what were the circumstances that led to Nolan Xavier Wells entering the water? Number two, what was the body position when it was found? We know that a member of the United Cajun Navy said that he was face down and he was fully clothed. Number 3, where's there water in the airway? Remember, he talked about the lungs and the airways, where they fill with water. Number 4, is there any evidence of injury?
You haven't heard this on the news because it's not something that happened in an urban area that they can call black on black crime. You haven't heard this on the news because this was a young black male that was surrounded by white men when his life was lost. That's why you haven't heard this on the news. Because if it was something on the if it was something that they could point their finger at and scare you about this alleged black on black crime, when crime is all crime is crime of proximities, when they don't make up the boogeyman about the white on white crime, the Asian on Asian crime, the Hispanic on Hispanic crime. You only hear about the white on white crime. Crime is committed in proximity. There's no more black on black crime than there is white on white crime. So therefore, you won't hear about this white on white crime. You know, like that John Bonet crime, like that Haley Anthony crime, that white on white crime. They don't call that white on white crime. That's why you didn't hear about this. They want here come Nancy Grace the day after the funeral with her breaking news about this story that we had been following for 2 weeks. Now Nancy Grace will get it in the spotlight, but she had all of this breaking news the day after the funeral when we knew everything that she was reporting as breaking news. But let's get back to this. A day late and a dollar short.
To the anterior neck structure. We got the autopsy without his neck. We got the body without his neck at the time of the second autopsy. Number 5, is there any evidence of any intracranial hemorrhaging? He said that is going to be very significant. Things that he could not observe at autopsy that the initial medical examiner would have been able to observe. Number 6, was the composition of what was the composition of the stomach contents? He talks about that being important because when was he found? How long had he been in the water? How long had it been since his last meal? All those things become relevant factors when you're trying to do a thorough and impartial autopsy. And number 7, what are the toxicology report findings? He said the best classification again for the cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wells is undetermined pending investigation. This forensic pathologist reserves the right to review and incorporate additional forensic pathology information into his opinion as it becomes available. He says the above opinions are expressed to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Dr. Roger A. Mitchell, July 19, 2026. And we know that, as I said, this is only another part of the puzzle. And even though it tells us significant information, we still have more questions than we have answers at this time. And we will continue to press forward and persist Christine and Elmore with getting the answers to these questions, because yes, we will persist, because as Christine and Elmore and Attorney Parker and I talked this morning, we know that there are so many conflicting stories. The fact that she said him being found face down, the fact that we have other videos where people who have called said that is Nolan, who is in some kind of dispute with others. We're looking at all of these things. The fact that the GPS tracking of the boat is being questioned by many. We're trying to dot every I and cross every T, because we understand that when our children's lives are at stake, it matters. Not just what happened, but what we do in the aftermath of them being taken away from us. And just like the NAACP stood up when another tragedy in Mississippi taking the life of young Emmett Till, we will stand up for Nolan Wells. Just like the NAACP and civil rights leaders stood up when another Mississippi son was taken in Medgar Evers. We will stand up for Nolan Wells. And just like too many of our young people, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Terrence Crutcher, Stephon Clark, Sandra Bland, Atiana Jefferson, Alton Sterling, Eric Gardner, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, the young people who I was trying to focus on. Gary, we stand up until we get the truth, until we get justice for Nolan Wells. 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 We were asked if Christine and Elmore and President Johnson can come back and join us on the stage. And Trevon, we will have you coordinate questions and answers for us or President Johnson or Attorney Park and I. I will say this, as President Johnson comes to the stage, I was sharing this with him and Chairman Russell, Christine Clark. God knows we wish we had you at the Department of Justice now. Christine Clark, as I was sharing with.
I'm going to pause this right here. I want to give you, I'm going to give you a bit of information about the medical examiner in Mississippi, just in case you are unfamiliar with her track record in determining the deaths of people in Mississippi. Let's review this, shall we? This link will be in my description box as well.
Hey, family, have y'all seen this? I wonder how true is any of this, man.
It's all true.
Folks need to start digging. I ain't had a
It's all
chance to
true.
Google and search if any of this
It's
is true.
all true.
But this is wild. If this is true, this is wild. It's not surprising, though. I'm not at all surprised, because They have been doing things like this for a very long time and getting on code with one another and just lying. That's why I don't believe nothing none of them say. They just absolutely lie. I mean, you could only get better at it, right? So it says Revolutionary News, Chief Meta Examiner. This is who is in Mississippi, who is investigating and examining all of the black males that pass away down there, that die. I think I remember 4 out of the 5, 3 out of the 4. I think I remember when it came across as these people had passed away, or it was possible suicide or homicide, or people were investigating. I did not know this same lady was investigating all of them, right? That it's finally come out and people have finally put 2 and 2 together. That's the part that I can't believe. Now, could this be all true? Yes, I believe it could all be true. I believe it could all be true. Would the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation do a good job investigating it? I don't think so. I think you'll probably have to send the FBI down there or something for just to find blatant miscalculations or lies and to put 2 and 2. I don't even think the Mississippi Bureau, the state, will find any calls. I think they will also go down there and get on code with them down there in Mississippi. So this is absolutely insane. Someone who figured this out, who put all these 2 together. They said it's the same person. It said Trey Reed from Delta State College campus. She ruled Nolan Wells. She ruled Damian Cameron after an altercation with law enforcement. She ruled him an internal neck bleeding. She ruled him undetermined. Shannon Wilson, he was embalmed without his family's permission, destroying any possible evidence. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals that none of them was murder. None of them was murder or had any type of foul play. What y'all think? Hey, family, have y'all seen this? I wonder how true is any of this, man. We need folks need to start digging. I ain't had a chance to Google and search if any of this is true, but this is wild.
Let's go to this right here. If that's not horrifying enough, I covered this story when it happened. If that isn't enough for you, what about this story? Y'all remember when I covered this story a couple of years ago? Rasheem Carter, a 25-year-old black father who went missing late last year. What year was this? I think this was 2023. Let me see what year this was. Rasheem Carter was found decapitated in Mississippi woods. His family believed he was murdered. The first of Carter's remains were discovered in a wooded area in November. This was in 2023. Yes, it was. 2023. This is Rasheem Carter. Now, Rasheem Carter was working in a rural area in Mississippi. He used to get a ride to work by a co-worker, and a white co-worker. And this white co-worker dropped him off in the middle of nowhere. He worked a night shift, or overnight shift. And he just made him get out of his car in the middle of nowhere. So Rasheem Carter mother lived like an hour away from where he worked. And he called his mom and said, my coworker threw me out of his car, and I'm scared. And his mother said, well, I'm going to send somebody out there to pick you up. It took about 45 minutes for the person to get there. So she told him to go to the sheriff's office. And the sheriff's office said, we're not no taxi service. We're not going to give you no ride nowhere. And not only did they say they're not going to give him a ride, they made him leave the sheriff's office. And he went missing from that point on. So when the ride that his mother sent for him got out there to where she was going to pick him up, she couldn't find him. He was nowhere to be found. The last sighting of him was on a what did they call it? A trail camera, where they have it set up for you to see if you if deers are feeding on, you set it up to see the wildlife, if they are feeding on your deer feed and stuff like that. Rashid, and it looked like he was running for his life. He was all bruised up. He didn't have his shirt on, and he looked scared to death. Rasheen Carter, a 25-year-old black father who went missing late last year, was found with his head severed from his body and separated from his spinal cord, which was found in a different location near Taylorsville, Mississippi. The Smith County Sheriff Office originally ruled. Wait a minute. The Smith County Sheriff Office originally ruled that there was no foul play in the death of Carter, who remains were first found in November, but now say they are still investigating along with the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. According to Carter's family, Carter felt that he was in danger and he tried to find a way back home to Laurel, Mississippi from work in Taylorsville, a majority white city. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump, the family's attorney, described Carter's death as a modern day lynching. He was not a This was not a natural killing. This was not a natural death. This represents a young man who was killed, Crump said during a press conference in March. Now Crump is calling for the Department of Justice to open a federal investigation into Carter's death. The chain of events began October 1st when Tiffany Carter, Rasheen Carter's mother, received a call from her son that felt that he was unsafe. My son told me that 3 truckloads of white guys were trying to kill him, she said during a press conference. She advised her son to go to the local police station and ask for help in Taylorsville, but she said that they did not help him. Authorities confirmed that Carter came to the police station asking for help. Taylorsville Police Chief Gabe Horn, who has not responded to requests from Yahoo News, told local news outlet that the officers couldn't help Carter or give him a ride home due to staffing issues and liability concerns. So they're not liable now? They're not liable now that he has been found decapitated, and the only thing that they were able to give the mother was his skull bone and his spinal cord. And then they later found other parts of his dismembered body. They're not liable now? No, they're not liable now. But he was worried about that. But according to Carter's aunt, the police did not allow him to stay there. He asked if he could sit around until his ride came. No, he could not sit around until the ride that his mother had arranged to go pick him up. No, they would not allow him to stay in the sheriff's office. Y'all didn't know about that, huh? And we have fools sitting in my chat talking about we looking to make everything about race. Oh, because you didn't know about this. Because you didn't know about this. Oh, okay. They didn't know that my sister was on the phone and could hear them. This is no hotel. You can't stay here. Kalisha Kehoe, Carter's aunt, told Yahoo News. Carter's mother said that the police failed her son. I told him to go to the police station because I felt in my heart that they would serve and protect like they are obligated to do, she said. The final photo. On the day that Carter was reported missing, camera footage showed him shirtless in a wooded area in Taylorsville holding a large branch. seeing the image of him on someone's hunting camera is disturbing because he did not have on a shirt at the time, which indicated that he had been running or was overheated. Mississippi Representative Christopher Bell told Yahoo News. Here is the the trail camera footage of him. He's holding a stick, and they said it seemed like he was limping. And he had bruises on his arm right here. You can't see it real good, and his back. This is the last footage they have of Rasheen Carter. A Carter mother says she believes the photo proves that her son was in trouble and running for his life. But Smith County Sheriff Joel Halston told Insider that Carter is the only one seen in the footage and that they have reviewed from that day. It doesn't show anyone else present, he said. Oh, so we can take his word for it. We believe that. Oh, yeah, that's believable. On November 2nd, a month after Carter went missing, some of his remains were found in the woods near Taylorville, where he was last seen. According to Crump, authorities emailed the family to notify them of the discovery. They got a box containing his skull, no brain, and a long piece of his spinal cord. And then weeks later, they were notified that there were other body parts found of him. Y'all don't remember me covering this story? I covered this story. Let's go back to where we were. I just wanted to. Who said that they found no foul play in his death? This same medical examiner. This same medical examiner who got this body in all these different pieces found no foul play in the death. The same medical examiner who is doing who did the autopsy on Nolan Wells. So, excuse me, if you think that we are the ones who are trying to look for racism or anything. No, we're looking at what we see. Let's be clear.
President Johnson and Reverend Al and others, this is so important that we continue to talk about Nolan Wells and what happened to him, and that we get attention on him, because in getting attention on him, it brings attention, Cliff Jones, to other cases that are not getting their attention as of yet. But I'm so grateful to Christine and Elmore, because they said whatever we can do, not only to help our son, but to help these other young black boys who was killed the July 4th holiday. And I want to take a moment before we answer your questions to talk about two other young black men, both 18 years old, who were killed in extraordinary ways that are very similar to Nolan. President Johnson, 18-year-old Daniel Irvins went on a fishing trip, out on a fishing boat with two other young men. He was the only black. It is alleged that he ended up accidentally drowning, but his two white friends got his cell phone and threw it away, got his clothes and threw it away, and then went and deleted all of their text messages with him and social media. Sounds familiar? And they've only been charged with tampering with evidence. And his mother is crying out that they should be charged with murder, because if they will lie about his cell phone and his clothes and deleted messages, then they will lie about what really happened to Daniel Irvins. And then there's the matter, President Johnson, Christine Clark, of 18-year-old Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith, on 4th of July, was at a house party with about 10 other people. He was the only black person at the house. He somehow ends up shot in the head, dead. Some of the friends get rid of the gun. The police show up. They tell the police it was an accident. It was an accidental shooting, that they were playing Russian roulette. And Tyler Smith end up getting killed. And apparently, Christine Clark, President Johnson, the police just took their word for it. His mother and grandmother are incensed. They asked the police, did you do a gunshot residue test on his hands? And the reason they said they had to call us, like Daniel Irvin's and Nolan Wells family, because the police told them, President Johnson, that there was no need to do gunshot residue on his hands or any of the other people in the house, because I don't understand this logic, but they said if they were playing Russian roulette, then all of them would have gunshot residue on their hands. So we don't need to do gunshot residue tests. It makes no sense whatsoever. So they are taking the word of these 10 people that your son just killed himself. And you don't have to worry about doing any investigation or testing forensically anything. Just take our word for it. Now, can you imagine in any 3 of these scenarios, had the survivors been young black men and they were with a young white man and he ended up dead, what kind of investigation would there have been? What kind of interrogation would there have been? Would they have ever been able to see the light of day until those questions were answered? Well, just like you would do a thorough investigation for your children, we want you to do a thorough investigation for our children. We don't want anything special. We just want equal justice. Equal justice.
Excuse me? I'm not trying to say anything about what the parents don't have, but what are you trying to say? Why would the parents have the coroner's report? I'm not trying to say anything about any parents not having a coroner's report. The coroner's report has not been released. I'm not trying to say anything. What I'm trying to say, I'm plainly saying exactly what I'm saying. There's no trying to say anything. What I'm saying is exactly what I'm saying. And I am not lying. And you say one more stupid thing about what I'm saying, and you're out of my chat. You done pissed off my dog.
And so with that, I'll turn it over to Trevon to lead us in the final session.
We'll have a few questions. We have my colleagues on either side with microphones. Please announce your name and your media outlet if you have any questions. We're going to be quick because we have other programming going on in real time. We'll go here first.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everybody. Samantha Chapman, ABC 7 Chicago. You just unveiled a comprehensive outline of the independent report. Can you summarize for our viewers, because there's a lot to take in, a lot of information. So in summary, can you succinctly tell us what we can take away from this report? And also if you can provide more details about the neck. Yep. I heard a lot of people behind me gasping when that detail was mentioned.
Yep. Let me try to be very comprehensive. As Dr. Roger Mitchell said, that the focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region, is significant because he cannot determine why you have that red discoloration in the back of his brain. That's significant. He also talked about, Mr. Williams, if you can, just the fact that as it's common practice, he was missing his throat when they received the body. And he wants to know why they held it back. He's not drawing any conclusions, but he said he would want to examine it if there were neck fractures or compressions to the neck. And he thinks that's significant to know at autopsy. The reason he says he would hold it back when he was medical examiner because he thought that there may have been some issues with neck fractures. The last thing that is significant is what we said before about him, the condition of his body when he went into the water. Was he conscious or unconscious? Was he forced or unforced into the water? He said those things are very significant. But he started off talking about this red discoloration in the back of his head is something that was of great concern to him. Thank you.
We'll go here.
Darrell Denard with Chicago Speaks on V103. What specifically are you calling for from Mississippi authorities in terms of transparency, but more importantly, investigations?
and I know President Johnson is in the from the state of Mississippi, and the Mississippi Conference president is here. They're calling, as we are, for a fair, impartial, comprehensive investigation. When Nolan's parents heard the sheriff say there was no foul play at the beginning of the investigation, that is cause for concern, major concern. You haven't even investigated, but you're saying no foul play. And so we want them to dot every I and cross every T. You know, we had a meeting with the district attorney, and we expressed to them about our lived experiences. The fact, and you know, they said that's not what happens in her office, but we said, we believe if the roles were reversed and there were 3 young black 18-year-olds and there was a white 18-year-old who was with them and he ended up dead, we don't believe that those young black men would not have been interrogated to the full extent of the law. We believe that it would not have been a choice whether they were going to cooperate with law enforcement, if their lawyers and them were going to cooperate. No, they would have been held until they gave answers. They would have been held until they explained the cell phone in their possession. They would have been held until their cell phones have been examined. And so whatever you would do, had the roles been reversed, we want you to do the same thing for Nolan Wells.
We have time for one more question, and then we're going to have a prayer with our Religious Affairs Committee with the family. One more question here. What's there?
I'm Tiffany Walden with the Tribe in Chicago. I know that we're talking about a transparent investigation, but for families and people who are watching, can you kind of give a breakdown or a timeline to the best of your ability of the contact that you've had with Mississippi authorities or Ocean Springs authorities or the Cajun Navy? Have you all talked to them? Do they call you after the initial autopsy? Is it just radio silence from them? Do you have to call them? Can you kind of walk us through that process?
So the last time we actually spoke with local authorities, which would be the sheriff's department, was I think a day or two after his body was found. That was only initiated by me. I sent him a text message. I was like, hey, this is Christine, Nolan's mom. I just want to see if there are any updates. Basically, he called back. There were no updates. He's like, we're still interviewing. And again, my concern, and also my husband's concern, was it was not even an hour that his body had been removed. And the sheriff came out and said, this is, accidental drowning. We don't think there's foul play. Again, that is why we're doing what we're doing and why we're moving the way we are. Because I sat there and asked them, please take this case as if this is your child, your family member, your whatever. And they promised that they would. But when you make statements like that straight out the gate, that's an issue. We did meet with the DA. She did promise, transparency and all of this, all of that. However, damage has already been done because now that's the narrative that's being pushed by the general public, who again, know nothing really, only what they're hearing from other people. So in addition to that, it's all these things coming up. And at the end of the day, like I said before, any parent that would be in this situation, you would do anything to find out what happened to your child. And that is what we're here to do.
It is very important to note that this narrative, this suggestion that it was an accidental drowning, nothing to see here, is troubling, even if that's the case. There were 300 to 400 people out on Horns Island. You mean to tell me nobody saw anything? Nobody can tell us anything about what happened to one of the few black people that were out there on that island that day? It just doesn't add up. The fact that they're saying Nolan said that he would stay behind, but yet an 18-year-old kid would not want his cell phone if he was going to stay behind. The fact that, you have the young lady saying that he said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys saying no, he said he was going to stay behind and talk to her. If that was the case, don't you believe Nolan would have said, give me my cell phone, I'm going to stay behind. Give me my car keys, I'm going to stay behind. It's not adding up. And so we're going to keep fighting and digging until we get the answers, the transparency, the truth, the accountability, and justice for Nolan Wells. 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 Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells. We're going to have our Religious Affairs Committee join us quickly so we can have a quick word of prayer with the family, and that will conclude our press conference formally.
Good morning. It's a good morning in spite of all that we have heard. It's a good morning because we're here for justice. I'm Reverend Wendell Anthony from the Detroit branch and also a member of the National Board of Directors and part of the Religious Affairs Committee, joined by colleagues who are here. I'm going to ask all of you, if you would be so kind as to just link arms so that we can link ourselves around this particular moment and around this family. There's an old African proverb that says, those whom we love die only in the physical sense, but their spirit continues to live on in the will and determination of those whom they leave behind. Mr. and Mrs. Wells, I did not know your son, but I could tell from just looking at his photograph, I can feel the aura, the joy that you talked about. We all can experience and feel that. Ben Crump has chronicled the list of pain moments in our community by the deceased, by those who are now martyrs. We have been dying since 1619, still seeking justice. Pray with me. O Lord, our Lord, how very excellent is thy name in all the earth. We are here for but one reason, to answer the question, what does the Lord require of us? But to do justice, to love mercy, to even walk humbly with our God. Lord God, your people are here seeking justice. We're here for transparency. We're here for truth. You who are the way, the truth, and the life. We're here because of you. Lord God, how long must we continue to pay evil a toll at the gateway towards justice? How long must we see our children lie bleeding in the streets, in the sand, in the water, and the asphalt pavements of this nation that we built? Even on July the 4th, a day that serves a lesson in mockery and dichotomy, where we talk about independence, yet we are not independent from those who seek justice. Help us, Lord. Bless us right now. Bless this family. Cover this mother whose tears fall down her cheeks. Cover this father as he remembers his son, whom he taught and whom he mentored to play in life, but more importantly, to play the game the way it should be played in living. Lord God, we thank you so much. We've gone down the road. They lied on Martin. They lied on Medgar. They lied on Malcolm. But more importantly, oh God, they lied on you. You who know about lies. We know that the truth shall eventually set us all free. Help us to get the truth, even in Mississippi. Oh Lord, help us to get the truth for our children. You know, like we know, there are more black boys in school than are in jail. We know, oh God, that there are more of us who are striving for the benefit of life rather than the poison from living. Oh Lord, how long will justice continue to lift up her brow so that she can see who is standing before us, so she can make a decision that is not in our interest, but in the interest of those who seem to be different from us? Help us, Lord. Don't we as a people bleed like everybody else? Don't we as a people need comfort like everybody else? Don't we as a people need justice like everybody else? Don't we as a people feel the pain when our children are taken from us like everybody else? Help America, Lord, because America has a problem. We don't have a problem. America has a problem. Fix the problem. In 250 years, we still seem to suffer from the same old problem. Fix America, oh God. Fix justice, oh God. Fix us, oh God. Fix Mississippi, oh God. Fix those who are standing at the gateway to break open the doors for justice. Not just us, but justice. Help us now, Lord. This is our prayer. This is our plea as we seek that which you have the power to give, and that is justice. The just shall live by their faith. The just shall live by their faith. And oh Lord, we know that when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Let's win in the name of justice. Let the people who love God, who are called according to his name for every good purpose, who believe in justice, say amen, amen, amen. Now give justice a hand praise. We praise God for justice. God bless you. President Johnson, I want you to know, and those who are here, there are 12,000 people who are looking at this press conference on YouTube. That was 30 minutes ago. There were 14,000 people who are looking at it on the Roots. That was 30 minutes ago. Ben Crump, this ain't no secret. The nation is looking for justice.
Okay. Okay. So another black death in Mississippi. Now, unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, as much as it pains me to say. Now, I don't know how true it is. Uh, there have been reports stating that one of the fathers of one of the alleged friends is either in is either excuse me, a police officer or actually in the FBI. We do know one of the step parents of one of them, the one who did the interview with the raccoon Brandon Tate, who is on the hunt for his next MAGA grift, who has been sidelined out of Turning Points USA. So he is doing any grift that he can for the man. We do know that uh, that uh, that person's stepmother is a judge in Mississippi. Let me tell you my experience in Mississippi. I don't think that this is going to go well. Unfortunately, the the story that I just read to you about Rasheem Carter, who mother got his body parts in a box, his skull and his spinal cord in a box. Ben Crump was representing her as well. It didn't go well. That case did not go well. See, that judge who made her statement and then took her social media back down, she had the old Mississippi flag up. She was making a statement within a statement. Now, it would be remiss if I was to sit around and pretend like I didn't understand that there were postcards made for lynching. They talk about the somebody must have seen something. I played you the interview when the judge's stepson talked about there were 2 to 4,000 people that used to go to that island on the 4th of July, and all of the people that we saw in the pictures that was on that island, and mysteriously, do you think that nobody saw anything? You think that nobody saw anything? When our history, the history that your MAGA president is trying to whitewash, trying to erase, all of the postcards where all of those white families will bring their children out and make a, a, a big blanket out on the lawns and wear their Sunday best and sit on the lawn for lynchings? Are we going to pretend like that didn't happen right here in the United States of America? And are we going to pretend like these same families dressed in their Sunday best didn't snatch toes and male body parts and uh, breasts off of these burnt bodies that they were seen being brutalated? Are we going to pretend like that didn't happen right here in the United States of America? And this was entertainment. This was are we going to pretend like we didn't see people smiling and trying to get in the camera with the bodies and smiling and just jubilee? Are we going to pretend like that wasn't America? That wasn't even 100 years ago, right here in the United States of America. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We are going to pretend like we don't have revisionist history, where we have Stephen Miller talking about who built this country, and these dummies in the United States buying it, talking about they built the United States of America, trying to get you to believe that the black hands, the black bodies, the black sweat, the free labor didn't build the whole economy of the United States, didn't build all the monuments, didn't build all of Washington, D.C., all of the Capitol buildings, the White House. Are we kidding? Are we really kidding ourselves? Have you heard your president say anything about this? Have you heard your FBI say anything about this? No, because they're trying to recreate history to the good old days. So I'm telling you, to prepare, in my opinion, it's unfortunate, but it's not unexpected. That's what I have to say about it, and it's just very, very unfortunate. But this is the country we live in. When you sit around and you entertain idiots, when you entertain dummies that talk about a whole lot of dumb shit all day, all night, when you sit around and entertain fools that talk about they don't vote and there's no reason to vote, and as you see, they try to subvert your vote, they try to take your vote away. The reason they try to take your vote away is because it does matter. Your vote does matter. If your vote didn't matter, they wouldn't do so much to take your vote away. But you sit up under fools talking fool shit all day. But then they try to shun you away from people who talk sense because they're fools. And a fool loves nothing more than an audience. And if you're an audience of fool, you're a fool too. If you're an audience to a fool, you are a fool as well. So let's be aware that we have a fool that is waging a war that has no way out of this war. They have locked up the Strait of Hormuz. Now they have locked up the Bahman Straits. They have no way of getting oil out of the Middle East. We do get oil from Saudi Arabia. It is estimated that the United States have about 43 to 40 to 43 days of oil reserves. But your media, your bought and paid media, is not telling you anything about any of this. Because your president is so busy making money off of betting on oil prices. Your president is too busy getting rich on this, and your media is so afraid to ask anybody in this administration hard question. Your president is too busy setting up ways to arrest the left. But your media is not telling you any of these things. Your president is too busy setting up ways that if you go out and protest against anything that is going on in your country, they're going to deem you as domestic terrorists and they're going to lock you up. Regardless of what is going on in your country, regardless of how you are affected by the policies that are going on. See, they're getting all of their ducks in order for when the shit really starts to hit the fan. See, they have no plan in order, but they have a plan to keep you in order. See, that's the plan, to keep you in order and to keep you out of sight. Out of sight is what? Out of mind. So while you think that black people and what black people talk about is your problem, you're about to feel what is really your problem. While you're about to really feel what your problem is. See, black people ain't never been your problem. Your problem is not being able to see beyond your hatred. That has always been your problem. Your problem is not being able to see beyond your biases and your own ignorance. but your problem is about to come home to roost for you. Now, at a time when our country is going through all that our country is going through, we have a president who is protecting this. We have a president who is being covered for this. We have MAGA who is taking cues from this manosphere person. So pretty soon, MAGA is going to be running around trying to emulate this person who is under 58 new charges of essaying young girls and even a prepubescent child, allegedly. And this is who MAGA is taking their cues of how to be a real man from. So we got MAGA out here taking their cues of how to be a real man from this fool. Now and you have your president out here being covered for this person. Now when he was in Romania, on facing charges in Romania for the same thing, miraculously, he met with Robert Ingratiato. Now, Robert Ingratiato was the same person that your president hired, who said that he had a Hitler streak, but your president still hired him, and he is the one that is a fan of this person. He's a fan of this person. And miraculously, when he's in Romania on these charges, he and his brother are in Romania on these SA charges and not able to leave Romania. Miraculously, all of a sudden, he's able to fly to the United States. Not only does he fly to the United States, he flies to the United States on a private jet. Even DEI hating, black hating ass DeSantos had the common sense to say, get the fuck out of Florida. They flew into Miami and he said, get the fuck out of my state. DeSantis said, I don't want you in my state. But curiously enough, when they got arrested again in the United States a couple of days ago, where were they? They were in Florida, about to have some bare knuckle fights. They were about to host some bare knuckle fights. So they are in the United States, comfortable, making money, getting arrested wearing cigarette pants and blouses in Florida. You know, the I Love Lucy, a lot of people call these capri plants. No, these are cigarette plants that they were wearing. The I Love Lucy era, where they used to wear lounge and cigarette pants and blouses. Living in Florida, making money, hosting a bare knuckle fights. These are your alpha males of MAGA. And your president, who I showed him yesterday talking about how he talks to Barron Trump, how Barron Trump is his friend, and he talks to President Trump. Well, come to find out, when he was in Romania, a Romanian official talked to a Trump official, and this is how mysteriously he got on this private jet and flew back to the United States. But y'all want to talk about black people, but y'all don't want to talk about this. Y'all don't want to talk about this. And what do your president and these people have in common? What do these people have in common? And Who was he in Miami with, canoodling with, rubbing elbows with? None other than Amanda Angaro's husband, Paulo Zampoli, the other model manager who was also accused of having close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. The guy who ushered Melania into the United States and other underage European women uh, into the United States under the guise of, or under the whatever of being models, making sure that they had their visas, their work visas, and all of this together. But strangely enough, his wife came out and said that uh, uh, she's going to tell all the dirt, and Melania better be careful. And then Melania rushed out to the podium. I don't know Jeffrey Epstein. I never met Jeffrey Epstein. You remember all of that happened? That happened when Paulo Zampoli uh, wife came out and told Melania Trump she better be careful, or because she know everything. And I don't know Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know him. I never met Jeffrey Epstein. And then you have all of the pictures of her and Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at Victoria's Secret parties, runway shows, and all of this shit. I don't know Jeffrey. I don't know Jeffrey. Now, it's strange that Paulo Zampoli was responsible for bringing these young models to the United States and making sure that they had work visas. But then when his ex-wife, who he was having problems with, his ex-girlfriend, his baby mama. Let's use the language that y'all like to use about black people, but you conveniently forget that you guys do the same thing that everybody else do. When his baby mama and him broke up, then all of a sudden somebody calls ICE on her and say that her visa isn't exactly right. But how could her visa be wrong when she has been in the White House with Paulo Zampoli, and Paulo Zampoli whole job was to bring these underage quote unquote models to the United States and get their work visas straight. And then all of a sudden, when things go bad with him and his baby mama, I suddenly gets called on her, and she gets shipped back to. I think she was from wherever the fuck she was from. She gets shipped back home because her paperwork wasn't right. Don't you find that peculiar? Don't you find that odd and peculiar? This is the shit y'all don't want to talk about. This is the shit y'all want to pretend that isn't happening. So let me let's get into who the Tate brothers are, and let's see if we can figure out the connections with your dear leader and the Tate brothers. Let's talk about that. See, this is something else that I definitely want to talk to you about: the Tate brothers and your dear leader. Give me 1 second, and we're gonna get to this. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. I was enjoying myself talking about that, and let me find it. Here we go. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Let me give you all this little information that you may or may not be familiar with. This link is going to be in my description box. Now, this is a reporter from the New York Times. I also found this on the original Queen Amadea Shakira show. The link is going to be in my description box under Tate and Tate Brothers and Trump. Go to my description box and you will find it under Trump and the Tate Brothers. How about that? Trump and the Tate Brothers. Let me share this with you. Okay, I'm sharing it. Let me remove this. Since y'all like to play dumb,
Okay, here we go. So Andrew and Tristan Tate are controversial social media influencers and former kickboxers. Okay, if anyone doesn't know who they are at this point, but they were arrested in Miami by marshals. Now they're currently facing extradition to the UK to face a combined total of 59 criminal charges, including rape, assault, and human trafficking, all brought forward by the Crown Prosecution Service. And of course, they deny all of these allegations. Now the brothers they maintain an ongoing legal battle across multiple countries, including prior human trafficking and rape charges in Romania, while continuing to operate their online brands focusing on masculinity and wealth creation. Okay, and so let's get ready to get into this, because just a few hours ago, they were hit with more charges. Okay, Tate brothers vowed to fight UK extradition on rape and trafficking charges. So let's go to this very informative video that this lady did about them. Okay, let's get into it. I think she works for the New York Times. She works for some publication. Okay, I'm going to share this on the screen. Like, so everyone, please like and share. And this report is about 11 minutes long. I'm going to put an overlay on here just in case.
They were in a private plane being whisked to Florida. Since 2022, they had been under criminal investigation in Romania. They had both been accused of trafficking dozens of women into a porn business that they ran. Andrew had also been accused of raping one of those women and of having sex with a 15-year-old. Prosecutors in Romania had prohibited them from leaving the country.
Feel that? It's the feeling of leaving Romanian soil.
This moment is the culmination of years of efforts by the Tates to cozy up to conservative influencers, members of the Trump family, and administration officials. My name's Megan Toohey. I'm an investigative reporter here at the New York Times. My colleague Isabella Kwai and I have spent months interviewing dozens of people in Romania, the United States, and Britain. We have reviewed hours and hours of video clips, hundreds of pages of text messages and emails and court documents. And we're able to piece together how the American right helped the Tate brothers get out of Romania. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are major stars in the so-called manosphere.
Welcome party, gentlemen. He-Man Woman Haters Party. Man's party.
Andrew is a former professional kickboxer who built a huge online following, preaching unapologetic masculinity and chauvinism.
All of history was go by men. Always has been. If a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman.
He's told his audience that they were victims of feminism, that they've been maligned by the economy and brainwashed by the media.
You are now full slave mode, and that's all they want. So you will continue to work your shit job for shit money.
He and his brother have gained millions and millions of followers. They sell online courses to young men about how to make money and how to exploit women. That included this PhD program, short for Pimping Hose Degree. They share what they say they've learned in pushing their girlfriends into making online sexual content for paying customers.
It's not just about picking up girls. It's about converting them into really loving you enough to moving in with you and working for you and giving you all the money.
The brothers, who have both American and British citizenship, started this porn business over a decade ago in Britain. In 2015, Andrew was arrested 3 times after multiple women accused him of assault. And while prosecutors eventually declined to bring charges, the investigation prompted Andrew to leave Britain. Andrew said that he thought that they'd be better served in Romania.
It's a little bit lawless, you know? You can get away with shit you can't get away with in the West.
Eventually, the brothers get banned from several of the biggest social media platforms, only to find new homes on Rumble, a site that was backed by Jay Vance's venture capital firm.
Now, do you all know that these men are half black? Did you all know that?
Now, yeah, they're half black. This is why they're being arrested, if you didn't know that. Their father is black and their mother is from England. But the point that I want you to understand, that they were kicked off all social media platforms. However, did you notice that they were able to get on a platform that is co-owned by your vice president, J.D. Vance, is where they were able to spew their PhD program. What is that? Whatever, that weak ass thing that they had. Now, you will also be I don't know if you'd be shocked to find out that Candace Owens, when she was engaged to her billionaire new husband, she also met not Tristan. She also met what's the other one's name? Tate. She also met him. I forget his name. Andrew Tate. She also met Andrew Tate, and she talks about it with a lot. Oh yeah, I knew he was a pimp. I kind of figured he was a pimp, and she talks about it like it was so cute, and the way he talked and the way he did things. I basically knew he was a pimp, like it was the cutest thing in the world. Candace Owens. The Candace Owens who was so traumatized by her black childhood. However, I don't know anything about her accusations or her revelations about her childhood. But she was enthralled and giggly about meeting Andrew Tate, who she knew was a pimp at a point when she was dating her billionaire a Nepo baby husband. Okay, if you didn't know that, how is it that this person who spews, you're going to hear the things that he says about himself and what he has to say about women. How is it that he gets a platform on your vice president platform, Rumble? Huh? MAGA, where you at? MAGA, why are you so quiet now, MAGA? Huh? Oh, y'all don't want to talk about this, huh, MAGA? MAGA, you so quiet now? MAGA, nothing? Nothing to say, MAGA? Oh, you eating dick, MAGA? Oh, okay.
Because I found this out like last year. I had no idea. Their father is African American and their mother is a white British woman. Okay, so I don't know how they thought they were going to get away with anything, honey, because they know the United States will let Jeffrey Epstein's clients get away with all kinds of trafficking and whatnot. But they know darn well they're not about to get away with it. At least they know that now.
And better, a right-wing site. And then things really explode. In December 2022, the brothers are arrested in Romania. They had been under criminal investigation for several months after a complaint that an American citizen had been held by them against her will. The brothers are charged with organizing a criminal group and trafficking 7 women into their porn business. And Andrew is also accused of raping one of those women. And later, prosecutors in Britain would bring charges of trafficking and rape against Andrew and Tristan. These additional charges that have been authorized will move forward once the Romanian case is complete. Through our reporting, we also found that the Tates have been quietly under investigation here in the United States by anti-trafficking agents and federal prosecutors. Andrew and Tristan Tate deny all allegations. While all of this is happening, they're building more and more powerful allies in the United States. In 2017, as Andrew tells it, he did a tweet in support of Donald Trump, and soon Andrew and Don Jr. had connected at Trump Tower.
President's son, he made me a coffee. Like, he's a cool dude.
And this support and this relationship continues through 2023. When Andrew and his brother are placed under house arrest, Don Jr. sends out a tweet of support. By that point, the Tates had hired Joseph McBride, this attorney who had come to prominence representing Trump supporters accused of insurrection on January 6th. And McBride pitches his new client to conservative host Tucker Carlson, who travels to Romania and conducts a lengthy interview with Andrew in his mansion.
I mean, I was sympathetic to you already, but a man's accused of human trafficking. It's worth finding out what he's accused of.
The Tucker Carlson interview gets more than 112 million views.
Another Trump apologist until he got mad, and he'll be back in line pretty soon. Tucker Carlson was another apologist. I would like to know what he got accused of. You were accused of all these things. I gotta sit down and talk to you. Hey, you seem like a nice guy. I gotta know what you. Another nepo baby. Let's continue. All of these great MAGA people, all of these America first, all of these family first, family value Christians. These Christians.
This is a key turning point. Soon.
And the Tate brothers. Okay, hold on.
Other high-profile conservatives are defending the Tates.
When I see some of these videos and I see conservatives assigning like real meaning to you saying stuff that is just so obviously content for young boys.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan stand for the same things that I stand for.
These relationships are mutually beneficial. These conservatives are tapping into Tate's audience to expand their reach and connect with a demographic that is crucial to the president's re-election campaign.
Listening to him with Tucker for an hour and a half, 2 hours, it clicked. Okay, now I see why he's popular.
And by 2024, Barron Trump is also a fan. Barron hosted dinner at Mar-a-Lago for several prominent conservative influencers. One of them was Justin Waller, who has helped the Tates run their businesses and says that he's widely seen as the third brother. Waller told me that Barron admired the Tates, and he said that he and Barron called Andrew together and discussed the Tates case. When we reached out for comment, McBride called our reporting on the relationship between Andrew and Barron fake news. So the Tates are building up a lot of support here in the United States. And after Trump is reelected, some of those supporters have even more power and influence than they did before. Colin Gracia, who had once served on the Tate's legal team, is now the White House liaison to the Justice Department. He had called Andrew Tate an extraordinary human being and a target of the deep state and the satanic elite. Alina Habba, who had served as a personal lawyer to Trump, was now a counselor to the president. She appeared on a podcast with Andrew in January.
We need strong, powerful voices like yours. And I got your back over here.
And this man, Richard Grenell, a special diplomatic envoy for Trump, discussed the Tate's case with at least 2 Romanian officials. Our reporting found that one of those discussions took place last December at Mar-a-Lago with an advisor to the Romanian prime minister. Also told us that he had discussed the Tate's case with Grenell. He then backpedaled and said they had not discussed the case. The other discussion was with Romania's foreign minister at a conference in Munich in February. In a statement to the Times, Grenell said it was the foreign minister who raised the issue of the Tates. His statement did not address the Mar-a-Lago conversation. The public support from some of these allies set off alarm bells in Romania. Officials at the American embassy in Romania told us that they feared what would happen if their bosses in Washington instructed them to release new passports to the Tates in violation of the Romanian criminal justice system. It didn't come to that, but an extraordinary order came down from the highest levels of the Romanian government. On February 26th, Andrew sent a text message to someone close to him that we reviewed. He had been made aware that he was going to be released. He wrote, "I have very detailed instructions from the Americans about crossing borders, phones, passports, etc. I can't say more. This goes into instant effect." The next day, the Tates file a request that prosecutors lift their travel bans and return their passports. We spoke to sources who spoke to us on the condition of anonymity, who told us that the prosecutors did not want to do this. But the prime minister believed that lifting the travel bans would appease the Trump administration.
He did not respond to requests for comment.
In the early hours of February 27th, the brothers were driven to a private plane.
No one has ever been more back than we just got.
At the time, we asked McBride, their lawyer, whether the Trump administration had anything to do with their release. And he didn't answer the question directly, but he said, quote, "Do the math. These guys are on the plane." Once they're back in the United States, the Tates are filming themselves partying in Miami, look at apartments in New York, hobnobbing with Kanye West in Los Angeles. But they weren't welcomed by all. There were some conservatives who spoke out against them upon their arrival. Some said that they undermined traditional conservative values. Other people likened the allegations against them to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Through all of this, it's becoming clear that there is a rift on the right. Trump says he knew nothing about it.
I know nothing about that. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
An official with the White House said it is not involved in anything related to the Tates' legal matters.
In March, they returned to Romania for a court date and have not come back. Shortly after they left, one of Andrew's former girlfriends accused him of assaulting her when they reunited during his visit. You know, she said that when they had sex, he had beaten her and choked her to near unconsciousness, which he denies.
Okay, so clearly nefarious, and this is why you can see that he's friends with Trump. And please pay attention to how Trump is such a liar. I mean, pathological, right? Sitting there talking about, oh, I didn't know anything about it. So you're saying he's on a plane right now? Trump, you walked him to the plane, okay?
No, he wasn't on a plane right now. They had already landed. He had got the word that they had already landed. Let's move forward. I will let you go over there and hear her commentary. Let's get to the arrest. Let's get to the arrest. Oops. If you guys are not up on this channel, you may want to get up on this channel.
Probably walked him to the plane is what he did. But Trump wants, and which, by the way, is usually the case.
Now, this is him and his brother getting arrested in Miami. Over here on the far right, his brother is dressed up for some reason like an Hasidic Jew. Let's go back. You see him right here in this hat, dressed up as a Hasidic Jew, as his brother is dressed up as a little I Love Lucy bitch.
They've been accused by UK of abusing women from 2010 to 2017. Facing 42 charges, including rape, human trafficking.
In England, they have increased these charges to 58 charges.
Recent images of a
hold on. I want you to hear about the child part.
Facing 42 charges, including rape, human trafficking, indecent images of a child, and assault. This dirtbag. I mean, they're dirt bags, in my opinion. They hang out with a bunch of other dirt bags.
Let's see if there's any more. Maybe a little more.
Okay, I mean, what do we expect from people the lady
Tate spent the days before their arrest in Miami because you know where
or not Melania, but the lady that was the whistleblower on Melania. He was her husband.
where Andrew and Tristan Tate spent the days before their arrest in Miami. Because if you don't, allow me to fill you in, because you literally can't make this shit up. This is Paolo Zampoli, Donald Trump's U.S. Special Envoy for Global Partnerships, right? Also a longtime friend of
Remember when I showed you Paolo Zampoli was on the trip that J.D. Vance made when they went to the negotiations for the Iranian negotiations about the war, where he had Usha Vance with her belly full of a brand new baby? Yeah, Paolo Zampoli was the special envoy on that trip with your vice president. A scumbag, in my opinion. Yes, still hanging around the White House.
Donald Trump and Melania. Paolo Zampoli is the former modeling executive who said that he actually brought Melania to the United States and, of course, introduced her to Donald Trump. There's a lot more about this man that'll really have you thinking, but I can't help but wonder why the Tate brothers, just days before their arrest, were partying in Washington, D.C. as guests of Paolo Zampoli, especially considering the new allegations against them, which, if you didn't know, UK's Crown Prosecution Service, like it says here, said that it is bringing additional charges of rape against Andrew and Tristan under ongoing cases against the brothers in that nation. The agency said that the brothers are waiting extradition to the UK. And if you didn't know, Andrew Tate faces 7 additional counts of rape, 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation, 3 counts of assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and 19 additional charges relating to illegal you-know-what. Tristan Tate faces 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation. New charges relate to 4 additional alleged victims. Previous charges were connected to 3 alleged victims. The case against Tristan previously included 3 counts of rape, 6 counts of actual bodily harm, and 2 counts of human trafficking. Makes me wonder, if these motherfuckers can be arrested, then why can't the rest of the individuals on that list in those files be arrested as well? Something about this shit just is not adding up. Not that I don't see this as an obvious celebration. Does anybody know where Andrew and Tristan?
Okay, so that is who. That is who has influence. That is who your president is concentrating on, as the United States is going to hell in a handbasket. Do you wonder why your president is worried about these two? And do you wonder why these two are getting arrested? Now, their attorneys, they went to court in some tan jumpsuits. They didn't get to go to court in their cigarette pants and blouses. No, they went to court in some tan jumpsuits, and their attorneys came out all swinging their arms all wildly with their manosphere attitudes and talking about they were going to fight their extradition back to England. The thing about this is, you know who has the final word if they get if they have to go back to England, extradited back to England. Donald Trump has the final word if they are extradited back to England. So I just really want you to understand why is it that these two were even arrested.
Wake up, nigga. A nigga wake up calls a bitch.
They're half black. They're half black. See, you can only go around for so long before you get that wake-up call. And that wake-up call is a bitch. You notice that no one else has been arrested? No one else has been arrested. You notice how that worked? Do you notice how that worked? Please hit the like button. Double tap your phone. Thank you very Carrie. Jill, what are you doing here, Jill? Hey, Jill, it is so good to see you. I still don't see you. I believe it very scary when she say she see you. Okay, so I wanted to tell you about the Tate brothers. And if you like the show, please become a subscriber. Be sure to hit my description box. That link is in the description box, and go over and check out her channel. That link is in the description box under Trump and the Tate brothers, and check her out. She does great content. So I also wanted to, why don't we have some fun? There was a hearing on yesterday. Y'all know I love my hearings. There was a hearing yesterday. The original Queen Amadea Shakur show is where you will be able to find that link about the Tate brothers. She is very informative. Shall we go to the hearing on yesterday where Pete Kegbreath and that batty bitch from the Department of Agriculture, who is always lying, who every time they bring this bitch before the House or the Senate, she has never done anything. Well, thank you for bringing that to my attention, and we are working on this right now, and we're in the planning stages of this right now, and yes, we're waiting on the information to come back, and we're getting and it is in the works right now. Everything is always in the works right now. She has never done anything, but all she gets up and spew is a bunch of lies, as farmers have gone broke, and she spews out a whole lot of yesterday she was spewing out how much increase in nuts and fruit nuts were increased. Bitch, how come you didn't say anything about this lettuce that's got everybody spraying shit all over the place? How come RFK Jr. doesn't have anything to say about a donor to Trump? How little did it cost for us 11 states to be spewing shit all over the place from a one cell virus to contaminate lettuce, because Taylor Farms had the audacity to only pay $1 million to Trump's campaign to get inspectors cut in their factory. How little do you have to pay? $1 million, and inspectors are cut, and therefore the inspectors that are tasked with making sure that this bacteria doesn't get into your salad has infected over 11 states and have sickened thousands of people across the United States because your president got $1 million. And Taylor Farms has actually hired someone from the Trump administration into their company. Isn't that grand? How does that make you feel, MAGA? Isn't that great for you, MAGA? MAGA, didn't that do something great for you? Let's get into these hearings where Pete Kegbreath gets dragged. Shall we? Shall we? The whole hearing, of course, will be in the description box. You know me. I've gone through the hearings. There's a lot of stuff that we are going to go without. I am concerned. Susan Collins is the head of this hearing. Here we go.
Let me introduce them. We are joined to
that of global and domestic crises.
Let's see the bullshit.
Whose professionalism I admire, remove those who are.
The budget proposals submitted under President Trump follow a simple.
We will have order in the hearing.
Okay. He gets 30 seconds in before people start protesting. That's good. Okay. Here we go. Would you like to have any opening words? Shut up, motherfucker.
Is what the president seeks and what we need.
In the hearing room, we will begin.
Budget.
Order in the hearing.
This supplement, well, Chair Collins, Vice Chair Murray,
now,
members of.
With the understanding of this Pentagon has $1 trillion budget, they are asking for between 68 the numbers are kind of fuzzy. They're asking between 68 and 93 billion dollars more as a supplemental amount of money to be given to them. But they're not saying that they need it. We don't need it right now because we're out of money. No, we're saying that we need it because of Biden. It's because of Biden. We need to shore up, and we need to make sure that we have things for the future. This is what they're trying to tell you. But when in fact, we know that our munitions, our actual things that we have to shoot down missiles that are being shot at our soldiers right now are at an all-time low. He's going to tell you this, but he's going to present this begging for more money as something that it is not. He's going to tell you that no, we're just trying to shore up our military for the future. When in fact they have blown through the military budget. The last time they were there, they were asking them how much has the Iran war cost, and they tried to not tell you. They tried to hem-haw around it, and then they finally settled on a $25 billion. They were about 4 weeks in, and they tried to say it was about $25 billion, and now they're. Now we're 5 months in, and now they're trying to say it was like 38 billion. They want you to believe 4 weeks in, it was 25 billion. Now over 5 months in, it's only 38 billion. Who do you think believes that? Who do you think believes that? Who do you think believes that? Or with all of the American military bases that have been destroyed all across the Middle East since then, all of the planes that we have lost since then, who do you think that believes that 4 weeks in and 5 months in, it has only gone from 25 billion to 38 billion? With all of the fucking damage that has been done to our military bases and to our ships and to our aircrafts. Who you think believes that? Okay. Let me let him talk about this shit.
The Senate Committee on Appropriations, thank you for the opportunity to testify on President Trump's supplemental funding request for the Department of War. As you know, we live in a dangerous world that requires bold and swift action. Hence, this supplemental request for fiscal year 2026. This request is an urgent, necessary injection of resources to address the immediate needs of our department. The supplemental funding request is not a substitute.
The immediate needs. Immediate. We need this immediately, but it's not for our immediate needs. Did you catch it? I want you to catch. It's for our immediate needs. Now, understand, and let's not forget what happened. What did I tell you happened in September of 2025? This military blew through $93 billion because technically September 30th is the end of the budget year for the Pentagon. So with the Pentagon already knowing with the passing of the big bloated bill that their budget for 2026 was $1 trillion. They blew through $93 billion. They already knew that their budget was $1 trillion. So they went under some guys, well, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. And they fucking shitted off $93 billion buying crab legs, lobster, ribeye steak, designer furniture, ice cream machines, donuts, a whole lot of other shit that has not been itemized. $93 billion. Now here they are. Coming to ask for more money after they already have $1 trillion budget. And they are asking for as much as they just shitted off in September of 2025. This is why I want you to pay attention to what's going on. They just shitted off as much as they are asking for right now.
The witness will suspend until order is restored in the committee room. I know that individuals feel very passionately, but we must have order in the hearing room so that we can proceed. We're now going to move forward with our hearing, and Secretary Hegseth, please proceed.
Thank you. The supplemental funding request is not a substitute for the president's full $1.5 trillion base budget request. $1.5 trillion.
Mr. Secretary, please suspend until order is restored in the hearing room. We will begin the timing clock since you've been interrupted twice. Please proceed.
1.5 trillion is what the president seeks and what we need to defend the country. The members of this committee understand better than most that long-term strategic dominance cannot be funded through one-off supplementals.
We will have order in the hearing room. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Collectively, the budget proposals submitted under President Trump follow a simple logic.
I would ask that the Capitol Police, whose professionalism I admire, remove those who are seeking to disrupt the hearing. Please proceed.
President Trump's following a simple logic. The military requires a generational investment to deliver on peace through strength. We know that
now it's a generational investment. At first it was a immediate. Now it's a generational investment. You notice how it just switched right there? Okay, let's continue.
the best way to create peace is to prepare for war, to deter it. And that's exactly.
Now, it was immediate. Now it's we're preparing for war. Remember, your president said we don't have time. We don't have money for daycare, for Social Security, for Medicaid and Medicare. We have wars to pay for. Your president said that on Easter Sunday, and they tried to erase that. Let's continue.
Exactly what the Department of War is doing, building a force so capable that it would be absurd for anyone to challenge it. As the director.
We're building a force that is so capable that no one is going to come up against us. But we are losing the war with Iran. And we're coming to you for more money.
Result of neglected priorities and gross negligence that ignored threats left over from the previous administration. President
Gross negligence. You are the gross negligence, right? You right here. You are the gross negligence. And you're talking about from the prior administration. What war did the prior administration go to? You are the gross negligence.
Trump inherited a set of global and domestic crises, deferred maintenance almost across the board. Instead of steering the ship through gathering storms, former leaders let our military languish through social experiments and globalist appeasement, sheer weakness. Under President Trump, we have built a different type of department. The Pentagon is no longer run by bureaucrats. Instead, it's led
global experiments. He's talking about the global experiment of DEI. You know, these four-star generals and the people that believe that we should have qualified generals and whatever they are, black, women, or whatever, they were qualified, therefore they should have the ranking. You know, those ones that you fired and you have a bunch of buffoons up there losing a war to Iraq. You know, that experiment that you speak of, you're the experiment. You're a failed experiment.
By combat-tested veterans and world-class business leaders who are running the department like a business, and tech titans who are bringing lethal innovation to the battlefield. We're also at a different moment.
Tech titans. And now we're incorporating tech titans. What are tech titans doing for the military? They're making money off the military. So we need more money for the tech titans.
And we cannot afford inaction. If we don't make critical investments right now in tech, in compute, in AI, in autonomy, in space, our adversaries who are already making these types of investments could outpace us. Without these funds, we face critical shortfalls that threaten our ability to also simply pay our service members, rapidly replenish equipment and munitions, and sustain vital operations without disruption. This supplemental request serves two purposes: sustain our military readiness to meet this year's new demands, and accelerate critical capabilities to replace and augment those we have used in contingencies. But make no mistake, this is not a one-for-one replacement. We are upgrading and we are modernizing across the force. On the readiness front, we requested $21 billion. This will fund military pay, replace much of the equipment utilized during recent operations, sustain forward deployed forces, and grow personnel and strength while stabilizing mission-critical fuel shortfalls and supporting.
You mean those planes that those aircraft that slid off the deck of the aircraft carriers when you were had to change course so quickly that they slid off the deck of the aircraft carriers when you were running hiding from the Houthis? You mean those things, those aircraft, that equipment that you were using recently, those $200 million aircrafts? You mean those aircraft that you guys had blown up when you were allegedly looking for that pilot? Just so happens to be where that enriched uranium was supposed to have been. In not only two aircraft that could hold over 100 men, but also helicopters. You mean that? You mean those aircraft? You mean those fighter jets and those refueling planes that went down when you said that Iran didn't have the capabilities to shoot down anything? They didn't have any more radars that could even find our aircrafts. You mean that? You mean that stuff that you said Iran couldn't do? Those recent things that you used recently, You need $21 billion to restock the stuff that you used recently. Now, are you counting the munitions in that? Oh, okay. Okay.
National Guard. On the capability side, those we have used in already making these types of investments could outpace us. Without these funds, we face critical shortfalls that threaten our ability to also simply pay our service members, rapidly replenish equipment and munitions, and sustain vital operations without disruption. This supplemental request serves two purposes: sustain our military readiness to meet this year's new demands, and accelerate critical capabilities to replace and augment those we have used in contingencies. But make no mistake, this is not a one-for-one replacement. We are upgrading and we are modernizing across the force. On the readiness front, we requested $21 billion. This will fund military pay, replace much of the equipment utilized during recent operations, sustain forward deployed forces, and grow personnel and strength while stabilizing mission.
Why does he keep saying military pay? You need more money for military pay when you got $1 trillion budget. You mean in $1 trillion budget, y'all didn't have enough to pay the military? What the fuck are you saying? Well, we know you didn't have enough to feed the military because we saw what you were feeding the military who are on duty in Iraq. We see you don't give a fuck about what you feed them. How do you not? How are you asking for more money and putting military pay down like we got to give them the money because we got to pay our military? You got $1 trillion budget. How much more do you need to pay our military? Is the military pay increasing? Well, let's see what increase you're giving our military to continue to ask for money for military pay when you got $1 trillion budget, bitch. Fuck you talking about. Our military pay, the fuck out of here.
Critical fueled shortfalls and supporting the National Guard. On the capability side,
would our military pay include that grand piano, that historic violin, that flute that you bought some fucking a 4-star admiral or general when you were fucking off that billions of dollars that you spent in when was it September of 2025, that all of these classical musical instruments that you bought for one 4-star admiral or something, is that considered military pay? Is that what we're talking about or not? When you was fucking off billions of dollars, talking about, well, if you don't use it, you'll lose it, when you know you wasn't going to lose it because your budget had already been increased to $1 trillion. So you had no good excuse to act like if you didn't use all of the $800 and some billion that the Pentagon had for a budget, because you know that the Pentagon budget had already been increased to $1 trillion. So there was no fucking excuse about, well, if we don't use it, we're going to lose it. So we better use all of this money. Fuck out of here. But the MAGA is dumb. MAGA is dumb, and they don't know any of this happened. So I can sit up here and I can put on a serious face, and I can talk in hyperbole, and MAGA will believe that I care about the troops. And when the first thing that I had to say when I heard that that more troops had died, this is the first thing that I had to put out is Godspeed. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya. Godspeed, heroes. Their sacrifice stiffens our resolve. That's all I had to say. Speaking of all he had to say, in his opening remarks, did you hear him say anything about the troops who died? Did you hear him say one fucking word about the troops who just recently died this weekend? Did you hear him say one fucking word? He's the head of the Pentagon. Did you hear him say one fucking word about the troops that just died. No, you didn't, because he gives zero fucks about them. No, you didn't hear him say shit about the troops that just died. Let's continue.
We requested $46 billion. These funds will expand production lines and accelerate delivery of high-demand munitions. We're talking about solid rocket motors, JDAMs, hypersonics, and counter-drone capabilities. Additionally, we will use this investment to secure digital and space dominance, including resilient satellite networks. Department leadership recognizes that appropriating those funds is just the first step. Once funds are appropriated, or portioned, to the department, we need to promptly execute on them. And that's why we're requesting targeted legislative authorities, like transfer authority, to prioritize our greatest needs and opportunities, multi-year procurement for weapon systems, revolutionizing the speed and scale of munitions procurement, and New START authorities. Rest assured that every dollar appropriated to the Department of War will be focused on building the lethality of our joint force and reinforcing peace through strength. As I have said before, not fully funding this department, the Department of War, and we know what that means, that means 1.5 trillion, given the world that we live in and the disaster of what the Biden administration budgets gave us. Not funding this department at 1.5 trillion, I believe, is the greatest threat that our nation faces. Either we invest in our warriors at this moment of step change on the battlefield and growing threats, or this is all just talk. I look forward to working with this committee to secure those funds so that our warfighters can continue to do their work every day to keep our great republic safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane.
Sure, Colin.
Compare and contrast. I want you to compare and contrast. Let's get into it.
Vice Chair Murray, distinguished members of this committee, I'm honored today to appear before you with Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rollins to testify on the Department of War's fiscal 2026 supplemental funding request. And I'll note I fondly remember my time at USDA earlier in my career where I had the chance to serve there. I'm also joined today by my senior enlisted advisor, SEAC Dave Isom. As always, I'm deeply grateful for this committee's continued partnership and support for our common defense. I'd like to begin by expressing my deep
I'd like to begin how?
Condolences and that of the Joint Chiefs. As always, I'm deeply grateful for this committee's continued partnership and support for our common defense. I'd like to begin by expressing my deep condolences and that of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the SEAC for the fallen from this past weekend and their families. Today, we remember First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, Sergeant Michael Swinton, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, and note that the names of our last fallen will be released when we can. I'm humbled daily by the profound commitment of the incredible 2.8 million Americans.
How many times is this going to have to happen? How many times is Raising Cain going to have to come out and pay homage to our fallen soldiers as this numbnut Pete Kegbreath cannot even think of paying respect to our fallen soldiers as he is the head of the Pentagon, and he never has the thought, as he has been shown up time and time again by not having the common decency to respect the fallen soldiers. How many times has this happened? Many times. Only Cain has been the one who has paid homage to our fallen soldiers. Pete Kegbreath is trash, in my opinion.
Just like these names that I've just mentioned, who make up our joint force and serve our nation every day. Also, on behalf of the Joint Force and the Joint Chiefs, I want to express my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of Senator Graham for their loss and all of you for the loss of your colleague. The Joint Force remains grateful for his 44 years of service, both in and out of uniform. There is no doubt he made a difference to the safety and security of our nation. On July 22nd, 1940, General George C. Marshall said, and I quote, "For almost 20 years, we had all of the time and almost none of the money. Today, we have all of the money and no time." His words resonate powerfully with me today as we find ourselves in a somewhat similar situation. I've come to you today to request the necessary funds while in the window of opportunity, while time is still on our side. The United States of America faces a global list of military challenges in the Middle East, in Europe, in the Pacific, both nuclear and non-nuclear challenges, and the continued threat of terrorism. We find ourselves living and leading in complex and dynamic times. Our adversaries are aligning in their interests, creating simultaneous challenges across multiple domains. They are sharing intelligence, combat capabilities, and technology that is accelerating the speed of war. It is an imperative that Americans understand that the character of war is changing. Advances in technology are fundamentally and irreversibly changing the way we fight, which necessitates capital to properly arm America's military. Rapid advancements in AI, autonomous systems, deliver critical technological advantages to our national defense and simultaneously introduce unprecedented strategic vulnerabilities and uncertainty across the world, to include right here at home. The low barrier to entry created by affordable, ubiquitous, unmanned systems means our adversaries, rogue actors, state and non-state actors, and violent extremists have access to disruptive and potentially lethal technologies at scale. We've seen this in Ukraine, and we must adopt elements of this fight for our future fights. Conflict is never confined neatly to the land, sea, or air domains. The modern battlefield stretches from the seabed up to cislunar space and beyond, cyberspace, and in the information domain, all at the same time. Our nation must be prepared to fight and win across all of them, all the time, all at once. In addition, the light speed at which information travels now has compressed our leaders' decision space, taking what was once days or weeks in World War II down to milliseconds. Your joint force must be ready because the United States military is America's greatest insurance policy. And I acknowledge all of us find it difficult at times to pay for insurance before we need it. But we must have insurance before the storm comes. The armed forces of the United States of America serves as our nation's ultimate safeguard and our insurance policy to preserve, protect, and defend our national interests, security.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the airhead. All she want to do is be at Mar-a-Lago parties, drunk and up in men's faces, and get her face pulled back.
For America and for let me begin with the bottom line up front. The United States Department of Agriculture is joining today the United States Department of War in a fight for America and for American flourishing. After all, defending America's ability to feed and fuel and clothe herself is defending America, full stop.
And America cannot feed, fuel, or feed, fuel, and whatever themselves. America can't do any of those things. It is under your guidance that we have the screwworm has come back under your guidance, that you're gonna come and talk about how you're doing so much to fight against the screwworm. Bitch, the screwworm came back under your fucking guidance, you fucking shrill.
This can be easily forgotten. For centuries, we built farms and ranches and transportation that fed not only America, but the world too. For a long time, that prosperity made America strong and made America safe. But across the past 100 years, and especially across the last administration, we took that source of strength in war and peace, our farms and our ranches and the communities that surrounded them, and we hollowed.
Especially the last 4 years, when Biden gave so many initiatives to farmers, while Trump gave Argentina all of this money, gave Argentina more money, Argentina farmers, Argentina ranchers, beef, Argentina cattle ranchers, more money than they gave America ranchers. Bitch, are you serious? Are you serious right now? When America has now she's going to talk about the 4 meat processing plants. Now, I've been talking to you about the 4 major meat processing plants that we have in the United States. And I think 3 of the 4 are foreign processing plants. I've been talking to you how United States American meat processors can't even process their meat and actually make it viable for them to even raise meat damn near anymore. Because they want to get rid of regulation. We want to get rid of regulation. We want to get rid of regulations, which allows for all of these big mergers, because they don't want to regulate anything. They want no regulations, and they want to allow these foreign companies to come in and buy up everything. And then this bitch is gonna come and act like she's helping the small farmer.
Them out. We made them weak, and we put them on the precipice of decline and extinction. We sent our food production overseas. In fact, 2023 was for the first time a significant net importer of our food for America. And in so doing, we replaced American production with massive amounts of imports. We allowed and even encouraged the consolidation of agriculture, seed production, processing, fertilizer, and beyond into massive industries at scale. Today, nearly 85% of our meat packing capacity is controlled by just 4 companies, including 2 that are foreign owned. Additionally, our largest pork company in America is owned by a China company, or China.
Yes, it is. And that largest food corporation owned by China, why is it that the United States allows an additive in its pork that China has banned, but the United States has not banned that substance in their pork in the United States? But you don't want to talk about that, do you? You don't want to talk about that as you talk in this false hoarse voice. What you got? You had too many dicks shoved down your throat as you're in Mar-a-Lago trying to act like you a young bitch because you got your face pulled back because your ears are at the nape of your motherfucking neck, bitch.
4 fertilizers in America now represent, 4 fertilizer companies now represent 78% of the production versus just a couple of decades ago, that was in the dozens. And 2 seed companies now produce more than 50% of the seed for America. These are national security implications. When President Trump returned to office, America's farm economy.
And you've been in over the Department of Agriculture for a year and a half. What have you done about it? You're saying that this is still persisting, and you've done what?
Economy faced one of the most difficult economic environments in decades. Between 2020 and 2025, the cost of seed rose 19%, crop protection rose 30%, fertilizer rose over 50%, fuel and oils rose nearly 33%.
Between 20 and 2025. 20 and 2025. 20 and 2025. So, when did it rise the most? In 2025? Well, would that be when your president put all of those tariffs on everything? Would that be when Elon Musk and Doge got rid of the USAID? When corn and soybeans was allowed to rot in silos when they were not being sold? Would that be during that time? Huh?
And electricity 36% and repair and maintenance 27%. As these costs climbed, commodity prices plummeted. Farm income fell by more than $90 billion from 2023 to 2024, representing one of the largest single-year declines.
How much did it fall in 2025? Because 2025 was the worst year. I noticed you don't have the numbers for 2025. How many farmers took their own lives in 2025 because their family farms had failed? I noticed you don't have those numbers, though.
In history. At the same time, producers saw not one new trade deal across the world, resulting in an unprecedented $50 billion agricultural trade deficit.
But Canada saw a whole lot of new trade deals. A whole lot of other countries saw a whole lot of agriculture trade deals because your president decided to just pull numbers out of his ass and put tariffs on these countries. And so a whole lot of other countries saw agriculture trade deals. You don't want to talk about that though, because you think we stupid, because you are.
American farmers deserve better, and our national security now demands it. As long as we are beholden to foreign and even hostile countries for our food and our fuel, our freedom is in jeopardy. Since my first day at USDA, we have been committed to addressing this crisis head on, in addition to implementing the historic working families tax cuts, thanks to so many in this room who worked so hard, moving $40 billion in disaster and economic assistance to producers across the country, securing 19 new trade deals, and decreasing that $50 billion agricultural trade deficit in 1 year by 42%. This year, our corn exports are expected to be at a record-breaking 35%, ethanol up 11%, dairy up 15%, and tree nuts up 11%. We are making progress, but we have a ways to go. Administrator Zeldin has secured the strongest renewable fuel standard volumes in history.
Tree nuts are up 11%. This bitch does look like a pro on nuts. This bitch is up here talking about what is up. And we are in the cusp, in the grip of a motherfucking shit virus, because they have pulled away the inspectors that inspect lettuce, because the Trump administration got a $1 million donation to his campaign. But she talking about nuts. Bitch, get nuts off of your fucking brain, bitch. Everybody don't fucking survive on nuts. If you stop gobbling so many nuts, you will understand that you are not qualified for this job, bitch.
And the president continues to support year-round E15 for our domestic markets. We have led robust responses to animal health threats, including HPAI and the New World Screwworm, and have reduced unnecessary.
You did what about the New World Screwworm? You ain't did shit about the new screwworm. We got the screwworm had been eradicated from the United States for 60 years. What has happened with the screwworm? Under you, bitch, the screwworm has now been reintroduced to the United States under you, bitch. You shouldn't even want to bring up the screwworm.
Necessary regulatory burdens and secured the strongest renewable fuel standard volumes in history, and the president continues to support year-round E15 for our domestic markets. We have led robust responses to animal health threats, including HPAI and the New World Screwworm, and have reduced unnecessary regulatory burdens and partnered with.
Well, if you had kept up the regulatory management, we would not have the screwworm. See, they always want to get rid of regulatory checks and balances, and you see what happens. They always want no regulations, and you see what happens. This is why we have regulations.
Producers to strengthen the domestic demand for American agriculture. These are lasting reforms and will change the trajectory of American agriculture for the future. The trade agreements will take time to fully execute and generate even more exports. The biofuel
Okay. Let's move forward. This bitch is just talking a whole lot of dumb shit. I don't want to see. I want to hear a shaky voice. Let's move here.
Thank you, Chair Collins. Secretary Hegseth, your department received $150 billion last year in the Republicans' Big Beautiful Bill. It also received a record $839 billion for fiscal year 2026, more money than you asked for last year. Combined, that is a $1 trillion budget for the year. And as I already mentioned, your department has yet to spend half of the reconciliation funds. And despite that, you are here today asking for tens of billions of dollars more for things that you've already asked for in your FY27 request or that have nothing to do with Iran. This administration has tried to sell this as an emergency request, but it may be better understood as an attempt to skirt the normal appropriations process. Here are just a few of the things requested in this Iran supplemental. $800 million for the National Guard to patrol DC even longer, over $1 billion for the Army to patrol the southern border, which is DHS's job, $900 million to support the administration's illegal boat strikes in the Caribbean, over $18 billion for munitions, which you've already requested in your FY27 budget request, and 1.7.
So you're trying to double dip. The Pentagon that hasn't passed an audit hasn't passed its past 8 audits, hasn't been able to account for over 63% of its money. Now he's asking for money twice for the same thing, when their budget is over $1 trillion, and we need $1.5 trillion to make America safe. Let that sink in.
Billion to pay billion for the Army to patrol the southern border, which is DHS's job, $900 million to support the administration's illegal boat strikes in the Caribbean, over $18 billion for munitions, which you've already requested in your FY27 budget request, and $1.7 billion to pay for your decision to recruit more people than the services need, which was not contemplated by the FY26 funding bill Congress recently passed. Now, you've already submitted a reprogramming request on this that our subcommittee is considering now, which really underscores the point I made in my opening remarks that the problem is not a lack of money, but poor planning. So I'll be blunt. The truth is your request does not make a lot of sense. So let me ask you a simple question. Why exactly are billions of dollars more for the National Guard and this administration's illegal strikes in the Caribbean urgently needed for the Iran war?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't, of course, agree with your characterization, but why this kind of...
Okay. What I want you to note also, the billions of dollars that are for securing the border. You may note that he doesn't even address that. That's going to come up later, where he's going to say they have requested a refund from DHS. But you notice it's going to have to come up twice before he finally dawns on him to say, oh, well, I've requested a refund from the Department of Homeland Security. Ain't going to come up right now, though.
Of spending is needed is because of the gross negligence and neglect of the Biden administration inside our department.
That's Biden's fault. It's Biden's fault. Let's go back. It's Biden's fault.
The National Guard and this administration's illegal strikes in the Caribbean urgently needed for the Iran war.
Well, Senator, I wouldn't, of course, agree with your characterization, but why this kind of spending is needed is because of the gross negligence and neglect of the Biden administration inside our department. Ran it like a bureaucracy, abandoned our strength posture around the world, so we're having to reestablish deterrence. You mentioned the end strength numbers, and I will acknowledge that we are ahead of schedule.
So Biden abandoned our strength posture around the world. So I ask you, what do you think the world looks at the United States as now? When people around the world look at the United States losing a war against Iran, being led by their nose around the world, paying for war, paying for anything Benjamin Netanyahu, for their munitions, for whoever they want to strike, and giving them their munitions for whoever they want to strike, and actually putting our people in harm's way to go to a war when they are told to by Benjamin Netanyahu. He wants you to believe that President Biden made us look weak around the world. So I ask you, who do you think made us look weak around the world? And I really want to ask you, with us using up all of our military strength, all of our munitions, do you think that we appear strong around the world? If something was to really happen to us, our sovereign nation, how do you think we will be able to protect ourselves? Do you think that other nations don't understand this? Oh, or do you think that are we supposed to play the pretend game when we are using munitions that it takes years to create, years to stockpile, and we have blown them off for absolutely no reason at all? Oh, but we're supposed to have faith in the Trump boys because they're building drones, and we're supposed to have faith in AI because AI in the tech boys who wants to make billions in the Pentagon, and we're supposed to have faith in that because we didn't want to give Ukraine the money to fight Putin because our president respects Vladimir Putin, and he's such a dictator. And so Pete Kegbreath, when he got the word that he was supposed to send arms to Ukraine, he just said, fuck it, I'm not sending them anything. And God, and we thought that our allies, Ukraine, we thought that they were going to crumble and fall, and Ukraine made a way out of no way. And now, here we are, we're trying to take the stance, say, hey, we're going to do what Ukraine did, even though we tried to fuck Ukraine. And now we're trying to take the stance of we're going to do what Ukraine do, and we're in a new era of war fighting, and we're going to use drones. Oh, they're going to talk about Ukraine too. They're going to talk about Ukraine too.
On end strength in recruiting, 8,000 in the Navy, 6,000 in the Army, 4,000 we around our department, ran it like a bureaucracy, abandoned our strength posture around the world. So we're having to reestablish deterrence. You mentioned the end strength numbers, and I will acknowledge that we are ahead of schedule on end strength in recruiting, 8,000 in the Navy, 6,000 in the Army, 4,000 in the Air Force. Because under President Trump, there's been record and historic over 30-year recruiting records inside our department since he won the election, because the American people didn't want to sign up for what Joe Biden was providing our military. And they want to sign up for what President Trump is doing in his leadership. And so
America, y'all want to sign up for this? Americans, do you guys want to sign up for this military? I'm asking. Raise your hands. Americans, thumbs up and thumbs down. Do you want to sign up for this? Do you want your children to sign up for this military and this leadership in this military? Can I get some answers in the chat? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Do you want your children to be under the leadership of this military? Can I get some answers in the chat? Thumbs up or thumbs down, please. Thank you. I'm just curious. I just want to know. I got one answer. I got 90 people in the chat. Can I get some answers? Do you guys want to yourselves or your children to be under the leadership of this president and this military leadership? I'm just curious. Do you want to be at the whim of this president? Oh, we've already won the war. Basically, we already won the war. They're begging us for a deal. Oh, we have this memorandum of understanding. Oh, I don't care if we have a deal or not. Oh, well, we need our European leaders to help us out, and I don't care if they help us out or not. We really don't need them. Do you want to be in the military under this leadership or not? No answers? Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue. Thank you.
Those are good problems to have that we need to fund, and a reflection of momentum. And this budget will allow us to continue the kind of momentum that gets us ahead.
My point is that a lot of this request does not feel like an emergency. And let me move on. Secretary Hegseth, like most Americans, I've had a lot of trouble following this administration's contradictory statements about the war. On April 8th, you said, and I quote, "Their missile program is functionally destroyed, launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated and almost completely ineffective." Mr. Secretary, Iran has been firing at U.S. military bases in the region and its ships for the last week. How is it possible, if their capabilities were, quote, functionally destroyed 3 months earlier, as she claimed, for them to be doing this now?
Senator, Iran is at the weakest point militarily it has ever been in the past decade, certainly maybe in 47 years, as they've gathered effectively a terror army. And that terror army was built to try to create conventional capabilities to defend against a pursuit of nuclear weapons, which meant thousands of ballistic missiles.
He sounds stupid. He sounds absolutely stupid. You are sitting in front of the Senate trying to get more money, sitting up here stuttering and stammering, and in a losing position and posturing, and the world see it for what it is. And you're talking about them being terrorists when you attack them. You attack them. They didn't attack you, and they didn't attack anyone else. You attacked them.
Many of which we have destroyed, others of which they have put inside facilities and hidden in underground facilities. And that's what terror regimes would do. So I acknowledge they still have capabilities, no doubt.
That's what terror regimes would do. They can put their fucking military equipment wherever the fuck they want to put it. You got yours over in the UAE, Bahrain. You got your shit wherever the fuck you want yours. They can put theirs wherever the fuck they want theirs. What they supposed to leave theirs in the open to get struck like you dumb motherfuckers left your military equipment sitting out on runways, and you're mad because Iran struck it? That military equipment that you don't want to talk about? You want to pretend like that didn't happen?
But the amount of damage that we've done to them over the course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever been.
Okay, well, let me move on. On May 5th, you claimed that Iran doesn't control the strait, and you said that there was a, quote, powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. If that was true, how did Iran shrink ship traffic in the strait to a trickle again last week?
We pushed almost, I believe, between 400 and 500 million barrels of oil under the nose of Iran over the course of Project Freedom, which went underground, which I acknowledged after we did so covertly because it was.
Okay. What you just said don't make no sense. What her question was, let's review her question again.
If that was true, how did Iran
the amount of damage that we've done to them over the course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever been.
Okay, well, let me move on. On May 5th, you claimed that Iran doesn't control the strait, and you said that there was a, quote, powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. If that was true,
Iran doesn't control the strait, and there's a powerful red, white, and blue banner above the strait. Okay, that's what he said. So if that is true,
how did Iran shrink ship traffic in the strait to a trickle again last week?
We pushed almost.
How did Iran shrink the ship traffic to a trickle? Huh? Listen to this dumb answer.
I believe between 400 and 500 million barrels of oil under the nose of Iran over the course of Project Freedom, which went underground, which I acknowledged after we did so covertly because it was more effective to do so quietly than to do so publicly. So we've been.
We snuck the oil out covertly because it was easier to sneak it out. Well, if you are in control of the strait, and if there is a red, white, and blue banner flying over the strait, why would you have to do it that way? You sound like a fucking fool. You sound like a fucking fool. We own the strait, but I think we snuck out over 500 million barrels of oil, but we did it covertly because it was easier to do it. No, it's not easier to do it that way. If you own the strait, bitch, fuck you talking about? And who the fuck you think you talking about it to? A fool? A MAGA voter? Who you think you talking to? A dummy? A MAGA voter? No, you ain't talking to a dummy, a MAGA voter.
acknowledged after we did so covertly because it was more effective to do so quietly than to do so publicly. So we've been in control of moving traffic through there for quite some time. Will they
but it
retain the
has
ability
to-
to recklessly shoot at commercial shipping? And that's what happened. We had a ceasefire and then they shot at commercial shipping.
Well, you
recklessly
also
as a state.
said at
That's
that
what changed it.
same press.
We had a ceasefire, but they shot at commercial vessels recklessly. You didn't have a ceasefire. You had a memorandum of understanding. And what was in the memorandum of understanding? It was understood that anybody going through the Strait of Hormuz had to get the route approved by Iran. And if they didn't get the route approved by Iran, they were going to get struck. What is so hard to understand about that memorandum of understanding? The fuck you talking about? That was y'all's agreement. But y'all tried to circumvent around your own memorandum of understanding and do some sneaky shit. And then you tried to blame them for not letting you do some sneaky shit that was not in the memorandum of understanding and tried to say that they broke the memorandum of understanding. Just the same way why you trying to say that they are terrorists because they decide to put their weapons wherever they choose to put them, and you want to call them terrorists, and when you were the ones who attacked them, and you calling them terrorists. Let's understand. Let's be real clear on this. Today there is going to be a vote if the United States is going to connect all of their intelligence of their military with Israel. And it is most likely going to go through. Now, there was a man who gave up all of the United States nuclear information. Now, that man was, this was years ago, something like over 40 years ago. That man was deemed to be a traitor. He was flown back to Israel as a hero, but nothing actually was done to him. He was deemed to be a hero to Israel. Now, your military, your government is about to commingle the United States military, all of our sovereignty, with the Israeli military. Now, what does that mean? It means exactly what you see the IDF does in Palestine. Our military is already doing in Iran. Our military is already striking domestic sites, desalination plants, striking bridges. They are making excuses, talking about if it's a coal use desalination plants, which means we're saying that it may be for the regular population to use, but if the military use it too, they're human shields for the military. They're using the same verbiage that you have heard that has been used in Palestine. So this is what your U.S. military is already starting to do when it comes to Iran. You will hear it being used. I want you to listen for it being used. So this is what your government is about to vote for today. And there is going to be no ability to add amendments to this bill that they are voting on today. And I do want you to know that there are also a lot of Democrats who are on board with this bill. Understand that Benjamin Netanyahu has a arrest warrant out for his arrest for war crimes. So we're not gonna play this game like we are doing anything any different. We're not gonna play this game like we don't know why we are in this war in the first place, because there have been so many shifting narratives. Can anybody tell me in the chat, why are we at war with Iran? All of this, we have to make sure Iran doesn't ever have a nuclear weapon. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because Tulsi Gabbard already told you that. Now, she was over to the DNI. She already told you that they had no nuclear war, no nuclear program. Joe Kent already told you that they had no nuclear program. Tulsi Gabbard was over all of the 18 intelligence agencies of the United States. They already told you this. But 4547 comes out and tells you, well, we just got to make sure that they would never have one, and has offered you no proof, no anything. Has never even tried to pretend like he was going to offer you any proof that they had restarted any nuclear program. But you just got people chomping at the bit. Oh yeah, we got to make sure. Oh yeah, they say death to America. Oh yeah. Tulsi Gabbard, who was over the DNI, told you that they had no nuclear program. So let's continue.
Conference, and I'm going to quote you. You urged Iran to, quote, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. Last week, President Trump said the U.S. would charge a 20% toll to each ship to pass through the state. So based on your opposition to tolls, did you talk to the president out of that idea, or did someone else?
Iran's not charging tolls, and they're shooting at ships right now.
But Trump said that he wanted to charge a 20% toll.
We have a blockade right now of all Iranian ships and Iranian ports, and it's effective.
My time is out.
You notice he had no comment on the fact that his own president said that he wanted to charge a 20% toll. Iran can't charge a toll. They can't charge a toll. And Trump came right back and said Trump said, well, maybe we can share a toll. Maybe we can run this straight together and we can share a toll. And then he came right out and said, oh, well, I'm going to run the toll and I'll be over. It'll be the Trump straight. And I'll charge a 20% toll on all ships that go through. Just a whole warlord. But Pete Kegbreath has nothing to say about that. Let's continue.
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you all for being here.
Now, this is a Republican. I'm shocked that Lisa Murkowski went hard on him. I'm not going to interrupt. I'll let her go.
Challenging times. I think we all recognize that. Secretary Hegseth, I want to ask just specific to Iran authorization. The administration has made the case that the action in Iran falls under the president's Article 2 authorities, and we can have disagreement. Reasonable people can disagree about the boundaries of the presidential war powers, and have for a long period of time. But I look at the war powers resolution, and it's not ambiguous. It requires the president to terminate hostilities within 60 days, absent congressional authorization. So hostilities began February 28th. May 1st, Congress was informed that hostilities had ended, but yet despite the fact that hostilities had ended, we were still seeing sailors being fired upon still activity. Then in June, a MOU is signed to preserve the ceasefire while negotiations continue. That MOU has now collapsed, and we're seeing the resumed attacks in the Straits of Hormuz. On July 10, the administration sends Congress a new war powers notification, effectively restarting the 60-day clock again. So I'm concerned about this sequence because you have a situation where the claim essentially allows the president to extinguish the war powers clock just at the moment that it becomes legally inconvenient through declaration of temporary ceasefire, then it's reset, avoiding the congressional authorization that the Constitution requires and the war powers intends. So we had an opportunity in previous appropriations hearing for me to ask if you felt the administration had all the authority that it needed. You indicated at that time that no, additional authority was not needed. Is the administration still taking that position about needing no authorization from Congress at this time?
Senator, I know there's a long-standing legal debate on this particular topic, but we certainly as a department share the position of the White House that we have all the authorities necessary at this moment.
So let me just kind of do a follow-on. In the Clinton administration, this is 1999, there was an operation that was launched, Operation Allied Force, NATO airstrikes against Yugoslavia. There was not a prior congressional authorization that was sought. President Clinton notified Congress under the War Powers Resolution, and then subsequent to that, sent Congress an emergency supplemental funding request. It was about $6 billion to cover the cost of Kosovo operations. Congress then passed a supplemental package that covered the president's request plus additional military funding. But Congress never passed a standalone authorization for use of military force in Kosovo. When the war powers clock was set to run out then in May of 1999, the Clinton Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel issued an opinion holding that the supplemental appropriation itself, passed without any authorizing language, satisfied the war powers resolution requirement. So is the department looking to that or intending to rely on that same reasoning that funding alone can substitute for explicit congressional authorization?
Senator, I would have to defer to our legal department, and we'll get back to you with our views on that. But as of right now, we think standalone Article 2 authorities exist for us to conduct this operation on behalf of the defense. To the American people that the president has those authorities, and seeking this funding is important in pursuit of that and our $1.5 trillion budget. But I wouldn't connect the two without consulting with our legal folks first.
In my remaining time, let me turn to you.
Of course, that's what they were going to do.
Secretary Rollins, I appreciate that you have acknowledged that fishermen are farmers of the sea. I don't know whether you are aware whether any fishermen will be
no. Notice she's gonna. Yes, I say the cue phrases, but I have done nothing to quantify them being farmers of the sea. Thus, help them get any farm aid.
eligible for any of the supplemental funding. They too have faced many of the same challenges that our farmers have with high fuel costs, the impact from tariffs, disasters that we have seen. In the 15 seconds remaining, any help for our fishermen?
Well, I remember having the conversation with you when we were going through the process, and my commitment to you and to Senator Collins and some of our others on the across the aisle.
Word salad, take up all of the 15 seconds so I don't have to answer the question. No, I have not done anything. We're working on that and we're getting that started. And no, we haven't done anything about that. I just said that so it would sound cute and it sound like I was agreeing with you and I was going to do something about it, but I haven't done shit. That's the answer.
Was that it's time for USDA to recognize our fishermen as part of our farmers of the sea. That's never happened before. We now have an office at USDA focused on fishermen. And so I think as you all move forward with the supplemental, the conversation, obviously up to you all what that looks like, but very supportive of treating our fishermen similarly to the rest of our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Was that a long no? Was that a long we ain't did shit? We now have an office. We now have an office. We are building a new building to breed to breed the flies, the sterile flies for the screw fly outbreak, and we'll have that building built pretty soon so we can breed sterile flies. We have to build a whole new building to eradicate the screw fly that hasn't been in the United States in 60 years, but under my tutelage of the USDA and the deregulation that we Republicans love to do, we now have a screw fly outbreak. And to handle it, we have to build a whole new building that will take God knows however. We don't have a building in the whole United States where we can fucking have some fucking maggots grow. This bitch is a fucking piece of work.
Thank you. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask you to help me reconcile some numbers. It's my understanding that this whole supplemental funding request is $87.6 billion, and most of the funding, $67 billion, is for the Department of Defense. Yet we are told the Department of Defense still has $75 billion in unobligated funding from last year's reconciliation package. Is that true?
Roughly correct numbers, yes.
So you left some change on the dresser before you prepared to come for this hearing. What's going to happen to that $75 billion?
Well, that 75 is, there's plans and designs on that, part of the rebuild of our military, which had to be undertaken. And so the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us specific avenues. I'd have to get you the exact numbers of what that is left to be allocated.
Does it have to do with the war in Iran?
No, this is rebuilding our military from what was not funded in the past under the Biden administration. So this is from 2026, One Big Beautiful Bill, which helped move the president's priorities like Golden Dome for America, move away from all the woke priorities of what the Biden administration was pursuing, give us a chance to start cutting these deals on munitions, all the things that the president wanted us to focus on: shipbuilding, hypersonics. I mean, the Biden administration ignored hypersonics. They just decided to pretend like that technology didn't exist and we shouldn't invest in it. There are things. I don't know what Lloyd Austin did for 4 years. I really don't. Well, sure. The amount of neglect, the amount of stale thinking and bureaucracy, it was staggering when we took over. So One Big Beautiful Bill gave us a chance to get caught back up. Let me interrupt your speech
for a minute, Mr. Secretary. It's my turn to ask questions. I've been listening patiently while you made your presentation. You estimated at one point that the cost of the war in Iran was $29 billion, but then added a caveat that there was a replacement of munitions, for example. Do you have a new estimate about what the war has cost us so far in the 5th month of the first year of this war in Iran?
Senator, the estimate we have as of today is $37.5 billion.
And is the current activity, which we've been told about, the exchange of fire back and forth in Iran, an indication that number is going to go up in the months ahead?
Some of that number captures additional O&M, mill pay, and other that would be anticipated through the fiscal year. So some of that anticipates what costs would be going out in the future as well.
So the new number you've given me is what?
$37.5 billion.
And that represents the cost of the war through what period of time?
Through now for certain aspects of it, but also mill pay, O&M, other anticipated costs through September 30th, Senator.
General Kane, let me ask you a question. I joined a group of senators, some are here, Senator Rounds, Senator Coons, Senator Shaheen, and met with President Zelensky in Turkey during the NATO summit. He was very explicit in terms of what he needed to win. He feels the momentum in Ukraine is moving to his side, and that he is putting a foot forward instead of back. Is that your feeling?
Sir, I think the pressure that Ukraine is putting on Russia is substantive at this point.
Do you acknowledge his request that we help them with air defenses as a high priority?
Sure, I know he's made the request. Whether or not that moves forward is always a debate at our civilian leadership, but I'm aware of that request.
Are you aware of the fact that we appropriated and the president signed into law $400 billion of supplemental funding for Ukraine, including money for air defenses?
I am, sir.
Are you also aware the administration has informed us that that money will not be available in many aspects until the next president is in office?
Sir, I'm not aware of that. My understanding was that capital had been allocated, but I'll have to defer to my civilian leadership.
No, I'm sorry to tell you the pay plan tells us to be prepared to spend that money in fiscal year 29. The new president, whoever it may be, will make that decision. If you're talking about air defenses and the momentum on the side of Zelensky, what impact will it have if we cannot fund this for 3 years?
Sure, I want to highlight that the incredible work that the Ukraine industrial base is doing as they scale their own capabilities. It ranges from their surface-to-air capabilities to their air-to-air capabilities. I'll note that recently we had the first air-to-air kill where a Ukrainian F-16 shot down a Russian fighter. So I think their ability to scale their layered defense has come along a long way over the past couple years with the help and assistance of many.
General, thank you for your service to the country, and I'm sorry for our losses. I believe 17 servicemen have given their lives in Iran so far, and hundreds have been injured. We should acknowledge that fact. And let me also say, we're at a moment in history where we can win the war in Ukraine. That victory would be critically important for those people who have fought for more than 4 years against the odds and proven they can put Putin back on his heels. But instead of finding the money that they need now for air defenses, we're putting more money into this exchange with Iran, a war of choice, which we never should have entered. Thank you, General.
Senator Moran.
Chairman Collins, thank you very much. Let me first begin with just a statement to you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your attention to disaster assistance. Hugely significant and important in many states represented here, but across the country. And it is as challenging circumstances as I've seen farmers in my time and representing them in the United States Congress. And I appreciate my colleague, Senator Rounds, for making that case today. I appreciate the efforts by Senator Bozeman, the chairman of the Ag Committee, and Senator Rounds and his Vice Chairman Shaheen for their efforts here on this committee for that effort. Secretary Hegseth, let me ask you about your recent visit to the 101st Airborne Division. You saw the MV-75 Cheyenne. You saw it firsthand and heard from soldiers, as I understand it, about the next generation capabilities. They will transform the way we fight. The Cheyenne has broken through, and it appears to me, in the acquisition bureaucracy to deliver a capability for our war fighting much faster than it otherwise would have happened. As you look across acquisition, I mean, we're here talking about appropriations, but the ultimate success we'll have in defending our country is putting that money to work as quickly as possible. So as you look at acquisition, what would you tell me we learned from the Cheyenne? Is it a model how the department can, it intends to field the
I ain't learned shit from the Cheyenne. What I did just learn, you see, your Congress has appropriated money for to help Ukraine, but mysteriously, they will not be getting that money under your current president. We know that mysteriously, Pete Kegbreath, you unilaterally kept some weapons away from Ukraine, and when they found out who had done it, then he had to turn around and send the weapons to Ukraine already sometime last year. So what is going on with us helping our allies, or are we helping Russia? You know, Russia, who we spread out the red carpet, had our servicemen on their hands and knees rolling out the red carpet for Russia as we gave Zelensky a verbal tongue lashing in the White House. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that. Of course you remember that. Let's move on. Oh, somebody said something in the chat. Somebody said something in the chat. Hold on. I wanted to highlight somebody. Hold on 1 second. I wanted to highlight. Yes, the Red Sea. Yes, the Houthis have the Bab Strait, have closed the Bab Strait. We're going to talk about that as well. Now, the Houthis, all of this, we're going to go over that. Sabi Sab had someone on her channel to explain all of that. See, while we may not get any oil going through the Strait of Hormuz, the United States does get oil that comes from Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia can bypass the Strait of Hormuz because they can go through the Bab Strait and get their oil to the United States. We get oil from Saudi Arabia, but the Houthis have decided that they're going to close down that strait. Like I say, the United States have between 40 and 43 days of their emergency reserve oil. That's it. That is it. And nobody has been talking about that. Nobody has been warning about that because they have been trying to keep America calm, trying to make it seem like, oh, it's nothing to worry about. Oh, it's business as usual. Oh, we're doing fine. The war is going great, as they have been depleting our emergency oil reserve. We have about 43 days. Like I tell you, you better make sure you have some small amounts of cash, a large amount of small denomination of cash available to you. You better make sure you have some personal protection available to you. You better make sure that you have some type of generator, preferably a solar generator. You better make sure that you have something, some food available to you, non-perishable food. You better make sure that you have plenty, and I mean plenty of water to sustain you and to cleanse yourself. Things may be about to get hectic here in the United States. And your media is not telling you about it because, hey, you know, millionaires and billionaires are still making money on these bets. Even the person that runs Trump's teleprompter is making bets on what he's going to what your president is going to be talking about it. I mean, it's just con jobs going on all across America. People are getting rich on the simplest things, and you're not in on any of this because big billionaires own all of the media. That is why independent media is so important. That is why it is not so good for everything to be bought and paid by one big corporation. That is why it is better to have smaller companies. It is not good for one company to own everything. You need choice. You need truth. You don't need some story that someone decides that this is the only news you're going to get. That is why your president is arresting, putting out subpoenas to people's homes and arresting people who are giving the real news instead of subpoenaing their company. He's sending cops to their homes for writing news stories, not their companies. So just be aware of that. Now, somebody said something. No, they're all not going to lie. They're all not going to lie. See, because some people have a reason to lie because they profit off of the lie. Some people just want the truth to be out. Believe you me, some people just want to tell you the truth because some people have a lot to lose and some people have nothing to lose. Some people are out here like this trying to tell you how to be a man's man, and some of you are out here believing this, and you'll sit up and call yourself believing these people who are telling you how to be a tough guy and how what it is to be a Trump man and all of this type of stuff, and have you out here looking like this. Have you out here looking like this. So you believe what you want to believe, but the chickens are coming home to roost, baby. That's all I got to tell you. The chickens are coming home to roost. So let's get back into Let's get back into what we were talking about. I'm gonna go past him because he's boring. It's gonna get good. Oh, of course, it's gonna get good right now.
Secretary Rollins, I just want to reiterate a point that Senator Padilla made. We have $10 billion in this request for Midwestern farmers who are suffering because of the interruption of fuel and fertilizers because of the President Trump's war, unauthorized war. Yet, many states, blue states particularly, have submitted requests. Rhode Island has one. February, we had the worst snowstorm in our recent history, and we've been denied by the president. In fact, if you look at the numbers, 20% of blue states seem to get approved and about 80% of red states. I'm making a point, not asking a question. This is unfair.
20% of blue states get approved for their emergency, for the emergencies that happens in their states, while 80% of red states get approved. I'm making a point. I'm not asking a question, so shut the fuck up. Let's continue.
Thank you. Secretary Hegseth, on February 28th, when you initiated this war without authorization from Congress, the Straits of Hormuz was open and providing vital fuel supplies for the whole world. Now they're closed effectively, impacting globally the price of oil and the economies of the whole world. But the Department of Defense has been planning for potential operations against Iran for many, many years. And one of their obvious assumptions was that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed. Were you unaware of that?
Senator, you are correct. Nobody plans more and looks at more contingencies than our department. And so, of course, undertaking a historic effort like this, of this scope and scale, of course, the Strait of Hormuz was front and center in every single aspect of that. Hence why one of our key objectives to begin with was to sink the entirety of Iran's Navy, which its conventional Navy was sunk. Now, you can't get rid of every single fast boat and every single machine gun and a fast boat or every single coastal cruise missile. So we acknowledge that if the state decided to become a terror state shooting at commercial shipping, that would be an ongoing and contested part of the battle, to include their willingness to mine international waters. So one side weaponized the strait, and we've been fighting back.
Completely aware that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed, and obviously sinking their ships has not affected their ability to effectively close the straits.
We had U.S. boats that surrendered to Iranian ships under the Biden administration, so their Navy was effective in
We're
expeditionary
talking
ways in the
about a
past.
war you started, not a situation in which oil was flowing freely. There was no conflict. We weren't losing personnel as a result of Iranian actions. So your fallback to the Biden administration is just a very, very obvious excuse for what I think is probably, as you described so often, gross negligence. You did not fully inform.
Gross negligence. Full gross negligence. Now, when we talk about the facts of your failures, you want to talk about Biden. Biden wasn't in a war in the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. What? Now, Biden was making strikes on in the Red Sea. There were some strikes going on in the Red Sea against the Houthis. Why were the Houthis striking, and whom were they striking in the Red Sea? They were striking ships going through the Red Sea. And why were the Houthis doing strikes in the Red Sea? Y'all, let's go back. Let's go way back to the start of this administration, where Pete Kegbreath with his dumb ass, and J.D. Vance and Susie Wiles and Tulsi Gabbard, and whom else was it? The other guy who lost his position, who was searching for a black dick on Grindr. What is his name? He's some ambassador somewhere. I forget his name. Married to someone. Married to a woman. I forget his name. Anyway, they were on the Signal, the unsecure Signal app, using something that we were unfamiliar with at the time. They were using some type of technology that followed people from the war zone, and that alerted alerted the military when the people had left the war zone and arrived to their homes. It was used in Palestine. They called it Daddy's home. Uh, it's kind of familiar. The thing that they use in Palestine, a Peter Thiel tool, Daddy's home, and they had another thing called lavender that they used. Way before we ever heard of anything like that. Well, back then, way January or February, when they did the strikes in Yemen, where Pete Kegbreath and all of them were on the line, and they said, he just went into his girlfriend's house, and then they blew up the girlfriend house with the girlfriend inside. They waited until they got to the girlfriend house, and they said what time the strikes was going to happen, and Pete Kegbreath was telling you exactly what time the strike was going to happen. Now understand that Yemen actually had anti-aircraft machinery where they could have actually shot these aircraft out of the sky. But Pete Kegbreath and Susie Wiles and your vice president was on this unsecure app giving the exact time where they were going to make these strikes. And God knows how they knew exactly when that man walked in the door. Palantir is in all of our Pentagon and all. I don't know. I can't say it was Palantir, but I'm just telling you what happened in the call, how the call went, and we later find out that Israel was using this technology that they call Daddy's home. So, was your military using this technology long before you even knew what this technology was, is what I'm asking you. On the day that you find out that your military is about to collide, is about to, your Congress is about to vote on whether your military and Israeli military is about to combine into one. I'm asking you. Anyway, so why were they over there? Why were they striking these people in Yemen in the first place? Why was Yemen striking boats over in the Red Sea in the first place? Because Yemen was protesting what was going on in Palestine, and they were trying to prevent boats from supplying Israel. That's why the strikes were going on in Yemen. See, I was reporting on this way back when it was happening. Way back when nobody was paying attention to what was going on in Palestine. Nobody gave a fuck about what was going on in Palestine. Nobody understood, well, why should we give a fuck about these people being struck in Yemen when Pete Kegbreath was coming out there talking about, Joe Biden is just giving them love taps, but we're going in there and we're going to strike them so hard and we're going to strike them. And Pete Kegbreath had to have an aircraft carrier, had to turn around so quick, running from bombs that Yemen was shooting at an aircraft carrier. That aircraft carrier had to turn on his fucking rudder so quickly that two fucking aircraft flew off the fucking deck of the fucking aircraft carrier into the Red Sea. They lost two aircraft carriers because they was hauling ass from those Yemeni fighters. But they tried to pretend like it was no big thing. And then what happened to the big fight in Yemen? Your president came out and said, the Yemen fighters said that they're done fighting. It was supposed to be a whole big brouhaha going on in Yemen. And then one day, your president came out and said, well, the Yemen fighters said that they're done fighting. They're done with us, and they don't want to fight anymore. And that's how that ended. But when they were fighting, they were telling you that the Yemen fighters were being propped up by Iran. Now the Yemen fighters are proxies of Iran. No doubt. They are proxies of Iran. And what happened? They ran the United States out of the Red Sea. That's what happened. That is what happened. And to save face, your president told you that the Yemen fighters said that they were done fighting and they didn't want to fight anymore. I don't know who's wrong or right. I don't want to fight no more. Your president did a Tina Turner on you. Said they don't want to fight no more. Time for letting go. Yeah, that's what your president told you. But Yemen is now closing the Bahamam Straits. Now we're gonna hear a real professional tell you about what this implies and how this is really going to shut off the Middle East and the trading in the Middle East, and how this is really going to affect Israel as well. So we're gonna go over there and check out. I forget William. I think his William. I can't remember his name. He was under Colin Powell, Wilkerson. He was under Colin Powell. I saw him on Savvy Sav yesterday. I want him to that all of this is locked up, and there will be no oil coming out of Saudi Arabia to save the United States. And what is this going to do with China? Now, understand that China has a lot of renewable energy. Unlike the dumb United States, where nobody wants to see windmills. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. China has electric cars and a far more advanced electric cars. But your president wants to give back to his big buddies in the oil industry. So what will the United States have to fall back on? And how is this going to affect the US dollar? You know, the thing that oil is traded under, the dollar. How is this going to prop up BRICS? You know, BRICS that nobody talks to you about. How is this going to prop up BRICS and kill the US dollar? No, nobody talks to you about that. BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China. China and South Africa. How they have been setting their trade up where they trade in their own money. Why is it that China just bought a big swath of gold? Why have all of those people in the big BRICS nations, which has grown substantially, all of these nations which trade amongst each other, and is forever growing, and who's trading with the United States? As your president is talking about putting tariffs on this one, and nobody gives a fuck because nobody wants to trade with us. Everybody is trying to fall over themselves to join the BRICS and trade with the BRICS because they can trade with their own money, and they can trade with this thing called gold. Because what is the dollar to them? Something to wipe their ass with and shit on at this point. Yeah, but y'all don't know anything about that because your media isn't telling you anything about that. Why is your president trying to prop up some alternative currency, this crypto bullshit? These stable coins and all of this shit, because the dollar is dying, as is the American influence across the world. That's just what I get out of it. Let's continue.
The president that you would be in a situation where the Strait of Hormuz could be effectively closed, oil prices could surge as a result of Iranian actions. So your fallback to the Biden administration is just a very, very obvious excuse for what I think is probably, as you described so often, gross negligence. You did not fully inform the president that you would be in a situation where the Strait of Hormuz could be effectively closed, oil prices could surge, and effectively the Iranians could maintain their ability to strike back as they are right now. They just killed some of our servicemen last weekend.
This battlefield and all the dynamics of it, of which the chairman and I are responsible for ensuring the president understands every branch and sequel of what could happen, and we did.
So
the fact that those contingencies all were part of the possibility and we understood that is all the more reason why President Trump deserves the kind of praise he should get for undertaking this effort, having the courage to ensure that crazy Islamists can't have a nuclear weapon to hold us at issue. And he's been willing to stay committed to that regardless of the challenges.
Excuse me. So he should be praised. He should be praised for starting a war without authority, creating a situation in which the world economy is suffering tremendously. We have to have extra money for our farmers, and we have no outcome, at least no realistic outcome in sight yet. Let me switch to General Kane. General Kane, these airstrikes have not yet deterred and defeated the Iranians. Do you think airstrikes alone will do that?
So I think academically, as you look across the totality of history, air power's got limits, and we always have to be mindful of those. I think where America's area of exclusivity is when we bring the totality of the diplomatic, informational, economic, and pair that with the military, and there's a lot of that work going on.
Well, the military, the next step would be escalation by ground combat. Do you anticipate that escalation?
Sir, I think it'd be unhelpful for me to opine on hypotheticals. What I can tell you is we always develop an unbelievable amount of options and the associated risks. And then my main job is to always ensure that leaders understand those options and the risks.
Now, if you employ ground troops to seize objectives, which I would assume would be the first stage, are you prepared for an extended guerrilla war, which would likely happen in that area?
Sir, with all due respect, I think it'd be unhelpful for me to opine on hypothetical situations on whatever decisions the president may or may not take in the future.
Have you advised the president that a ground combat would be very expensive in the lives of our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and also could probably lead to an extended unconventional war in that area? I don't see the Iranians sort of throwing their hands up saying, welcome to Iran.
Senator, I always advise the president on a range of military options and all of the risks that are contained within that. But I have to keep my military advice to the president private, sir.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Rollins, I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank you for including farm bridge assistance in this supplemental request. I know I've worked very hard to get included. I know you have worked very hard to get included, and I want to thank you and your whole department for your work on it and for this vital support of our farmers and ranchers. What I want to ask you about, though, is actually crop insurance. The number one risk management tool that our farmers have is crop insurance, and the buy-up option.
So he's about to ask her about crop insurance that has been depleted. And this bitch, we're working on that, and yes, I understand that is very important, and we're gonna get back to you on that. And you can stop by my office anytime. And they have depleted. People are losing out on crop insurance at a time where people were unable to plant their crops because we are in a war, and people were unable to afford fertilizer when it came time to plant their crops. Understand this, but that's not Biden's fault.
Is critically important. It covers 67 million acres, 67 million acres of farmland in this country. It was decommissioned, and we need to get reinstated. Again, you and I both worked very hard on this. Please update me on where we are in terms of getting that buy-up option for crop insurance reinstated.
We are 100% supportive of that and are moving forward to execute that buy-up option. Thank you for your leadership on that, Senator.
Thank you for your support. Also, Secretary.
We are working on it. We're working on it. Notice how she's always working on, but she has never completed anything. Nothing.
Assistant Secretary Fortis for his support. It's very impactful, very important, and will make a big difference for our farmers right now. So thank you for that. Secretary Hegseth.
Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. We're not going to play these games.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Hegseth, since you last testified before this committee, we finally received the spend plan for the $400 million FY26 appropriation for Ukraine security assistance. This funding was passed back in January, and now there are only 3 months left in this fiscal year. And while I appreciate that we now see what most of the funding is intended for, I just heard from the CEO of one of the manufacturers of the defense articles that are contained in the spend plan that they not only haven't received funding, but they haven't even seen a contract. So when are we going to see a contract?
The spend plan for $400 million. That was approved in January. We finally just see it here in the end of July. You finally got it to us. No contract, no information.
For those defense articles that are contained in the spend plan for Iraq. Or I'm sorry, for Ukraine.
For Ukraine. Senator, I'll have to get back to you on the specifics of the timeline of that. I'll talk to our policy shop as well as the UConn.
I have to get back to you on that. Let's say 2029. Didn't you hear, were you not in the room when they said they're not going to spend anything in Ukraine until 2029? It's 2029. That's when they're going to spend that $400 million. Not billion, million.
Commander determine where that's at.
Well, you've told this committee that you've barely spent half of the $150 billion in reconciliation funding. And if you still have $75 billion available, why are you asking the American people to absorb the cost of a war they don't support instead of asking for transfer authority for unspent reconciliation funding, especially if you can't even get $400 million in Ukraine funding out the door?
As I mentioned earlier, Senator, that money from the One Big Beautiful Bill is otherwise allocated to the rebuilding of our military with priorities of the president like Golden Dome for America and hypersonics.
No, you said that the money that you're asking for today was for rebuilding the military. Now, all of a sudden, the money that you already have sitting up from the One Beautiful Bill is allocated for rebuilding the military. It cannot be both. When you first opened up this hearing, you said that you were asking for this money to rebuild the military because your predecessor, President Biden, had let the military go. That's what you said. You see, you just let a liar talk long enough and you can catch them lying. Let's continue.
And other munitions investments that we made up front.
Especially if you can't even get $400 million in Ukraine funding out the door.
As I mentioned earlier, Senator, that money from the One Big Beautiful Bill is otherwise allocated to the rebuilding of our military with priorities of the president like Golden Dome for America and hypersonics and other munitions investments that we made up front as we try to adjust the Biden budget into an America First budget. And so reallocating that away from those priorities is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Those are allocated to rebuild.
But my point is,
ultimately, we're committed
if you can't spend it on a timeline that makes sense, why do you need to come back and ask for more money? Wouldn't it be better to spend money that you already have? And one of the things I noted was, or at least I think that this supplemental doesn't include funding to repair damage to our bases or to our military infrastructure in the region. And I have not heard.
No, we're going to come back and ask for a budget to repair all of these blown out bases that we have all over the Middle East. We're sure gonna put back these bases in the Middle East because God knows that we need to make sure that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff can get their personal deals with these rich Saudis and these rich people in the Middle East. We need to make sure that they can get their personal business deal by bartering off claiming that we can keep their country safe and they can get their personal business deals and their billions of dollars for their personal business by saying that America would keep their country safe. So we'll be back to you about that. Sometime in November or December, we may wait until January for that.
That we've gotten the full extent of any of those damage estimates. So should we expect another request to address that military construction costs? And at what point do you stop asking Americans to foot the bill for a war they don't support on top of an inflated budget request and billions in reconciliation funds that you still haven't spent?
Well, Senator, I obviously don't agree with your characterization of that. But
I
ultimately-
appreciate that, but you didn't ask, but I want you to answer my question. I know you don't agree with my characterization. I don't agree with yours either.
Well,
Boop.
one of the reasons I take issue with that characterization is something that Senator Durbin said when he talked about Ukraine and he talked about winning. And I appreciate as much as anybody winning a war. But I sit in front of a committee that wants to talk about winning a war that's been going on for 4 years and talks about strategic defeat of a conflict that's been going on for 4 months to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. I would hope for some perspective in this town of the historic nature of what President Trump is undertaking. Do you want radical Islamists to have a nuclear bomb
I don't
that
want
can
to hear
stare
your
down the
speech
world?
because I have limited time.
I
So
don't understand.
you can't answer my question, then I will move on to my next question. Secretary Rollins, the timber industry has also been hard hit, as you know, by trade wars, by drought, by wildfires, by other natural disasters that are increasingly common. In New Hampshire, which is the second most heavily forested state in the nation.
What do you think her answer is going to be? Anybody? What do you think her answer is going to be?
One of the things that we really need, as you know, because we've had this conversation, is a research program and Forest Service staffing on the ground in a variety of ways, but particularly at Bartlett Experimental Forest. These small investments in research and staffing and sound management help make the forest economies healthier and more competitive. I very much appreciate your having staff visit Bartlett last week with my staff and with staff from the governor's office. But can you commit to restoring staffing at Bartlett and to keeping the facilities there open now that you've seen the critical nature of that research?
Why don't I follow up with you? I have not gotten a report from their visit, so I would like to do that first. But obviously, you and I have been in a continuing conversation about that. The good news, there's no doubt our timber industry is in distress and has been for a long time. The fact that we import 90% or something from other countries of our lumber needs is crazy. We're changing that. But the good news, we had more board feet sold last year than any time in 30 years. This year, we're going to exceed that target again. So we're making the right moves on this, but there's no doubt that research is important to that, as we've discussed. And I'll follow up with our team and then we'll reconnect.
Thank you.
We're changing that, but I follow up with you and I got to get the information and I follow up with you. We're changing that. I can't tell you any changes that we've made and I'll follow up with you with that.
I appreciate that. As you pointed out, research is critical to ensuring that the timber economy continues to be successful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kennedy.
I don't think there's
Thank you,
nothing
Madam
here.
Chair. Thank you all for being here today.
There's nothing here.
General, in the war between
There's nothing here.
Russia and Ukraine, who do we want to win?
Sir, I want Ukraine to win.
Is Russia America's friend?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't quite hear your
Is
question.
Russia America's friend?
He can't say no because Russia's a boss friend. Watch, he doesn't immediately say no because he knows that Putin's his boss's friend.
I think that depends on your definition of friend. I think it's a complicated relationship. But no, I don't think they're our friends.
Thank you. If we could cut off Russia's cash flow, which
there's
depends
nothing here.
substantially on its sale of oil, would that help
There's
Ukraine win?
So I think militarily, anytime.
Let's go.
Seen several issues in Oregon, and I sent you information about a couple others, and you responded. Appreciate it. We'll follow up on the research service. We'll follow up on the concern about in-kind contributions serving as a match. But I particularly need your help on the fire funding. And I know you've indicated how important that is. Where we stand now is that the Senate seems hamstrung, that they're seeking to have OMB give them a number on that. Various sources say the number is probably about $5 billion. I don't really care.
Full of antibiotics?
100% yes.
And if you eat from abroad?
Well,
yes, you are.
Your partnership on addressing several issues in Oregon, and I sent you information about a couple others, and you responded. Appreciate it. We'll follow up on the research service. We'll follow up on the concern about in-kind contributions serving as a match. But I particularly need your help on the fire funding. And I know you've indicated how important that is. Where we stand now is that the Senate seems hamstrung, that they're seeking to have OMB give them a number on that. Various sources say the number is probably about $5 billion. I don't really care if it's 4.5 or 5 or 5.5. The point is that folks here, senators, are asking for a number from OMB in order to go forward. And when we're looking at the fires right now in my home state's the epicenter of the highest risk in the country. So can we get your help to get that number and move this process?
Yes, absolutely. It is of paramount importance, especially in the middle of fire season right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Chairman Kane,
But his state doesn't have the numbers. That comes from the OMB, Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vogt, who wanted to create terror for the bureaucrats, who is a co-author of Project 2025, who has taken allocated money that Congress has approved and has not given out all of the money because he doesn't feel that like the money that Congress has allocated to certain usage should be spent. In fire season, states don't have the amount of money that they will have available to them. Blue states.
I think there was a sense that the president expressed at the start of the war that the U.S. military power was overwhelming and would likely produce unconditional surrender quickly by Iran. And that obviously hasn't happened. Was it your opinion as well? Did you feel like our military force could produce an unconditional surrender in quick order?
Sir, I won't, with due respect, I won't share my private advice to the president. What I will assure you and the American people is I always speak truth to power and offer an accurate assessment of what my assessment is of both our readiness, the plans and activities that might be undertaken, the associated risks, and the secondary and tertiary considerations that go with those opinions or options.
Thank you. So you feel like the various risks that the Iran could possibly close the strait, despite the destruction of their navy, that the possibility of assassinating their political leaders and their military leaders could produce a strengthened hardline and weaken reformers, that Iran would have the ability to sustain its ability to attack sites throughout the Middle East, that the initial requirements of the war could surely deplete our basically high-end standoff munitions, that this could affect our relations with our allies. All those were factors well considered in this decision to go to war.
Sir, as I said, I won't opine on or share my private advice to the president.
I'm not asking about your vice president. I'm asking you. Did you understand these issues, or have these become revelations as the wars unfolded?
Sir, my job is to understand all of the considerations that go into the carefully considered use of military power.
Let me ask you this then.
Yes, sir.
I understand why you don't want to respond, but these are all massive risks that seem to be poorly weighed in the beginning of this misadventure. Currently, there are reports that we have hit the Bonji desalination plant that provides water to about 20 villages or about 10,000 people, and we also damaged the desalination plant at Keshem Island. Were these deliberate targets by the United States?
So I'm not aware of those as being particular targets, nor am I aware of those reports, and I'll have to go back and get back to you on that.
If you could, I'd appreciate that. You are aware that infrastructure that civilians rely on to survive is not generally considered legitimate military targets?
Sir, as you know, we have a robust process which considers a target, that goes through a system that looks at a variety of considerations to include what you're alluding to around both purely civilian or dual-use targets. I have trust and confidence in CENTCOM that they're looking at the range of those things on a daily basis.
It sounds like you are assuring us that we will, the United States, not target, even in retaliatory sense, infrastructure that is generally considered to be primarily for civilian survival.
So, as I mentioned, we have a robust process, and we have the most professional military force.
It'd just be nice to have you say yes, because this is international law.
Yes,
if you understand the international law.
I do, sir. I've got a lot of lawyers that help me understand.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Will you get back to us on that
Yes,
question
sir,
of
of
whether we
course.
targeted the
Yes, sir.
desalination plants, and
Of
if so, why? My time's up, but I do want to express encouragement to look at what the negotiators have put forward, or advisors, as to whether a 10-day break could facilitate returning to dialogue that might find a path forward.
Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to thank all three of you for being here today. I am going to direct my first question to Secretary Rollins, and again, I want to commend you publicly for the outstanding job you're doing at USDA. You know, this is my world. As former Ag Commissioner, I hear from a lot of producers.
You know why I'm not gonna listen to this dumb shit? Cause this bitch is from Mississippi, and I'm not gonna listen to this dumb shit. Let's go.
Agree on. We agree that we should honor our fallen, that we should stop and remember them and console and comfort their families, that we should be mindful of the hundreds of Americans who've been wounded and injured in this war in Iran. General Kane, your observations about how our adversaries are aligning more and more closely. Technology is accelerating, and cheap and lethal and easily accessible drones pose greater and greater risks to our troops, our homeland, and our security. And Secretary Hegseth, that we need to protect our troops wherever our president directs them, that we need to protect our partners and allies, and that the dangerous radical Iranian regime should never possess a nuclear weapon. I think we agree on all of these core basic points. Where I think we may disagree is on this supplemental and on the strategic choices made to achieve some of these core goals. We're 143 days into a war with Iran, a war of choice that we started with Israel, but did not include, consult, or incorporate our core allies, our NATO allies, our regional allies, the American people, and Congress. And the reason to consult and include our allies and Congress and the American people is so that when the costs and the length of a war extend beyond what we'd initially imagined, the American people and their representatives in Congress understand that sacrifice and can continue to support it. I think your first strategic mistake was to not consult the American people in Congress and make a clear case for the reasons behind this war. There have been many, lots offered. And I think our military has executed on the core missions: attack ballistic missile sites, sink the Blue Water Navy, attack their proxies, constrain their capacity. But I frankly think it was entirely foreseeable that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz, would use cheap, lethal, widely available Shahed drones that they've led the world in manufacturing to attack our bases, our troops, our partners and allies, and impose real costs. Higher costs in fertilizer, in fuel, higher costs for the world, and tragically, increasingly higher human costs for us and for our troops. So 2 questions, 2 general lines of questioning, if I could. Mr. Secretary, your question says, without these supplemental funds, we will face critical shortfalls that threaten our ability to pay our service members and sustain global operations without disruption. You've been asked repeatedly, there's $75 billion appropriated but unobligated. Can we really not avoid critical short-term shortfalls? What does that mean about the budget management within the department in terms of unexpected and unbudgeted wars? First, Operation Southern Spear, and then Operation Epic Fury.
I would just note, I was sort of updated, 95% of that One Big Beautiful Bill funding will be allocated by the end of September in accordance with congressional intent. So these are things we said we would spend, and we told you we would spend them on, and we plan to spend them on those things by the end of September. So this is a new request based on new realities of a world we face, stepping up to meet that moment.
And forgive me, Mr. Secretary, but that's news to me, that $75 billion will be out the door, allocated and spent by September. And I was simply questioning how we have ships running out of fuel in the open seas and planes being grounded. And
I didn't say ships were running out of fuel in open seas or planes were grounded. I'm saying we have to make trade-offs.
Maintenance accounts are
everything our troops need on the battlefield, they're getting in spades and beyond. It's ultimately looking into the future. Can we invest above and beyond that, the types of munitions fast enough as we upgrade and modernize our force? That's what's at issue here in this $1.5 trillion, the supplemental, and any other additional funding that comes.
2 quite different things: a $1.5 trillion base budget request and a now $76 billion supplemental. And I was simply going to point to Department of Homeland Security is sitting on nearly $100 billion in unobligated funds. You haven't requested reimbursement for the millions of, frankly, billions of dollars the department has spent on law enforcement. Second,
here we come. Remember earlier, the Department of Homeland Security came up about him using the funds from the Pentagon to use for securing the borders. Let's hear this again.
Requested reimbursement for the millions of, frankly, billions of dollars. And I was simply going to point to Department of Homeland Security is sitting on nearly $100 billion in unobligated funds. You haven't requested reimbursement for the millions of, frankly, billions of dollars the department has spent on law enforcement. Second,
you haven't requested reimbursement for the billions of dollars the Department of Homeland Security is sitting on. Now, all of the sudden, yes, we have. Remember when I talked to you about that earlier when it came up? Now, when you're chastised about it, you're going to lie and say you've requested it.
We requested reimbursement and are getting a substantial reimbursement from DHS.
That's good news, and that's news to me. And frankly, as we reflect,
What is substantial? All of a sudden, you've requested it, and you're getting up substantial. What is substantial? Put a number on it. Put a color on it. Bullshit.
on the service and sacrifice of those who put their lives on the line of this war. One of the things I've raised over and over and over is the ways in which this administration has dragged its feet on partnering with Ukraine in order to deploy the best-in-class sensors, detectors, and counter-drone systems to protect everything from Dover Air Force Base to our bases in the region, to our troops, to our partners. I want to see you focus on accelerating the defense of our troops and our nation, focus on accelerating the defense of our troops and this region, and a strategy that has a real chance at succeeding at the goals that we agree on. Because the strategy followed, I think, has no credible likelihood of success.
None
Madam Chair,
whatsoever.
appreciate all of you being here today. So since the beginning of the Putin's aggression into Ukraine, this body has passed 5 supplemental bills.
Oh, we're not
funding.
gonna
State of Hawaii,
believe it or not, voted for
Donald John Trump.
To bind together
State of Hawaii, believe it or not, voted for Donald, who was among those killed in Jordan this weekend while serving our country.
On it. Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretaries and General, for being here. I want to start by paying my respects to First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan of Eva Beach, Hawaii, who was among those killed in Jordan this weekend while serving our country. His courage, selfless dedication, and unwavering commitment to duty reflect the very best of our armed forces. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, his loved ones, his fellow service members, and remain forever grateful for his sacrifice. Secretary, about 190,000 people in the state of Hawaii, believe it or not, voted for Donald John Trump. And I know a lot of them, and I represent all of them. And one of the reasons that they were enthusiastic about Donald Trump, and you, Mr. Secretary, was they thought that we were going to have a new foreign policy. And that I think, I'm paraphrasing, but I think you characterized yourself as a reformed neocon or some such thing. And people were pretty thrilled about the idea that we were going to, that America first in their mind meant that we were going to not do this kind of adventurism. And so I don't want you to answer me, I want you to answer them. And I want to walk through the sort of stated objectives of this war at the outset. Regime change. We now have a younger and more radical regime. Depleting, eliminating their conventional missile capability. It's true that we've depleted their conventional missile capability. It's also true that anything the Department of War sets out to do, it usually succeeds at. So the question is not, do we kick ass? It's when do we decide to use kinetic engagement to extend our power across the globe? And it's clear that Iran still retains enough conventional missile capability to attack our bases and our interests in the region. Now, it's true that the Blue Water Navy is destroyed. It's also true, and you know this, that the IRGC has something that you may not call a Navy, but it's got capabilities to touch us with drones and missiles and lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz, preventing their nuclear capability. It's also true that if you bomb the crap out of a place, they're going to have less capabilities by the end of it. But it's also true that we have not eliminated their nuclear capability, and whatever duration we've set them back actually pales in comparison to the, and I'll say it, the Obama nuclear deal, which we did without having to put our people in harm's way. And then the last objective, which has become a new objective, is open up the Strait of Hormuz. But the Strait of Hormuz was open before this war started. And so you tell my constituents why this war is going so well.
I think you did accurately portray me as a reformed neocon, and members of our generation in Iraq and Afghanistan watched administrations on both sides try to project some remaking of a society in the image of America that spent thousands of lives. I mean, in Iraq, 15, I don't know the exact number, but tens of thousands between Iraq and Afghanistan, men and women lost. President Trump said we're not fighting stupid wars like that again. And he hasn't. That's why we haven't been trying to remake Iranian society, but simply in a realist, America first way, ensure they never have a path to a nuclear bomb, full stop. And he has said as a candidate, and he said as a private citizen, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon because radical Islamists with nuclear weapon will wield it over our head in perpetuity.
Secretary,
so President Trump ran on fighting wars differently, and we're doing so overwhelmingly. And he was very clear as a candidate that Iran can never have a nuclear capability.
No, President Trump didn't run on fighting wars differently. He ran on fighting no wars. He ran on fighting no new wars. What the fuck are you talking about? He ran on fighting wars differently. He ran on fighting no new wars. That's what he ran on.
Ability.
Yeah,
So I think he's directly on par
let me
with
get a
exactly
question
what he
back
said he
in
wanted.
here. I think we're understanding the limits of air power here because we're basically at a stalemate. Someone says the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and we say, well, we got a naval blockade, and we're just going to see who blinks first. And the truth is, in order to sort of change the balance here, change the equation here, some kind of escalation would have to be considered. And if you're taking that off the table, then we are in a holding pattern. And I go back to the original 5 objectives, and none of them have been met. Some of them have changed, but none of them have been met. And with gas at now 402, with the Brent crude hit 90 today, up from 70 2 weeks ago, gas up about $1 nationwide, about $1.50 in the state of Hawaii. People want to know, why are we even doing this?
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Hegseth, I appreciated your perspective on the focus on the 4-year war in comparison to a 4-month war with a nuclear adversary.
Lost 3 American heroes. That brings
Sale of B-15 for taking care of a couple things more, of course.
thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Rollins.
That's the woman whose husband wouldn't even shake Kamala Harris' hand when she was sworn in. Let's move on.
The Beltsville Agricultural Research Center in Maryland is one of the crown jewels of agricultural research in the United States. And my question is simple. Can we find some time to get together in the coming weeks to discuss the situation there?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
She don't even know what's going on there. She don't know what's going on there.
We recently lost 3 American heroes. That brings the death toll for American soldiers to 18. 1 is still missing. Hundreds have been injured. That's on top of the civilian death toll throughout the region that now stands at several thousand, including the over 150 people killed in the bombing of an elementary school in Minab in Iran. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Gas prices today in the United States again spiked above $4 a gallon. And that will also continue to push up costs for groceries and other things that families buy. Secretary Hegseth, you said in your opening statement the best way to ensure peace is to prepare for war. And I agree with you about deterrence. I would also submit that the best way to ensure peace is not to start wars, because wars are a lot easier to start than they are
Period.
today.
Period.
General Kane, I heard your testimony saying Iran will continue to be a challenge. And I think it's pretty clear that that is, in fact, the case. And General, in order for you to develop a military strategy to accomplish a particular objective, you obviously need to know what those objectives are, right?
Yes, sir. It all starts with what is the political objective, and from that we derive military objectives that support whatever that end state.
And as you say, that is a political objective.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Secretary, you've talked a lot about winning. You talked about winning in your testimony today. You've talked about winning throughout the Iran war, and we all like winning. But I think the American people to deserve a definition of what it means to win in Iran, because this war has dragged out for a lot longer than
to show lethal force in our war fighters, and to show a lethal combativeness, and to make sure that our war fighters are shot up with testosterone, to be the baddest war fighters there ever are. That's what it means to Kegbreath.
certainly the President of the United States indicated. Indeed, the President said on March 24th, and I'm quoting, "We've won this war. This war has been won." Do you know what the President meant by that back in March?
Well, Senator, I would just note that militarily, and Iran has been completely overmatched and crushed from the beginning. Militarily,
I can't tell. I really can't tell. Well, if they have been completely crushed, why are we just receiving news about 4 more of our military personnel losing their lives to Iranian strikes? If they have been completely crushed, you make no sense.
capabilities are nowhere near ours. I would take issue with your characterization.
Who cares what you take issue with? Where did he lie?
That we started this war.
You
Iran
did
started
start
this war
it.
47 years.
No, nobody started shit. No war 47 years ago. You started the war. You take issues with we started the war. Iran started the war 47 years ago. How stupid do you sound? How stupid do you sound? And you're actually looking down. You gotta actually read this. You're actually looking down and reading this. You mean you couldn't remember this lie as a talking point, you dumb fuck? You couldn't even think of this out of your own dome to say this dumb shit?
Years ago, and they've killed thousands of Americans, including our brothers on the battlefield in Iraq. Iran has been targeting us for a long time.
Secretary.
We didn't start. They did.
Including our brothers in the battlefield in Iraq. You know, those same brothers in the battlefield in Iraq that your president has the now interim president of Syria sitting in the White House who was fighting your brother in the brothers in the battlefield in Iraq, that you sit on the couch and shake his hand like he's your brother now? You mean like that, bitch? Are you fucking kidding me? He was one of the people who were fighting your brothers in Iraq as well. But you say nothing about that. You started this war using the same techniques that you did in Yemen. You know, the techniques that they were using in Palestine. And you guys thought it would be cute to strike a little girl's school, like you thought it would be cute to follow a fighter home to strike them at home where they were with their family members. Where did you get those ideas from? Where did those ideas come from? So you think you're going to integrate these war tactics in the American military? And you think that this is going to make the American military a military to be feared across the world? No. You're not going to make the American military feared across the world. You're going to make the American military hated across the world. You know, kind of like what's happening to Israel right now. Kind of like what's happening to Israel right now. And at this point, what's happening to Israel right now because of the tactics of what they have done in Palestine. Is this the time that the United States Congress want to integrate our military with the Israeli military? Is my question. As they see the whole world has gotten sick and has been sickened by what has gone on with the IDF and what has gone on in Palestine. Is this the right time that our Congress choose to vote to integrate the U.S. military with the Israeli military? I'm just dumbfounded.
Let me just ask you this, since you said that what the president meant by his statement on March 24th, I think that we had sort of defeated Iran militarily. But that is not the entire objective of this war. I don't think there was ever a question about whether the United States, with its superior military, could destroy a lot of Iranian assets, military assets or other assets. That was never a question. But when most people think of winning the war, they think that that means the war is going to come to an end because we've won. And the president said back in March that we'd won. So I guess my question to you is, how are we going to define winning? I hear back in March, you said about the Iranians, and I quote, whether they will have a ceremony in Tehran Square and surrender, that's up to them. So my question, Mr. Secretary, reopening the Strait of Hormuz is necessary in order for us to win, right? That's just a simple yes or no question.
You asked me what the overarching objective is, and I would say ensuring Iran never has a nuclear weapon. That's been clear from the president from day one. That's why Midnight Hammer was undertaken, to obliterate their nuclear sites. That's why we're watching their nuclear sites. That's why that was a part of negotiations, ensuring that the next generation of Americans don't have to deal with an Iran that wields a nuclear
Since
weapon.
that's what you're leading with, Mr. Secretary, let me just say this. You said after Midnight Hammer, and I'm quoting, our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons, unquote. Clearly, that is not the case based on your testimony today. It's also a fact that the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, testified in front of the Intelligence Committee that it was our assessment that Iran did not intend to restart its nuclear program. The President of the United States, just about a week ago, said Iran has committed not to develop a nuclear weapon, which of course is a commitment they've made for many years. We need to enforce that. That's what we are doing under the JCPOA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to serve as governor of South Dakota for 8 years. During that time, we deployed over 5,000 young men and women in harm's way. National
Chair.
So I'll defer on the military objectives.
Of us should be surprised with the technical execution of its attacks.
For 1.5, that's the kind of generational investment that not just matches peer adversaries, but going there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Kane, our military is the best in the world, and so I don't think any of us should be surprised with the technical execution of its attacks on the Iranian regime's forces. They've been flawless. What I don't want us to confuse is flawless technical execution with long-term strategic success. And I think one objective that is relatively modest, because it puts us back to where we were when we started this, but nonetheless is incredibly important as a critical objective, is that I want to see the strait open again. And I want to see it open where shippers can transit that strait without being extorted by Iran. And I would love to see that before our commercial and other oil reserves are exhausted because of the impacts that will then have on the pocketbooks of American families. Is that a reasonable objective, and is it one that you share?
So I'll defer on the military objectives to the political leaders who set them. What I can tell you is U.S. Central Command is working hard to ensure that Iran cannot terrorize the southern flank down there, and they're doing so every single day and night. And you and the rest of the Senate would be proud of the actions and activities for the forces that are down there. The character of war is changing, though, like I said in my opening statement. And so there's a variety of mixed munitions that are down there coming at the commercial traffic. But I would like to be clear and unambiguous with you and the rest of the Senate and the Iranian forces. They have a choice to make, and they should knock it off.
I have no doubt I would be incredibly proud of the actions of our service members in this conflict. And I hope we can achieve that kind of strategic objection on the timeline that obviously avoids the worst impacts of the limitations of commercial oil supplies right now. Secretary Rollins, I want to shift gears. One of the things that you mentioned in your opening statement that we appear to agree on is that there is simply too much consolidation in a number of agricultural sectors. You mentioned fertilizer and seeds, but in particular, I want to talk about the meatpacking industry, because in a previous Trump administration bailout, about $90 million went to the corrupt Brazilian meatpacker JBS. I think that Congress really intended those funds to go to American ranchers. So I want to ask you, what do you...
JBS, Brazilian Meat Packer Company, with brothers who went to jail for their corruptions, who is the largest meat packing company in the United States, that prevents U.S. farmers from barely breaking even on their meat. And you have Rollins sitting up there, has no answers but plans. She has concepts of a plan. Now, she has nothing to say about JBS getting a boatload of money that did not go to American farmers.
you going to do this time around to ensure that the proposed relief dollars that we're talking about today, that those funds go to American producers instead of to the very foreign corporations who have created the business model where ranchers bear the risk and meat packers reap the profits.
Well, that's right. And we're obviously at a 75-year herd low. There are a lot of reasons for that, but working to solve for that. Number one, the Department of Justice is investigating.
Yeah, well, it's obviously a 75-year herd low. Yeah, because the ranchers are not making a profit to be able to have larger herds because they have to feed the herd. They cannot afford it because when they send their herd to slaughter, they're not making enough money. Dumb bitch. What they're going to have a huge herd for? They can't send skeletons off to slaughter, ho. We're going to work on that. Never has an answer.
And meat packers reap the profits.
Well, that's right. And we're obviously at a 75-year herd low. There are a lot of reasons for that, but working to solve for that. Number one, the Department of Justice is investigating right now significantly the 4, but especially the 2 foreign-owned. Number 2, USDA is investing significant funds in deconsolidating packing and supporting mid-size and smaller packers around the country. I know that wasn't your question, but just to answer the bigger question, which is a really important one. But from my perspective, what the Trump...
What the fuck are you investigating? What is there to investigate? What the fuck are you investigating? Your deregulation has done all of this. Are you supporting smaller meat packing companies? No, you're not doing anything. Are you putting dollars into building up a smaller meat, supporting smaller meat packing company? I did a whole program about the smaller meat packing company that get zero support. That these farmers who had to drive their cattle, their sheep, their chickens, 2 and 3 states across to have them slaughtered because there were no processing plants near them or in their states. Beyond the big meat packing processing plants that cost them more money than it was worth to raise their stock. What are you talking about, bitch? She don't know what she's talking about. That's what she's talking about. She's doing a whole word salad. But she'll be at every Mar-a-Lago party tilting a wine or a champagne glass.
USDA 2.0 has been hyper-focused on small and mid-sized farmers and ranchers. We have worked really hard on the $40 billion that has already moved through to make sure that that goes to where it is intended, which is not multinational foreign agricultural corporations.
But he just told you, what are you going to do to make sure that this time it goes to, so it, we're going to make sure that it does. What are you do? What are you going to do? We're hyper focused. And how are you're hyper focused, but what are you doing to make sure that it goes to the people, the small farmer and the mid farmer? What? Word salad.
I very much support the efforts of the Department of Justice. I think there is a very important antitrust case to be made here. At the same time, I've watched as your department has rescinded 3 important rules that were put in place to protect farmers and ranchers from unfair practices by the large meat packers. Those rules were supported.
Your department has rescinded rules to protect these small and mid-range farmers from these large conglomerates. As she sit up here talking about how she's hyper-focused and tried to give this man a word salad of bullshit. You see this? Do you see this?
I very much support the efforts of the Department of Justice. I think there is a very important
The 4, but especially the 2 foreign-owned. Number 2, USDA is investing significant funds in deconsolidating packing and support.
We're investigating the 4, especially the 2 foreign-owned. So it's supposed to mean something. Ooh, yo, she's really doing the thing because, ooh, especially the foreign-owned. Ooh, especially the foreign-owned. Bitch, We know that this administration don't give a fuck about the foreign owned nothing as long as it's foreign owned by rich people. So putting that caveat in about foreign owned, it can be owned by anybody if it's foreignly owned by rich people. We know that this administration gives zero fucks about it being foreign owned when it's foreign owned by rich people. And you mean to tell me that for meat processing plants in the entire United States, 2 of the 4 are owned by foreign-owned companies? You know that those 2 of those 4 companies are filthy rich. Do you think that I think that this administration gives a fuck about them being foreignly owned, bitch? Those are fucking scare words for the dumb MAGA voters, especially the foreign owned ones. Those are scare words for MAGA dummies, bitch.
Number one, the Department of Justice is investigating right now significantly the 4, but especially the 2 foreign-owned. Number 2, USDA is investing significant funds in deconsolidating packing and supporting mid-size and smaller packers around the country. I know that wasn't your question, but just to answer the bigger question, which is a really important one. But from my perspective, what the Trump USDA 2.0 has been hyper-focused on small and mid-sized farmers and ranchers. We have worked really hard on the $40 billion that has already moved through to make sure that that goes to where it is intended, which is not multinational foreign agricultural corporations.
I very much support the efforts of the Department of Justice. I think there is a very important antitrust case to be made here.
James Parker, blah, 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 get a life. It seems like I have one. And it seems like the life that I have, you want to participate in, bitch. Get the fuck out of my fucking face, you dumb fucking cunt asshole. Anyway, let's continue. Participate in my life on the sidelines.
At the same time, I've watched as your department has rescinded 3 important rules that were put in place to protect farmers and ranchers from unfair practices by the large meat packers. Those rules were supported by the American Farm Bureau and the National Farmers Union. Explain that discrepancy to me.
Which rules? I'm not
The
tracking.
inclusive competition and market integrity rule, the transparency and poultry grower contracting and tournaments rule, and the poultry grower payment systems and capital improvement systems rules.
The packers and stockyards, I think is what you're talking about. So we are executing.
He just told you what he's talking about. Which rules? The 3 rules. No, not the 1 rule. No, the 3 rules. He just line itemed you. I think you're talking about now all of a sudden you're astute on the rules. Look at the face. Oh shit. He caught me. Oh shit. He know about that because I don't know about
and mid-sized farmers and ranchers. We have worked really hard on the $40 billion that has already moved through to make sure that that goes to where it is intended, which is not multinational foreign agricultural corporations.
I very much support the efforts of the Department of Justice. I think there is a very important antitrust case to be made here. At the same time, I've watched as your department has rescinded 3 important rules that were put in place to protect farmers and ranchers from unfair practices by the large meat packers. Those rules were supported by the American Farm Bureau and the National Farmers Union. Explain that discrepancy to me.
Which rules? I'm not
The
tracking.
inclusive competition and market.
Rich rules, I'm not tracking. Rich rules, I'm not tracking. Track, bitch. Track this, bitch.
Integrity rule, the transparency and poultry grower contracting and tournaments rule, and the poultry grower payment systems and capital improvement systems rule.
Track, bitch.
The packers and stockyards, I think is what you're talking about. So we are.
No, bitch, you're not tracking. Don't think. Listen. He just told you what he was talking about. He's not asking you to think, bitch. That is not your high point, ho. Talk about what he's talking about, bitch. Don't think.
executing an additional review on that. I think that the point is very well made that sometimes
Payment systems and capital improvement systems rules.
the Packers and stockyards, I think is what you're talking about. So we are executing an additional review on that. I think that the point is very well made.
An additional review. We're executing an additional review on that. If there is no that, there are those. He explained to you 3 rules, and you said we are executing an additional review on that. There is no that. There are those.
Sometimes that inures to the benefit of the larger corporations, as I have begun to make a larger case and a more vigorous case in the
As I have begun to make, you have begun. You've been there almost 2 years, and you have just begun to make a larger case. As you have talked about, especially these foreign plants, and under the especially the Biden administration, there are only 4 processing plants, and now you have just begun, and you are the one who have released the rules that have made it harder to have a smaller and mid-sized processing plant, and you are just begun. Bitch, go sit your ass down somewhere. This is who your administration has over the Department of Agriculture, and you wonder why farmers have been unaliving themselves on a high scale.
of deconsolidation. We'll be taking a second look at that, and I would love your input.
And I would very much support deconsolidation. Thank you.
Senator Houston.
Thank you, Chair Collins. Thank you all for being here today. In my brief time in the Senate, I've learned that we're really good at embracing our oversight role, but oftentimes there are many people who don't want to do their jobs in terms of funding the government on time and actually doing the work that we're supposed to do as appropriators.
Let's go here.
They've seen their grocery and gas bills country and has become much
Real combat capability, lethality, and survivability for our joint force.
Thank you. And thank you, Secretary Rollins, for coming to Ohio and meeting with all of our ag leaders.
It was great.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Secretary Hegseth, you're requesting billions of dollars in supplemental funding for a war that you said would last for weeks and that the president has no plan or ability to end. At the same time, this still unauthorized and extremely unpopular war has caused gas, diesel, fertilizer, and other essentials that New Yorkers and our farmers need across the country and has become much more expensive. So how do I go back to New York? And what would you say to them who are seeing their healthcare bills rise because massive cuts to Medicaid? They've seen their grocery and gas bills rise. And this unpopular and unauthorized war abroad is a higher priority to this administration than their ability to feed their families and provide health care to their loved ones who are sick.
Well, Senator, you're talking about political trade-offs, and our job is to deliver for the United States military and the President of the United States. And we look at the cost of a nuclear Iran, and we want to prevent that for future generations. And that requires funding and supplementals and this budget and next generation.
Oh, you're talking about political trade-offs. Hey, look, bitch. It is what it is. That's the trade-off. You can't feed your family. You can't get health care. Hey, that's a political trade-off that you're talking about. What the fuck you telling me for? You know, I'm about this war. What you telling me for? That's a political trade-off. Did you hear him? He said, he told her, you're talking about a political trade-offs. You don't get everything. That's a political trade-off. Got it?
Capabilities, and that's why we're here today to request some of that to ensure we can ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear.
That's why we're here today. Just give me my money. All of the rest of that shit, that's a political trade-off. Give me my money.
You're essentially saying you're asking for literally $1.5 trillion for a war that President Trump said he already won. You're asking for $1.5 trillion, unlimited money for bombs, but insufficient money in for the American people, for their health care, their food, their housing, and our farmers, Secretary Rollins, who we have cut SNAP program. We are not funding the losses from emergencies that have happened in blue states, particularly when we had frost.
That's not true.
False, you're not funding it. But back.
That's not true. That's not true. Bitch, gargle some of that cum out your throat, ho.
To you, Secretary Hegseth.
And I would like to
You
respond to the
continue-
fertilizer and the
Have your
gas.
chance.
No, there is no response. Bitch, you only respond when you are asked a question. And when you are asked a question, you never have an answer to it. So don't respond when somebody is not asking you a question, bitch.
Secretary Hegseth.
There's no reason to be rude.
You are asking for unlimited money for bombs when people can't feed their family.
There's no reason to be rude. Kegbreath, have you been giving the Ag Secretary some of this gender affirming drugs that you're about to start giving to the soldiers? There's no reason to be rude.
And I don't know how this administration intends to defend those decisions to the American people.
Not unlimited bombs, Senator. I'm asking for the right bombs at the right time to ensure we can deter our adversaries into the future. And that's why this is a generational investment. And it was the previous administration that didn't fund this department.
The reason why they are so upset with you and this administration is because the words you have used in the past don't add up. About Iran specifically, you said that we had obliterated, quote unquote, Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. The president made the same claim. Yet 8 months later, in February of 2026, the president launched an active war claiming Iran was within 2 weeks of having a weapon. So when you say...
Make that make sense. 2 weeks. You said it. The president said it. Now you want more money to complete a war that your president said, well, we basically won the war. The war, we won it. Yeah, we won the war. How many times did the president say the war is won and you are coming back here for more money that you say is for a multitude of things?
Two very different things. The American people don't know who to believe or what to believe. They just know they can't afford their health care, they can't afford their food, they can't afford housing, and our farmers are continuing to suffer. So, which is true? Was it obliterated or wasn't it? What's the status?
The nuclear sites under Midnight Hammer were obliterated, but the Iranians foolishly continue to attempt to pursue nuclear capabilities, which is why we destroyed their defense industrial.
Oh, so based upon you saying those words, that is fact. Based upon you saying stringing together those words, that is the fact that Iran is continuing their mission to create a nuclear weapon, because there has been no evidence presented in any way, shape, or form of what you just said, offered or pretended to be offered to the American people.
Base and also many of the other capabilities to ensure they can't get to a nuclear weapon. So we're staying laser focused on the objective, and you're trying to make campaign commercials.
No, we're
and
not.
That's fine.
So listen to this. You also say that you made the missile program, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective, quote, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles has been functionally defeated and destroyed, and that the missile program, existing stockpiles were depleted and decimated, almost completely ineffective. So why are there missiles left to hit Jordan and result in the loss of life of our brave men and women?
As we stated from the beginning, the Iranian defense industrial base is effectively gone, but they do have underground.
Effectively gone? That's not what you said. You said it was decimated. So, effectively gone. The only effectively in that sentence is effectively good enough to effectively take the lives of our soldiers. The only effective thing about it is it has effectively proven to still be viable enough to take the lives effectively of our military personnel. So effectively, you're full of shit. Look at that face. Look at that face.
facilities because they're the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, and they've spent 47 years trying to hide their missiles under mountains,
Thank
just
you.
like their
Thank you,
nuclear capabilities.
Oh, the speech. 47 years, they had their missile on the lines. The leading sponsor of terrorism. Say those words, say those songs, spew together the 47 years, the state sponsor of terrorism, hiding their. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody gives a fuck.
Capabilities because they would like to get a
Just
nuclear
don't
weapon
know what
to wield it
version
against
of
us.
the war to believe because it's either over or it's not over. It's within 2 weeks or it's not 2 weeks. We have no missiles or we have missiles. And that consternation is why so many New Yorkers are perplexed, stressed out, and find this war to be incredibly unpopular because they don't understand the choices that the president's making. They don't agree with those choices. Secretary Rollins. So you have cut over 160,000 New Yorkers have been kicked off SNAP. What do you have against hardworking New Yorkers, children who need SNAP, and seniors who need SNAP?
Well, first of all, diesel is down under Biden versus today.
Oh, she's doing the Pam Bondi. The stock market is at 50,000.
581 versus 480. Gas is down from Biden today.
What do you have against hardworking New Yorkers? Why did you cut these people off of SNAP? Are they going to be able to eat this diesel that you're talking about, bitch? What the fuck are you talking about, cunt?
From 484 to 386 today. Fertilizer is down 56% from Biden
Are they
highs.
going to be able to eat this fertilizer? Huh?
Prices
So this
are higher
narrative
than when
that
you
you were
took
using-
office.
well-
All of those prices are higher than when you took office. So you are not
That
making
is
life
not
better
true.
for
That
New
is
York
not
farmers.
true, Senator.
All the things that you're talking about cost more than when you took office. But you don't want to talk about the SNAP of the people that are starving. No. Okay.
And let me tell you what New York is stressed out about is the fact that your state is taking prime farmland and turning it into solar farms. That is absolutely inexcusable.
The
For
New York
you to
farmers,
stand,
you will see
I have visited
that
the New York
smart
farmers
farms do
two
both.
times,
Do
two
both.
times in
Senator's
upstate New
time
York.
has expired.
Thank
Senator
you.
Bozeman.
So she addressed nothing that was addressed to her.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. And thank all of you all for your service to our country and our national security. And I think it's easy for the public to understand.
Should be focusing on the needs of American families. For
Let's
this
go back
president's
a little bit.
By Congress finding the ability to meet up to close to our the totality of 1.5 trillion means we're not making the kind of trade-offs this department has made now. And so you dig the hole even deeper. And what this budget does, first of all, it fully funds the UPL list, which is the unfunded priority list of PACOM, a priority theater. And then it gets at every single substandard barrack that we have across the department. So we're funding the military construction in a way that we've never done before to get out of the hole that we've had for a while.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bozeman. To the very patient Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. And thank you for appearing before our committee today. To many I represent and to me, this supplemental request is another example of this administration's misplaced priorities. Instead of spending tens of billions of dollars more for this president's war of choice in Iran, that both houses of Congress, I may add, have voted to end absent explicit authorization by Congress, we should be focusing on the needs of American families. We could invest this money to accelerate new cures and treatments for cancer and Alzheimer's. We could use it to help more families with rising home energy costs. We could use this funding to help more families afford quality childcare. We could use this funding to help more kids get free school lunch. We could use this funding to restore health care for working families. We could use this funding to support our public schools and special education. This is a war of choice, and every dollar spent on this war is a dollar not spent helping families afford housing, health care, groceries, childcare at home, investing in the opportunities for the American people. First, I want to express my condolences and my respect for the 17 American service members killed in this war since February, including 3 over the past few days. Their lives are the price this country has paid for this war. The deadliest day for U.S. forces was on March 1st, when an Iranian drone struck an army facility at Port Shuaibah, Kuwait, killing 6 soldiers and injuring more than 30 others, including soldiers from Wisconsin. Soldiers from the unit stationed at Port Shueba told reporters that the facility did not have adequate air defense capabilities. These soldiers and their families believe they were sent into harm's way without the defenses they needed. Secretary Hegseth, what would you say to those soldiers and their families?
First of all, that we honor and recognize their sacrifice and what they've given. I've been in touch with at least one of those families on a regular basis and understand the pain of losing a loved one is unfathomable, and which is why we greeted them at Dover, and we'll greet those again tomorrow. I would say in talking to Admiral Cooper, the CENTCOM commander, before all of this was undertaken, maximizing defensive capabilities, mostly by moving as many people as possible off the X, which we did in historic fashion, moving almost 90% of Americans in theaters off of where they could be a target, first of all.
So I want to
Bunkers that they would
focus
move into
fully
early
in on
morning.
Fort Shueba, and I will quote from the Washington Post article of July 12th. Shueba, this is a quote, Shueba did not have any of the systems that would take down the one-way attack Shahed drones, and initial security assessments found that the base was not adequately protected, end quote. Soldiers at Port Shueba have also...
Now, those are the first people who died in this conflict. They were basically in a single wide trailer with some concrete blocks sitting around them. Those concrete barriers sitting around them. Sitting ducks.
Been quoted in news reports saying that requests for additional medical and drone defense systems were denied prior to the conflict with Iran beginning. Why were those requests denied, Secretary Hegseth?
$1 trillion budget. $1 trillion budget.
I would confer with Admiral Cooper, but it's not a single drone or defense request denied at any.
You're going to put it off on someone else at the same time saying nothing was denied. Which one is it?
Any level that I'm aware of. We did everything we could to move heaven
Again,
and every
Secretary
single
Hegseth,
location to protect every
I'm going to blame Admiral Cooper. Is Admiral Cooper the same one who he blamed the boat strikes on? He's going to blame it on Admiral Cooper. The buck stops with you. We're talking about deaths. But he's going to blame it on Admiral Cooper and say nothing was denied as far as I know. No, bitch. The buck always stops with you, especially when it comes to deaths, especially when you have a brand new $1 trillion budget.
From July 12th, Washington Post, all from beginning. Why were those requests denied, Secretary Hegseth?
I would confer with Admiral Cooper, but it's not a single drone or defense request denied at any level that I'm aware of. We did everything we could to move heaven and earth in every single location to protect every single American.
From July 12th, Washington Post also quoted a soldier saying that the unit's request for an Eagles drone defense system was denied because of lack of assets. That's an end quote. U.S. Army Central has conducted an investigation into that attack. Do you commit to releasing the findings of that investigation publicly? Yes or no?
No.
We'll get you the status of that. I would argue if it was a resource constraint, that's precisely why we're having this hearing today, to speed up systems to the battlefield, to warfighters as fast as humanly possible. It's been too slow in the past. It needs to be faster.
This was the beginning of the war. You had $1 trillion budget. What the fuck are you talking about? A resource constraint. What was constraining your resources? The fuck are you talking about? This was at the beginning of the war. What was this in March? What was the constraints? What was the constraint of the resources? What y'all shot y'all loads somewhere else? What y'all blew the money on bullshit again? What was the constraint of the resources?
Forms we're
Releasing
undertaking
the
will do
findings
that.
of that investigation publicly, yes or no?
I will work with Admiral Cooper to make sure it's handled properly. Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
That was not an answer to the question. I will work with Admiral Cooper to make sure it's handled properly. That does not say you will publicly release the investigation publicly. to make sure it's handled properly. What you considered handled properly is could be, I will make sure that it is hidden forever. Could be how you consider it to be handled properly.
Secretary Hegseth, I traveled to Walter Reed Military Hospital and met with soldiers who were injured in that attack. What they told me confirmed what other soldiers have said publicly, that most of these soldiers injured in the attack did not receive proper medical care in Kuwait, in Germany, or during their initial days back in the U.S. The U.S. military has been fighting wars in the Middle East for 25 years. Why was proper medical care not immediately available to these injured soldiers, and why were they not immediately screened for traumatic brain injuries?
I'm not taking issue with the characterization of individual soldiers, but I would argue that every effort was made to provide every level of medical care possible, understanding how CENTCOM
The
operates.
senator's time has expired, and there is a vote on. Senator Capito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your service. I want to begin because the last time that I saw you, Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, was at the Pentagon when you honored Andrew Wolf, who was attacked here in D.C. in November, and then the honor that you have given to Sarah Beckstrom and her family, who lost her life that day.
To lower the goals and then didn't meet the lowered goals. And then now we don't have the readiness we need as a force.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Secretary of Agriculture. I'll get to you another time. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you all for being here today. Secretary Hegseth, the American people either didn't want this war from the start or were deeply skeptical of this war because they have seen this country make the same mistake over and over again in wars in the Middle East, and that is to create either unrealistic or open-ended objectives. You said in March that the United States was, quote, on plan to defeat, destroy, and disable all of Iran's meaningful military capabilities at a pace that the world has never seen before. Obviously, as we've discussed here today, that objective has not been achieved and is not going to be achieved. Iran is more adept than even at the start of the war at hiding their capabilities or repairing after damage we have done. There's an open report that when it comes to their missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz, 30 of 33 are still operational.
I wouldn't believe all the open reports, Senator.
But I've also heard you.
We're not going to believe you because you said all of their missile sites were decimated, and you said that their radar system were decimated as well. So why would we believe you as they are still hammering you in this war? And you're coming back to Daddy to beg for more money to re-up your arsenal of weapons. Bitch, bye.
Say in this hearing that the objectives now seem to be more limited than they were at the outset of the war, that this is about reopening the strait and this is about dismantling their nuclear capability. And the president, of course, has said himself that he thinks Iran has a right to a missile program. So my question is pretty simple. Is it correct that it is no longer a war objective to destroy all of their military capacities? This is what the president has said. Have our goals been simplified to reopening the strait and to getting into a negotiation over a nuclear program? Now, I don't think you have a realistic plan to do either of those things, but I think it's important for us to know what we're funding. Are the objectives much more limited today than they were when you made that statement in March?
So I think the objectives have been consistent and clear from the beginning. And I would contrast it to North.
Well, you are the only one who thinks that because the objective have been forever changing.
Korea, where a conventional buildup was used to hide a nuclear capability that eventually evolved to a point where it couldn't be contested. And what Iran continued to do, even after Midnight Hammer, was try to build that conventional capability to dare anyone to stop them from pursuing nuclear weapons. So getting after their conventional capabilities, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, was all part of it ensuring they can't blackmail us into pursuing a nuclear capability. Laser focused on Iran will never have a nuclear capability. That's the promise the president has made and that he will keep.
I think it's important. It is still a war objective, either through military action or through a diplomatic agreement, to destroy and disable all of Iran's meaningful military capacities, including their missile program.
As far as when we talked about that from the podium at the outset of this, we were talking about their defense industrial base. And if you look at the metrics of their ability to make more, that it's been overwhelmingly destroyed. Not everything, but overwhelmingly. Now, do they have missiles in underground bunkers because they're a terror state? Sure they do, and we've acknowledged that from the beginning.
Yeah,
but their capacity is less today than it's ever been.
They
as a nation.
obviously have significant capacity to effectively disrupt the entirety of the Middle East and oil flows out of the Middle East, and that's not going to change. Let me ask you one more question. This is a request for supplemental funding because you don't have the funding in your base budget to do what you need to do, which makes questions about the base budget relevant. There's been a lot of attention, Mr. Secretary, on the modernization of a luxury jet that was gifted to the president by the government of Qatar. Reports suggest that maybe as much as $1 billion in your base funding, an extraordinary amount of money, has been used for an upgrade, and the plane is back in the shop for a second upgrade. As far as I can tell, never before has an administration not made public the amount of money for an upgrade or a construction contract on a presidential airplane. Obviously, we don't need or want to disclose the details of that upgrade, but never before have you withheld from Congress and the public the total amount of money. I think there are two really important questions here. One, will you make public the amount of money that you are spending to upgrade this plane? And two, can you commit to this Congress and this committee that the president isn't going to take this plane with him when he leaves office? The only thing more insulting to the taxpayers of spending money on a jet they don't need would be for the president to take it with him, to take it out of our military inventory when he leaves office.
So the Air Force has done an incredible job making that a capable jet that ultimately, but its capabilities and investment.
Answer the question. He's not going to answer this question.
Are classified and shouldn't be talked about.
That's not what I'm asking.
Considering
Will you make
security,
the
of the
amount of
president.
money?
He didn't actually. He was very clear that he wasn't asking you any classified information. So all of this word salad and to not answer the question, just say I would rather not answer that question right now. Period.
You disclose the amount of money publicly.
I would imagine as part of the regular budget process, that's something that we would look at.
And will you commit that the president will not take?
But you have to look at the classification level of certain things that are not devolved for reasons of national security.
Will you commit that the president will not take this jet with him out of federal inventory when he leaves office?
That's not a decision for necessarily me to make, and ultimately we're grateful to have it in the fleet for the Air Force to protect the President of the United States.
That's a deeply
Senator
unsatisfactory
Peters.
answer to the American public.
Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, welcome to the hearing today.
I apologize. Is Senator Ossoff still here?
Oh.
I'm sorry. I went out of order. Senator
This is a good one.
Ossoff.
I'll yield my time to Senator Ossoff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. And General Kane, let me just begin by expressing on behalf of all Georgians our immense gratitude and admiration for the service members who are making tremendous sacrifices and conducting themselves with extraordinary selflessness and professionalism on behalf of the United States and our state's unified condolences and grief for the families of the 4 killed in action and our hope for a swift recovery for the nearly 100 wounded over the last 2 weeks. And thank you to you for your service to the nation. Mr. Hegseth, you're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through the supplemental, correct?
67, yes.
And yesterday, your department stated publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
Day 14. If that was accurate, why are we 5 months in still making the same assertions? If day 14, you were asserting that you had decimated all of this stuff, why 5 months later you are still making these same broad wiping victorious statements of what you are doing and decimating Iran?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It's completely. Sunk.
War.
67, yes.
And yesterday, your department stated publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It was completely sunk. Their missiles were buried underneath a lot of their underground facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military assessment of Iran's capabilities, it didn't mean by any stretch of the imagination absolute zero, but their
Mr.
capabilities
Secretary,
at the lowest level
you
they've been in a
stated
very
that
long time.
on day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said on day
That wasn't the question. Day 14, you said what?
14, Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no?
Day 14, their military has been made combat ineffective. Day 14. We're 5 months later. Was that correct, Mr. Hegseth?
Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has
Will you
done
answer
to
the
the
question?
Iranian military is a historic military
Will you
defeat.
answer
Will you answer the question? Nobody wants to hear your bullshit, a propaganda speech, bitch. Answer the question.
And they're
Question under
ineffective
oath.
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation
Oh, victory, victory. Say something that, oh, victory. Remember that song by Michael, the Jacksons? When I had that song, victory, victory. Did you declare victory, Kegbreath?
Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has
Will you
done
answer
to
the
the
question?
Iranian military is a historic military
Will you
defeat,
answer the
and they're
question under
ineffective
oath?
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
Years to come. We must be counting years and dog years. We must be counting years. We must be counting years and dog years, and we must be counting dog years and days. So, day 14, they were combat. They were combat ineffective. So, on day 14. So 5 months later, that must be years to come. So if you count days and dog years, that would make sense. Okay, I get it now.
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory over Iran.
Had
There are
Iran's
other-
military been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come? That was
they
a
had
statement that you made 4 months ago.
They had 160 naval vessels
You need
in
to
the
answer
Blue
the
Water
questions,
Navy,
Mr.
and they're gone.
Secretary.
Their Air Force
You
is
said 4 months
completely
ago.
combat
You
ineffective,
said
and they don't
4
have a
months
defense
ago.
industrial base.
Excuse
So
me, Mr.
describe to me a country
Secretary.
that doesn't have an Air Force, a Navy, or a defense industrial base, and
Mr.
I will describe to
Secretary.
you a country that does not have an effective
Mr. Secretary,
military.
you
It
stated,
can lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
missiles,
4
but it's
months
not a
ago
combat
that
effective
Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. Has Iran's military been for the last 4 months combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You stated
considering
we
it
had,
can't
quote,
build at the
you
level it did
stated-
before and not
you
even
stated
close. It
we
doesn't
had,
mean it
quote,
doesn't have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding that issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take them away.
Then why are we still there then? Why are we still there? And why are you sitting before the Senate asking for more money? You wanna still go with what you said. So why are you here? Why are you sitting before the Senate asking for, what was it, $68 billion more dollars? Why are we here?
In the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have a
3,
nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat. And as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had
at
the
us.
missile
It
threat
doesn't mean they
been
don't
defeated
have
4
underground
months
facilities
ago?
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would.
Well, how come you didn't say all of this word salad then? How come? Why did you come out and say, well, we have depleted the whole military and blah, 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 blah. How come you didn't give us this whole word salad that you're giving us now when you came out, mission accomplished and all? How come you didn't give us all of that then? How come you didn't come out and say all of this shit that you are giving us now? That doesn't mean that we got rid of all of the missiles. That doesn't mean that just meant that they were underground and they probably couldn't get them and they probably had to dig them. How come you didn't tell us all of that? Huh?
Stop having capabilities to hold on. Nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat. And as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones.
That couldn't have been one of the core objectives because your own president said, well, I don't think it wouldn't be fair if they wouldn't be able to have ballistic missiles. Everyone else has them. That couldn't have been one of the core objectives. Your own president came out and said a couple of weeks ago, well, everyone else have ballistic missiles. So, I couldn't ask them not to have ballistic missiles too. Y'all don't remember that? But Pete Kegbreath came out and said, we completed all our objectives. We got rid of all of their ballistic missiles. So, MAGA, why are we here? MAGA voters, why does your government have you in a war? Why is your government have you paying all of this money for gases and everything else in your life? MAGA, why is your government have rural hospitals? What is it? 76 rural hospital closing down? MAGA, why are millions of people being thrown off of their health insurance? MAGA, why are poor people being thrown off of food stamps? MAGA, how has your life improved under this president? MAGA, why are jobs stagnant under this president? MAGA, what have you gained under this presidency? Huh?
Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had
at
the
us.
missile
It
threat
doesn't mean they
been
don't
defeated
have
4
underground
months
facilities
ago?
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is at scale against a point like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't.
You stated on March 8th, day 9 of the war on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has been the objective, and it remains so.
So just to review, you will not answer whether your statement made on the 14th day of the war that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective was a truthful statement to the American people as you sit here and ask for tens of billions more
The
for the conflict.
senator's time has
Had a
expired.
historic and effective military campaign against the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Won't
and
answer the
ensure they
question.
never
Senator
get a nuclear weapon,
Peters
Senator.
is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our witnesses here today. I want to begin by first echoing my colleagues' comments that we've heard throughout the hearing here and join them in mourning the loss of American service members who were killed in action these last few days. My thoughts are with their families, with a service member who remains missing, and with all those injured during the strikes. And I will continue to pray for their families. Secretary Hegseth, over the course of the war with Iran, I have repeatedly expressed concerns regarding the administration's lack of a winning strategy and repeated contradictions about the state of the war. It frankly doesn't help that you and your president continues to mislead the American people. You and the president have repeatedly said that the war, as we've heard over and over again, is almost over or already won. In fact, the president alone has said the war is almost over more than 30 times. On March 1st, the president said, we'll be done in 4 or 5 weeks. On March 9th, he said the war was very complete. On April 8th, he declared total and complete victory, 100%, no question about it. On the same day, you declared Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield, a capital V military victory by any measure. And yet today, July 21st, we have soldiers whose remains are sadly going to be returned to their deeply grieving families tomorrow. Clearly, the war is not over yet. After months of conflict, our strategy to win remains unclear. I have long said the United States has the strongest military in history in the world, and I have no doubt that our brave service members can execute any mission and prevail in any battle. But without a clear winning strategy, we're at risk of being in another forever war that'll put our service members in continued harm's way and continue to cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Secretary Hegseth, despite your failure to win this war, you are back now before Congress asking for almost $70 billion in additional funding. You're asking the American people for a blank check because, once again, the Trump administration's efforts have been an utter and complete failure to win this war to this point. So my question for you, sir, is how is your strategy different than what we've seen in the past? So far, we have not seen a strategy that's been successful. You mentioned nuclear material is the primary goal of the war. It still exists. We haven't dealt with that issue yet. You talk about the destruction of missiles, and yet the missiles that we saw hit recent targets are actually somehow more lethal, more deadly, more maneuverable than what we have seen in the past. So they're obviously improving their munitions. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, reminding everybody it was open.
Let's be real clear. The new missiles that they're striking with now, Iran came out with some with their weakest missiles. The missiles that Iran is striking with now is some shit that is some shit that they have never seen before. This is why your Pentagon is running back to daddy for more money, because they are like dumbfounded at the missiles that are coming out of Iran right now. And they have no shields to stop these missiles that are being shot from Iran right now. That's what's not being said. But he's saying it.
Before the war, prices were lower for targets are actually somehow more lethal, more deadly, more maneuverable than what we have seen in the past. So they're obviously improving their munitions. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, reminding everybody it was open before the war. Prices were lower for everybody until the war, and it still remains closed. And of course, tragically, people, service members, our warfighters who we care deeply about, are still dying. So what's different? Mr. Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth.
He doesn't feel any shame for getting our soldiers killed. As I pointed out when they started this hearing, Pete Kegbreath didn't mention anything, any condolences about the lives of the soldiers that were lost this weekend. Dan Kane, or whatever his name is, Raising Kane, that was he was very respectful in addressing the people in the hearing room, and then the second thing he did, he addressed the loss of the soldiers by name, and he gave his condolences to the soldier members' family. Pete Kegbreath did none of that. And that is not the first time that right after the death of military servicemen that Pete Kegbreath came out here with his ignorance and his hubris, not even acknowledging the loss of life of our fallen military personnel. So he had no regards for the loss of life, while Kane came out here, and that is one of the first things that he did. Pete Kegbreath is unqualified for this position that they have him in, and he cannot even learn. He doesn't even have the shame. He doesn't even have enough sense to be embarrassed to notice that, oh shit, I got shown up by Dan Kane or whatever. I think his name is Dan Kane. Raising Kane came out here and showed me up. He had enough sense to show reverence to our fallen military men and learn from that. No, he's unteachable. He's a fucking idiot. Let's continue.
I think you're, and of course, tragically, people, service members, our warfighters who we care deeply about, are still dying. So what's different? Mr. Hegseth, so Secretary Hegseth.
I think your characterization of this incredible effort as a failure is reckless. And I think it's irresponsible. And I think it smears the sacrifice of the troops that are out there making on behalf of the American people to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Shame on you and others who call this a quagmire and a failure.
He didn't call it a quagmire and a failure. He didn't say any of the things that Kegbreath just said. But
Service members, our warfighters who we care deeply about, are still dying.
our warfighters who we care deeply about. Now, let's watch Kegbreath turn this around into something that was not ever said. Let's watch this snowflake try to become the victim. This snowflake who didn't have the decency to salute or pay homage to our fallen soldier is going to try to become the victim.
So what's different?
And he's going to try to use our soldiers as human shields to be a victim behind our dead soldiers. He's who he didn't even respect enough to honor. He's going to try to use our dead soldiers as human shields. He's trash. I'm going to start this all the way over because I don't want any of this. I don't want anyone to be mistaken about any of this you're about to say.
Today, I want to begin by first echoing my colleagues' comments that we've heard throughout the hearing here and join them.
I want to echo my colleagues' comments. I don't want any of this to be lost on you because what you're about to see pissed me the fuck off, obviously, and I'm not going to interrupt anymore.
And mourning the loss of Americans.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our witnesses here today. I want to begin by first echoing my colleagues' comments that we've heard throughout the hearing here and join them in mourning the loss of American service members who were killed in action these last few days. My thoughts are with their families, with a service member who remains missing, and with all those injured during the strikes. And I will continue to pray for their families. Secretary Hegseth, over the course of the war.
Hold on 1 second. You stupid bitch. Who don't know that when someone joins in the military that they don't know that they may lose their life serving their country? Bitch, my argument is that your Secretary of Defense did not pay respect to the people who lost their life in this war, you dumb cunt. Get the fuck out of my chat, you stupid bitch. The fuck you talking about? I have no argument. I just gave you my full argument, you dumb bitch. Fuck you talking about? Telling me I don't have no argument. No, bitch, you don't have no argument. Excuse me. Let's continue.
With Iran, I have repeatedly expressed concerns regarding the administration's lack of a winning strategy. and repeated contradictions about the state of the war. It frankly doesn't help that you and your president continues to mislead the American people. You and the president have repeatedly said that the war, as we've heard over and over again, is almost over or already won. In fact, the president alone has said the war is almost over more than 30 times. On March 1st, the president said, we'll be done in 4 or 5 weeks. On March 9th, he said the war was very complete. On April 8th, he declared total and complete victory, 100%, no question about it. On the same day, you declared Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield, a capital V military victory by any measure. And yet today, July 21st, we have soldiers whose remains are sadly going to be returned to their deeply grieving families tomorrow. Clearly, the war is not over yet. After months of conflict, our strategy to win remains unclear. I have long said the United States has the strongest military in history in the world, and I have no doubt that our brave service members can execute any mission and prevail in any battle. But without a clear winning strategy, we're at risk of being in another forever war that'll put our service members in continued harm's way and continue to cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Secretary Hegseth, despite your failure to win this war, you are back now before Congress asking for almost $70 billion in additional funding. You're asking the American people for a blank check because, once again, the Trump administration's efforts have been an utter and complete failure to win this war to this point. So my question for you, sir, is how is your strategy different than what we've seen in the past? So far, we have not seen a strategy that's been successful. You mentioned nuclear material is the primary goal of the war. It still exists. We haven't dealt with that issue yet. You talk about the destruction of missiles, and yet the missiles that we saw hit recent targets are actually somehow more lethal, more deadly, more maneuverable than what we have seen in the past. So they're obviously improving their munitions. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, reminding everybody it was open before the war. Prices were lower for everybody until the war, and it still remains closed. And of course, tragically, people, service members, our warfighters, who we care deeply about, are still dying. So what's different? Mr. Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth.
I think your characterization of this incredible effort as a failure is reckless. And I think it's irresponsible. And I think it smears the sacrifice of the troops that are out there making on behalf of the American people to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Shame on you and others who call this a quagmire and a failure, and then you want to turn around and say you support the warfighter. Either you do or you don't.
Is the nuclear material still there,
I can
sir?
get you a ticket out to CENTCOM and talk to what those Americans are doing, how committed they are to this effort, and how they want to ensure that Iran never threatens their families with a nuclear weapon. That's the kind of intensity that our warfighters have about making sure that Iran isn't capable of doing that.
Secretary Hegseth, if you listen to my comments, you would have heard me say how amazing our warfighters are.
I heard failure. The word heard. I heard exactly
I will
what you
tell you
said.
how I use the
Heard
word
exactly
failure
what you
because
said.
I use the word failure to their leaders. You, sir, are the failure, not the men and women who are on that front line, not the men and women who hold up their honor with distinction. But if there's a lack of a winning strategy, they're in harm's way. Their leaders have failed them. And that's what's happening. We have political leadership. You don't have a strategy. You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war. Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership? When will you show
Why don't you show some leadership and stand up to your fellow Democrats who won't fund the troops, who stand and play partisan politics while you don't give us the money? You want to stand up here and talk about the troops? You won't show any political
Secretary
courage to actually fund our department because you have Trump derangement syndrome and can't actually commit to anything meaningful. So I put this on you, Senator.
Secretary Hegseth, you have trillions, you have over $1 trillion. You're asking for $1.5 trillion. It's not a question of money. It's a question of leadership and understanding what it takes to actually win.
Political cowardice of Democrats who won't fund the troops.
Senator's time has expired. This will conclude our hearing. I want to thank our witnesses for being present and the committee for what has certainly been a vigorous discussion. For any senators who wish to submit.
What a joke. What a joke. Let's move on. You won't give us the money. He has $1 trillion budget, and he's talking about the Democrats because he's a absolute failure who is winning a war, a superpower, losing a war to Iran. Let's move on, shall we? Now, this is what I do want to show you. About the Red Sea also being cut off by the Houthis. Let's get into this. if you think it is bad that we only have about 43 days worth of oil supply left in our strategic reserves, it's about to get a whole lot worse. If you guys are not familiar with Savvy Sabs, this link is going to be in my description box under what shall I put this under? Savvy Sabs. Under Savvy Sabs. Go over there and check this out. I really want you to hear about how much worse this is really about to get. Because the Houthis, who your president told you that, the Houthis told me that they don't want to fight anymore. After we was getting our ass kicked over in the Red Sea. I talked about that earlier. If you didn't hear it, go back in the video.
They have been, warning that they were going to do this if things continue to escalate in the Middle East, and now they have actually done it in the East. Back in. Hi, Colonel Wilkerson.
Hello, I get confused over my name too, Sarla.
Oh, buddy. Okay. We have big updates with the Middle East. Ansar Allah, also known in the West as the Houthis from Yemen, they have been, warning that they were going to do this if things continue to escalate in the Middle East. And now they have actually done it. And people need to pay attention because we do get oil from Saudi Arabia. So this is a big one. Yemen's Houthis officially announced a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia. They are banning all Saudi maritime traffic through Bab el-Mandab Strait and the Red Sea. So this is the pathway that leads into the Red Sea, which is, of course, the path that Saudi Arabia takes to get that oil. Saudi Arabia exports 4.5 million barrels of crude oil per day through Bab el-Mandab. Combined with Iran's full Hormuz sovereign control, Saudi can neither export through Hormuz nor through Bab el-Mandab Strait. This is effectively cutting off all Saudi oil exports as every tanker leaving Saudi ports becomes a target. I do have an image to show you guys so you can see what that would look like. So again, if you're just joining, Ansar Allah has decided to put a blockade through this path that leads into the Red Sea. The blockade is against Saudi Arabia. So everyone just look at this video so you can see like how this path flows. So everyone see this here again, like if they can't get through, then they can't get into the Red Sea to get that oil. Colonel Wilkerson, I want to get your take on this. This is a huge escalation in the Middle East and how this can impact us at home as well.
Could you put that map back up just for a second?
Mm-hmm.
If your viewers will, you had it so it showed a little bit of the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, keep expanding if you can to get the Strait of Hormuz in it. There you go. There you go. If your viewers will take a look at what they're doing in addition to what you just announced, and I hear it's 5 million a day, but 4.5, 5 million, whatever. In addition to that, if you'll look up the coast to Oman, which is the country right next to Yemen, to the right of Yemen on the map, and look up toward the Strait of Hormuz, and then drop down just a little bit from where the Strait of Hormuz sort of turns due south, or the water turns due south, they also, I'm hearing right now, have shut down or will very shortly shut down a port called Fujairah, which is what the UAE uses to get its oil. It's on the Omani coast, but it's what the UAE uses to get its oil equivalent amounts into the commercial system. They've shut that down too, or on the verge of shutting it down, they being the Iranians. So that means that Fujairah is probably down or will be down soon, and also Yanbu over on the Red Sea. That's a tremendous blow to the oil traffic. And let me back up, and you can take the map down or leave it up if you like. We had what we called a tabletop game several years ago at what was then the United States Institute for Peace, right across from the State Department downtown on 23rd Street. Everybody came to that game that was interested in any way, fashion, or form in that region of the world, but particularly in the Red Sea. And you could call the event, has the Red Sea replaced the Persian Gulf as the cockpit of strategic competition in that region of the world? And the answer to that question, after 2 days of debating it with everyone from Marriott, AIG, shipping companies from over the world, the EU, the individual EU countries, with essentially the insurers, as I said, of all these shipping entities and so forth, with CENTCOM, Central Command, the command in charge of the war now, if you will, with European Command there, with Indo-Pac Command there, all these different military and other interested parties came together. And we all listened to the briefings from the world's experts on the Red Sea. And the answer to the question, has it replaced the Persian Gulf, is a resounding yes. And here's the reason why. Roughly 60%, not just oil, but 60% of the world's commodity traffic on any given day passes through the Red Sea, through the Bab el-Mandeb and up through the Red Sea. It goes out the Suez Canal. In most instances, it has a little right turn it can make, and there's a little Gulf of Aqaba over there with the port of Eilat in Israel, which is now completely shut down because there's no traffic there because of what the Houthis did before. That's 60% of the world's commerce. And one of the things we learned was that if you divert that, you have to divert it basically around the Horn of Africa. Now, other straits in the world, like the Strait of Malacca, which were thought to be, absolutely dependent on passage, are not all that dependent if you have other routing. In this case, you do with the Strait of Malacca. But here you don't. You're forced to go around the strait, around the Horn of Africa. The cost increase there is fairly substantial. That's the reason the Suez Canal was built. That's the reason all this traffic passes through the Red Sea. All to say that if this is shut down like it was before, remember, it was shut down before after Pete Hegseth said, we'll get in there and we'll kick their butts and it'll be open again. We didn't kick their butts and it wasn't open again. They kicked our butts. So they're going to do that again, more than likely. We're going to have two of the most important passages for global commerce essentially shut down to everything that is in support of, directly or indirectly, the genocide in Gaza. Because that's what the Iranians and the Houthis have been very pointedly all about. They're the only people in the world, basically now, that give a damn about the Palestinians in Gaza, who are still being murdered at an inordinate rate. Still genocide going on. And it's happening on the West Bank, and it's happening in East Jerusalem and elsewhere too. So that's what this is all about, and it's a significant blow for the Iran side, for the Houthi side, for the Palestinian side in this conflict. And that's what they're doing. That's what they want to do, and they're the only ones in the world, really, that are supporting the Palestinians in this very visible and meaningful way.
I just want to show people too, people really have to understand again, global conflict, this is going to impact all of us. We do get oil from Saudi Arabia. So if Saudi Arabia can't get through because of that, here's that blockade right here, Houthi naval blockade into the Red Sea. And they warned people they were going to do this. And I just want people to take a look at the oil inventory right now. This is another thing that's going around. Crude oil only has 43 days of supply left in the United States. That is the lowest inventory in 45 years. And you guys can see the chart here. See how low it is right now? So Colonel Wilkerson, we're screwed.
Well, Donald Trump has purposefully done this, whether he knows it or not. And I sometimes think he's demented, so he doesn't know it. But he's purposefully done this, and he's done it so he can play the stock market and his friends can play the stock markets and they can make tons of money, which they have been doing, including Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. You're right, though. This is looking very grim, and it's looking grim for a number of reasons that most Americans and many people in the world simply don't understand or know about. One of them is what you just pointed out, and that is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the United States. But another one is the SPR in China. China has actually become, because it is the major oil user in the world, China has become as influential, but in a very different way, as OPEC was in previous decades, when you may recall they brought us to our knees with the Arab oil embargo, and we were, lined up at filling stations trying to get gas. I remember that vividly. I had to go from Fort Monroe to Washington, and I had to get in a line of about 50 cars at one filling station just to get gas. Well, what China's doing now is the same thing, but for a different reason. Because it's the biggest oil user in the world, its demand is incredible. And their Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is gargantuan, has been reduced significantly too. And they are thinking about filling it. And if they do that, if they say, I need to fill the reserve, and they put the cash on the barrelhead, which they can do, then the oil markets are going to be distorted for the opposite reason. Demand in China is going to be so great that it's going to soak up all of the available oil, which you just pointed out is going away rather rapidly. And China has coal reserves, and it has the greatest incredible complex of renewables in the world now. So China is sitting in the catbird seat, really sitting in the catbird seat. It has all of these advantages right now going for it, on top of which the latest report on world opinion, you may have seen it, It says that China is rising in the world's opinion and the United States is sinking dramatically in the world's opinion. That is to say, the 197, 198 or so nations the UN recognizes, 2/3 of their populations hate our guts. That's what's happening in the polling. In Pakistan, it was 90% plus hate our guts. Think we're the greatest threat to their happiness and peace in the world. Even South Korea has a population, the majority of which feels that way. So all of these things are happening at the same time, and many of them are congregating around and being deepened and made more profound by this stupid war that Donald Trump, he can't blame this one on Biden, is solely responsible for. This insane war that we are losing, and they are winning.
Colonel Wilkerson, how do you feel about these U.S. troops that were just killed in Jordan, right? So what I find very interesting is that the Trump administration did not evacuate those bases, right? So Pete Hegseth's response about that was that it's a sacrifice, a necessary sacrifice. Like they're talking about like just sacrificing Americans. And then, again, at the end of the day, all for Israel. So you have more U.S. troops that have been killed in the Middle East since, the Iran war, the second part, the war kicked off. And then on top of that, it has also been reported that the U.S. CENTCOM in particular is downplaying the number of casualties, of U.S. casualties that are coming out of the Middle East as well, that are at those bases. I wanted to get your perspective about that, because when reporters are asking Donald Trump about these American troops and Pete Hegseth that are killed, the response should not be, well, it's just a sacrifice.
Well, Hegseth is just that kind of person. Let's face it. You've got Republicans in the Congress right now who are dealing with him almost on a appropriations committee or subcommittee basis. Pete Hegseth and General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, on the other side. And even the Republicans are getting angry with him about how he's unable to express why he needs, for example, this additional money when he's already got $1.5 trillion and can't account for that, can't pass an audit, can't tell the people with whom he's discussing it where that money's gone or why he needs all this extra money. He is a crass individual, let's put it that way. Don't think he's ever sacrificed anything in his life, not like you were talking about these men and women are doing. He's not the kind of Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War that we need at this time. He hasn't been for the entire duration of his stay there. Why he was approved by the Congress should be checking in the mirror every morning as to why they approved this guy as the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War, whatever you want to call it. He's not competent. He's not doing anything but being a sounding board for Donald Trump and resonating in turn with Donald Trump's mercurial personality and is flying all over the place with his decision making. So he's a disaster. He's a physical disaster. And finally, the Republicans are figuring this out. They've got two guys missing right now from this very important defense subcommittee. Lindsey Graham is dead. I don't want to say what I think about that. And Mitch McConnell is, hors de combat, if you will. You don't know where he is at any given time. So they are in a quandary as to what they're going to do. And Savvy, one of the things they're getting ready to do, and this is reprehensible, and Hegseth is right there behind it. This is reprehensible. If you know anything about Jonathan Pollard and his treason against the United States, you know that he should have been sent to Leavenworth and hung by his neck until he was dead. He should never have been pardoned. But what Jonathan Pollard did in terms of his treason was utterly unconscionable. For money, basically, he sold the highest secrets of America. He sold them to Israel and to others, and Israel sold them on to others. What we're getting ready to do in this...
He's talking about the nuclear secrets that were sold to Israel. Pay attention. And pay attention to what is about to be voted for on the floor of Congress.
Senate is we're getting ready to institutionalize by law what Jonathan Pollard did. And it's in two amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, one introduced by Tom Cotton in the Senate, and the other introduced, I want to say, by Bibi Netanyahu. The latter one, essentially marries up the U.S. and Israeli intelligence communities forever. Bibi Netanyahu's wildest dream has come true. The other one marries up the contractors like Lockheed Martin, RTX, and Israeli equivalents, and our people in the Defense Department forever, in a lock that no national state-to-state relationship has ever seen in the world before, going back 3,000 years of human history. We're going to be tied to Israel and Israel to us in ways that are inescapable, and that are treason, frankly, because anybody that thinks Israel will stop doing what it did with Jonathan Pollard simply because Pollard is gone and the Congress is acting as Pollard is smoking some cheap stuff. So we're in trouble in so many ways that I find it very difficult to figure out how we're going to get through the next 6 months and not have really convulsions in this country, domestic convulsions and overseas convulsions, as our allies wake up increasingly to how much we have abandoned them and how much trouble we're putting them in.
To your point, Thomas Massey was talking about this earlier today. I do want to explain to people this part here. The House will soon take 2 votes that will compromise our sovereignty by merging our military technology and supply chain with Israel's. Today's vote on House Resolution 1438 brings the NDAA to the floor without a vote on striking Section 219. So guys, remember I was telling you there were multiple sections in these bills that introduce this merger. Tomorrow's vote is to pass the NDAA. So they're supposed to pass the NDAA on Wednesday. Then he went on to tell us, unfortunately, the rule passed just now and no debate or vote was allowed on Section 219, integration of the U.S. military technology and supply chain with Israel's. The NDAA will receive a recorded vote tomorrow, which will be Wednesday, with Section 219 in it. I will vote no. So for those who were not aware, Thomas Massey did put the warning out that unfortunately this time around, they would not allow him to propose an amendment to this section like he was able to do last time. So because he wasn't allowed to propose an amendment, it just goes to the floor anyway. And I also want to warn people about this, and I want your take on this too, Colonel Wilkerson. If you think that this is something that the Democratic Party is going to, overturn if they get into power, that's not going to happen. This is a bipartisan thing here. So Hakeem Jeffries supports this, and Mike Johnson both support this. I want to get your take on that, Colonel Wilkerson, the fact that, both of these parties support this merger with Israel, with the exception of a couple of members in the House.
Excuse me, there are quite a few Democrats who of late have shown that were they given the opportunity and did they have the power, they would vote against this. Unfortunately, it's too late for them to be waking up. And you're right. I think we're going to have to live with this at least for a time. And it's unconscionable what it means. I mean, you're talking about taking the visibility such that it was under Biden. It hardly was any visibility. He violated the law every time he shipped some arms to Israel, basically. But at least it was exposed. At least it had the State Department looking at it. At least it had people with a conscience saying things like Josh Paul did. Josh Paul, you may recall, from Political Military Affairs at State, who monitored this as a rule in his job, resigned because of it, and now has a pack up trying to combat AIPAC and its influence, and is doing a pretty good job. But it's going to take time to get this going. Likewise, it's going to take time for I think 60 to 70% of America now that is under 50 years old that thinks this relationship with Israel is poisonous, which is the pure truth, and wants to do something about it. So it'll take time, and I'm afraid that in that time, a lot of bad things are going to happen. And Mike Johnson.
Go over to my link and check out the rest of this. Some very, 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 very interesting stuff is going down in your government. If you don't think that it is important to understand who is in your government, Democrat and Republican, if you don't understand that some people will do anything for money, you will be surprised. So let me take you over where one Democrat who was all about this bill, when pressed about this bill, tried to act as if, oh, well, it's really nothing I can do, and really tried to step away from his support of this same bill when pressed about it. This will be in my description box as well under breaking points. I'll put it under breaking points. No, I'll put it under DSA debate.
The Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that combo. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be on. Thank you for the chance.
Of course. So before we get into all of that, You are at the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our audience. This is what would effectively partially merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. You were originally in support of it. You changed your position on it. I just wanted to know about your thought process here.
Merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What it does is it talks about co-development programs.
Yeah,
So
we can actually put element 1 up on the screen while he's discussing because it has some of the specific
the Pentagon has 1,000.
Okay, I put this under Section 224 debate in my description box. You can go pull this up if you would like to view it on your own.
Different development programs that they're put together for procurement of, I don't know, everything from the F-35 to a radio. And when you do that, you develop a program of record and the Pentagon works on it. We have, over the course of the last decade, had 3 programs that we co-developed with the Israeli military around drones, around missile defense.
And you hear the tone that he has in his voice. No, it's not. Yeah, it's just you hear the simplicity that he has in his voice to try to lull you into like, oh, it's nothing to worry about. It's something small. The whole sing song that he has in his voice about the seriousness of this peep game.
Counter drones. And so the point of those programs was for the 2 militaries to work together to develop them. Okay. Now, neither controls the other in terms of how they use them. So those were just co-development programs. And this Section 224, when it came up in the committee, said, let's have one person overlook all 3 of those programs, and let's explore the possibility of more co-development programs.
Right. So it says to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation, that goes on to spell out what all that means.
Right. And it didn't create any new program. And by the way, missile defense was the big thing that we had there. And so that was the point of it. And mostly I see this as a benefit to the U.S. military, particularly when you're talking about missile defense. The Israeli military is really good at it. They can help us develop those systems so that we have a better system. I think it's an incredible exaggeration to say that this would merge the U.S. military because...
So the Israeli military is very good at it, but don't they get good at it from the U.S. dollars that pay for it, for them to be good at it? Or can we just keep our own dollar that we pay them to be good at it and get good at it ourselves? I don't know. Isn't that silly of me to think of that? I don't know.
Out of thousands, literally thousands of programs, we would have 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 that we were co-developing with the IDF.
But you've changed your position now, correct? You oppose it. So what are your concerns? Because I'll tell you the concerns, from me personally, I think shared a lot by our audience is you are well aware there is a reckoning happening with regard to the U.S. relationship 100%. With Israel, especially in the Democratic Party. Yeah. And so what appears from the outside is that while votes are increasingly becoming difficult for Israel to win in terms of overt aid being granted, this would be a way to secure the Israel-U.S. relationship without having that transparency and that democratic accountability that would come from a vote. So that's the concern, is that it would make the Israeli-U.S. military relationship more entrenched in a way that lacks any sort of democratic accountability.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, we're talking about...
What are your concerns then?
Sorry, 2 different questions here. Yeah. My concern is I don't support the Netanyahu government. And I certainly don't support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are doing. And that's been, I think, the real challenge for me is Israel has a right to exist. Israel is threatened profoundly by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So how do we help them defend themselves? Well, at the same time, they've got a government that's frankly out of control, particularly in the West Bank. I associate myself with Rahm Emanuel's speech in Tel Aviv last week, where he said Netanyahu has decided that he is going to be able to defeat all of his adversaries. So whether you're talking Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Iran, it's perpetual war all the time. And then with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, you've got people who really do want to drive all of the Palestinians out of Gaza and the West Bank, and they're in the government. Okay. So the basic idea of the program when it was first presented to me, like I said, it's co-development programs and like a missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on. And it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops. So I don't agree with that aspect of it. But a couple of constituents in particular reached out to me and explained that, look, at this point, voting for anything that integrates the U.S. and the Israeli government further, given where the Netanyahu government is at, is just a statement we don't want to make right now. And I agreed with that. And that's what caused me to change my mind on that particular issue.
So you've said you would vote against that on the House floor.
I would vote to remove it from the bill, yes.
So you are ranking member, House Armed Services. That makes you one of the four most important people in D.C. in terms of what ends up in the NDAA. And for our audience,
except for the fact that I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority, of course.
And I don't control what the majority does by any stretch of the imagination.
But what I wanted to know is if you would use that position when it comes to conference, which is when this is for our audience. I know, obviously, you know this, when the Senate version is merged with the House version and any difference are reconciled.
I will advocate for the removal of that provision.
And if it's not removed, will you refuse to sign off on the conference report?
I don't know that I would go that far. It depends on what else is in the bill. I mean, look, the bill itself has the massive problem that it's continuing to.
I don't know if I'll go that far. I don't know if I would go that far.
Fund the war in Iran, which is an utter disaster. So I am probably not going to vote, well, almost certainly not going to vote for the bill as it comes off the House floor now, just in and of itself, regardless of that particular section. Just because of that one section, I don't know that I would vote against the entire bill.
Well, and that was actually the other thing I wanted to ask you about is why are Democrats considering supporting an NDAA at all while Trump...
Period. In any way, shape, or form, why would they even consider this? This is why
is prosecuting.
This is why you just cannot blindly. This is why you should expect something for your vote. These people get too comfortable.
A disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war, which to your credit, you've been very vocally outspoken against.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of layers to that. First of all, and this is where we get into some of those divisions within the Democratic Party. I believe that we do need to have a Department of Defense. We need to support our troops. We have national security threats that we have to be prepared to deal with. All right. So
do people disagree with that?
Well, there are some. Look, the Democratic Socialists of America in their platform is defund the Department of Defense. It's in their platform.
Have any of the candidates that you're aware of held that position or advocated that position?
I
see lots of people advocate for cutting the Pentagon, which I would agree with. That you may agree with as well. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone advocating for getting rid of it. At least nobody who's elected to office.
Yeah, no, they've. But it's part of the DSA platform, okay, and also a broader part.
Do you agree with everything, single word of the Democratic Party platform?
I do not. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, but
should you be held to, whatever views are theoretically in some policy position paper, or should we deal with the reality of what your positions are?
Why would they put it in there in the first place? But aside from that particular point, there's the larger question of the role the U.S. plays in the world. And this is where I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world. And I've heard these arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad things without any question, but I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going to say that we shouldn't ever have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this that I'm curious,
I'm not saying,
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause on that point for 1 second. the argument I'm making, and I think other people, is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Trump is prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate
by the way,
that he is in violation of.
Just to be clear, it's a bigger part of the problem. Even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal.
Yeah.
So why not use this moment when they would dearly like Democratic votes?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all. Yeah.
So you think that, so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use that leverage in an effective way? And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety of different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets if he doesn't, begin to turn over more information. It's us exercising our oversight. If we pull back from that and don't do anything, that winds up with the executive branch having all the control and all the authority if we just don't pass anything. So there are some things in this bill that exercise oversight of the Pentagon. We step back from that. Trump just goes and does what he wants to do without any congressional oversight. So that's the balance. Because I think the mistake when you say leverage, the notion is if we say we won't vote for it, the Republicans will therefore give us this, 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 and this.
Well, it'll put some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this, the
sure, it will, but they may not. But it may not result in that. So yes.
But it may be worth a try. The Iran war is already very unpopular,
100%.
and
100%. Yes.
Let me ask you about your vote for the Thomas Massie amendment, which would block aid to Israel. And this is another one where you had told one outlet that you were planning to vote against it, and then you changed your mind and decided to vote for it. You put on a statement saying that you wanted to send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd love for you. There's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera. I'd love for you to explain in your own words how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary, given where consensus within Washington has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment yourself, given your position and your track record. You're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through
this is going to take a minute. This is going to take.
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been. Okay. Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that historical relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world. Well, they're the only country in the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that, Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. And it comes down to a fundamental question: does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is absolutely the DSA position, is that they don't. Okay.
Well, let's pause on that. I want to get to the DSA, and I don't want to fight you on all of this, but I want you to get to your point. I got to get through
this. Yeah. I got to get through this. Okay. So, if you have a situation where Israel is threatened on all sides, and I know it's like, well, no, it's not saying they don't have a right to exist, just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control Israel. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, but don't you isn't the idea of equal rights for all ethnicities something that you, in theory, support as a Democrat?
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to.
There should be, but what is all this? But
exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on. Hold on. Stop.
Why is
no, we got to drill
down. Issue for U.S. taxpayers?
We got to drill down on that. Okay. All right. They cease to exist as an ethno-state. So basically, Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay. And maybe that's just what has to happen.
So why should the Palestine people be ruled by Jewish people? Why can't they have their what about the two-state solution? Well, it has to be one or the other, but the Jewish people don't like that. They want to get rid of the Palestinian people entirely. So obviously they agree to it, but as long as them getting rid of the other people, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
In the minds of some people, but understand the consequences of it. Understand why Israel was created in the first place, so that the Jews would have some place to go. Okay,
right?
And
So we're giving them some place to go. That means that they have the right to get rid of other people because they think. They will want you to believe that the place that they were given to go, that they want you to believe that if they don't get rid of the people in the place that they were given to go to be, so they won't be further exterminated. These people are going to exterminate them, so therefore they get to exterminate the people who get the fuck out of here. What are you saying?
just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's point one.
Well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position. But
well, what is your
second
position?
of all,
No, what is your position?
Second of all, you're ignoring that Israel was not created in a land with no people. Land.
No. I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't.
There were people there that were displaced.
Right. Very few countries ever were.
Nakba.
Yeah.
There is a dispute over land.
Yes.
And Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the reality of today. And, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly argue that point. Yeah. But, we have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way, both with the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey amendment saying, hey, we should blockade. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. At the peak of the Gaza onslaught, you had a complete siege. You had entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas and Hezbollah and
Wow. This man is fucking nuts. Oh, wow. Everybody forgets about October 7th. If nothing else exists before October 7th. Everybody forget about over 1,000 people. But what happened before then, and before then, and before then, and before then, and before then? Are we serious right now?
Have done, and their desire is to wipe out the state of Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not? I mean, that's in Hamas's charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still doing that. I don't like the way Israel decided to defend themselves, but the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying is, sorry, we had this idea back in 1948. We were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all these attacks. Didn't work out, so go back to Europe, go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore.
I think the question,
and I don't think you understand how difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
no, I think the question, and this is not, this is.
Well, maybe, okay. Okay, we were going to give you land. It didn't work out. Go back to Europe. Go back to wherever. And you don't think that people, the Jewish people, you don't think that people would understand how that would feel for the Jewish people to be told to, it's not working out, go back to Europe. But we're supposed to understand how the Palestinian people who are living in the West Bank are supposed to understand when they go to farm in their olive field, that what the Jewish people want to call settlers have taken over their homes or have come in and burned up their homes. We are supposed to understand that these are just Israeli settlers, and they are supposed to understand that they are not allowed to come back to their homes. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what we call them settlers? We don't call them terrorists. We call them settlers that just come and totally take over these big homes that these Palestinians have on the West Bank, and they come and take over the land in the West Bank, more and more and more land in the West Bank. Is that what you're saying to me? They're supposed to just understand that.
My perspective, but I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular, and most of the country view at this point, is why should our tax dollars, given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
That's why I voted.
that's
why I voted for the
that
Massey
could be,
Amendment.
spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why should that be going to prop up an ethno-state that is an apartheid state? And I wonder if you agree with that characterization, that has been committing, if you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
But that's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think we should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns about Hamas, about Hezbollah, that people don't seem to share. Let's say that this plays out the way you describe, and okay, there is no Jewish ethno state, and the consequence of that is there is no Jewish state.
But he has no concerns about Jesus Christ. He has no concerns about the settlers. You have no concerns about the genocide.
Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, from the river to the sea, if you will?
Hamas has given up the governing of Palestine. That's good.
Will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean. Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that would be the reality.
Well, how would it not be the reality?
I don't know how you can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people, regardless of if they're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally
et cetera.
with you. Look,
and then the other piece is,
but Hamas doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support a two-state solution? Is that your idea?
Look, yes.
So how do we get there? How do we get there?
But stop.
Hold on.
I can answer this.
How do we get there at a time
when
you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible?
There's something I have to explain before all this makes sense.
In order to create a Palestinian state.
Look, let's go back to what you said. I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact that it's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would agree. Yes.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And that creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state. And the details of how Israel is currently running, their country, there are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it'll be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is.
And I don't know why the United States government and Congress and the Senate is trying to sit down there and wreck their minds over it and scrap up money to uphold rich Israelis in any of this. When we have poor Americans, sick Americans, that our government is doing absolutely nothing for. I concur, Crystal. I concur. This is not our problem.
American taxpayers' business to fund this.
Again, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
But what is actually your idea? Because if you're saying, you don't support a one-state solution, you don't support a two-state solution, there is no good solution. That's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right, and I'm
no good solution.
And I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this. There's a great book called Palestine 1936 that described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British Mandate, and you had the Jews.
Why must I understand the history of this dating back to 1936 when you don't even understand the history of the United States dating back to 1936 and all of the same problems that have plagued the United States of America since the 30s that still plague the United States of America right now. A la Nolan Wells story. We got our own problems, sir. We have our own problems, sir. Legislate that. This link is in my description box. I'm kind of through with this. This link is in my description box. It is in the description box under the title, section 224 debate. They are voting on this today in your Congress. I don't know why, but they are. To commingle Israel and the United States military and their intelligence. I just wanted you to know that, just in case you were unaware. Is there something else I wanted you to know about? There is. Fox News is now telling your president to get out of this disastrous war before the midterm. It seems like Fox News is quite afraid. Fox News is saying, "Oh, Donnie, please, please, Donnie, get out of this war." Let's see what Fox News is telling Trump. Here we go. Fox News is very afraid. Here we go.
Timeline, because this thing started back in February, and most of us checked out about the fourth or fifth time that Donald Trump decided to declare the war over. Because remember, Trump and Netanyahu launched this war together. And now Iran has reclosed the Strait of Hormuz. We are on night 10 or 11 of new continuous strikes. We've seen 430 Americans injured or more, and there are American service members that have passed away. And I've told you on this channel before, we say their names, even when others may see these soldiers as something on the bottom line of a balance sheet under the heading, the cost of war. This last week, it was First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, 25 years old, and Private Isabella Gonzalez, 19 years old, killed in Jordan. A third soldier died in Iraq. I haven't seen that name yet, but when we do, I'll make sure to get it on one of our stories. But Donald Trump's response to all of this was, of course, to go on Truth Social and go full on tough guy. Quote, every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. That directive was passed to Hegseth, the Joint Chiefs, and everybody, quote, every leader in the military. He also posted that Iran, quote, recently killed 52,000 innocent protesters. By the way, the documented...
Did I miss Laura Ingraham crying? Oh, let's hear hard jaw Laura Ingraham crying. Here we go.
Clear how it's going to end.
And with the midterm elections a little more than 100 days away, the clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. Republicans cannot let this become an endless distraction, especially if they want to win in November.
When Fox News starts sounding like your group chat during a breakup, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting to see an intervention. And I got to give you the quick timeline because this thing started back in February, and most of us checked out about the fourth or fifth time that Donald Trump decided to declare the war over. Because remember, Trump and Netanyahu launched this war together.
Is there more Fox News crying? I think that's it. Is that it? Oh, God. Unfortunately, that's it. I thought there was more. I thought there was more Fox News crying. I guess that's it. Too little. That link is in my description box under Fox News wants out of the war. So let me share one more thing with you about the war, and we're gonna share some new breaking news about Melania Trump being outed by the Tate brothers. Spicy, spicy stuff.
Into a victory, and that's a fact. So let me play this for you, and then we'll break it down. Here we go.
The problem that President Trump faces is that the United States has lost this war. And if we go back to the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed on June 17th, this was the memorandum that looked like it was going to end the war. It was basically a surrender document. The United States gave in to Iran on every point. In other words, Iran won on every point. And the reason is that the United States did not have a military strategy to defeat Iran. Now, what's happened since June 17th is that the United States tried to open a separate channel in the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz that the Iranians refused to accept. So we've now got back to a situation where the two sides are attacking each other. with these tit-for-tat military strikes. But the problem is the United States can't win this battle, just like it couldn't win the battle before June 17th. And that's why we had to sign the Memorandum of Understanding. Nothing has changed. The United States does not have a magic formula for defeating Iran. So President Trump can escalate all he wants, but it's not going to do any good because the Iranians will match the United States at every point.
That's why I fear what comes next, because I worry about a ground invasion. I worry about the U.S. trying to take Keshem Island or Karg Island or some of the other, oil important islands over there. I worry about a Moab being used or a nuclear weapon being used. People are forgetting that we're dealing with Donald J. Trump, a guy who floated the idea of nuking a hurricane in his first term because he thought it might work to stop it in its tracks. Okay, this guy has a morbid curiosity and fascination, and he would love to order a nuclear strike. I'm telling you, I wish I was wrong, but I'm not wrong. And so that's why I fear what's coming next, because his analysis is spot on. There is no way to turn this into a W. But these desperate, cornered animals might feel like the only way to turn this into a W is to do something big and bold and spectacular, and something that will, of course, be an historic atrocity if they actually follow through with it. So I think at the very least, we might be in order for a ground invasion, and that would be an absolute catastrophe. Let me give you some more, because Mearsheimer's not done. He says the following.
The Iranians are clearly going to win. But what President Trump will do is he will declare victory. And all of his acolytes will say that it is a great victory. The question is, do you think that he will be able to convince most Americans, most voters, that he won the war against Iran? And I think he will not be able to do that. And I don't think he will be able to convince most people around the world, including in countries like India. We could all see with our own eyes what's happening here.
Yeah.
And we've reached a point where you have to ask yourself, do you believe what we see with our own eyes, or do you believe what President Trump says? And I think almost all of us believe what we see with our own eyes. And the fact is that the Iranians have been able to stymie the Americans and indeed defeat the Americans. I think before this war, to be honest, that hardly anyone thought that the Iranians would do as well as they have done in this war. I think lots of people understood, me included, that the Iranians had some powerful cards to play. But I don't think anyone fully understood, including the Iranians themselves, exactly how this war would play out and how well Iran would do against the United States.
So in other words, they're doing better.
We have decimated all of their capabilities. We have ruined their military. We have all of their navy is underground. We have won this war
better than anybody thought they.
We believe Hegseth and Donald Trump
would do, even in their wildest imagination. And by the way, this is what happens when you prepare for decades for a war, as Iran has been. Okay, when Donald Trump was redlining and keeping black people out of his apartments in the 1980s, Iran was preparing for this. When Donald Trump was sneaking into Miss Teen USA dressing rooms to see naked girls, Iran was preparing for this. When Donald Trump was saying, "You're fired," on a reality show called The Apprentice, Iran was preparing for this. Iran is spending its resources on the military and on the axis of resistance instead of domestically taking care of.
Now, look at the actual audacity of Marco Rubio saying what Iran is doing with their money. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio complained that Iran was spending its resources to bolster allies in the axis of resistance rather than on the domestic needs of its citizens. Bitch, what? Bitch, what? As America has shut down cancer research, has shut down Meals on Wheels for poor people, has kicked people off healthcare, have kicked people off Social Security, have kicked people off Medicaid, Medicare, all of these things that have happened in the United States of America. But Marco Rubio has the audacity to talk about what Iran is putting towards their military and what they are not putting towards their people. Marco Rubio, who came out and did a whole conference and put a whole list of people on a left-wing terrorist watch list, including people like Black Lives Matter, Maxine Waters, people who attended a wedding in Cuba. A whole watch list. Are you kidding me? Marco Rubio. Who else? Alan Iyer, a former senior U.S. diplomat and the State Department's first Persian language spokesperson, pointed to the irony, says the country seeking a USD $1.5 trillion war budget. Iyer spent much of his 40-year government career working on a Iran and Middle East policy. Rubio also said Sunday that Washington remains open to diplomacy, but that the MOU could not be considered alive while Iran was attacking ships and restricting passage through the Strait of Hormuz. He claimed Tehran has sent signals through direct and indirect channels that it wanted to negotiate, but said Washington would continue its military response unless Iran changes course. Marco Rubio had the audacity.
Complained that Iran is spending its resources on the military and on the axis of resistance instead of domestically taking care of their own people. You literally cannot make this up. Listen to what he says.
I mean, Iran's economy is in shambles. They have 300% inflation, particularly on life-sustaining goods. They have dwindling revenues of eating their own payroll. They have food shortages. They have a drought that we didn't cause. But they have a gasoline shortage and fuel shortage. All these problems existed before.
They have food shortages. They have gasoline shortages. Let's revisit this comment in a month or so. Let's revisit this in a month or so. Marco Rubio is a very, it appears to be that Marco Rubio appears to be a very dangerous person. It appears that the power that Marco Rubio has been given, Marco Rubio appears to be a very dangerous man.
They've just gotten worse. They will continue to get worse. And one of the reasons why Iran is in shambles, Iran is a rich country. One of the reasons why Iran is in shambles is because every penny that this regime there gets, be it through sanctions relief or through the oil they're able to get out, they invested in Hezbollah. They invested in Hamas. They spent billions of dollars supporting militias. The
United States have hospitals that are closing down. In the poorest parts of the United States, in rural parts of the United States, there are hospitals that are figuring out ways to stay open by closing down maternity wards in a lot of parts of the United States. What investments have the United States made in our country? We hear that Rollins chick, the agriculture secretary, hear all of the problems that the American farmers are still facing, and that bitch had zero answers about all of the problems from crop insurance, all of the from plants to have their from what is it? What are they called? Meat processing plants that we have 4 in the whole country from farmers not making money. And that bitch had no answers for any of the questions. Talking about tree nuts have increased by 11%. Touting that as a win. She had no answers to the fact that the 4 producers of the 4 meat processing plants, two who are foreign owned, have received the most amount of aid that was supposed to have gone to the small farmer, but it went to the largest farmer because they had cut 3 rules that ensured that it would go to the smaller farmer, and the bitch had no answer. But what has your government done to help you while Marco Rubio is talking this dumb shit about what Iran is and is not doing for their people? And while they are not doing anything for you. But I guess the thing that they did for you is they kept you dumb enough to believe that you're better than someone. So therefore, all of the pain that they cause you is not a pain to you, it's pain to someone else. Because you're stupid. Not all of you, just you stupid ones that say stupid shit in my chat. You got that? You understood that? Because you got your stupid ass in here talking about what you don't understand what I'm saying, because there's so many what I'm saying, because you don't know anything that I'm saying, because you don't have the brain width to understand that you didn't know half of what is in my head to think of. You are sitting up here talking about me saying me trying to have a thought that you have never thought of in your entire life. You think I give a fuck about you saying how many times that I say because I am trying to think of a thought that never crossed your stupid ass mind? Me trying to think of something that never crossed your mind? That's something that you're unconcerned with because you're unconcerned with your own life? Because you are so busy being a cheerleader behind fools? You think I give a fuck about you saying how many times I say but you're sitting in my chat trying to understand what I'm talking about? Oh. Okay. Exactly. Okay, so let's continue.
Hezbollah and Hamas. They're not spending billions of dollars supporting the people of Hamas.
This is coming from a member of the Trump regime. Why are you guys spending money on resistance and on military stuff, bro? You guys got to take care of your people, dog. You, Marco Rubio, the regime you're part of, literally just kicked 18 million people off Medicaid. You just did it. You just kicked millions of people off food stamps. You just did it. And you're also turned around and asked for 350 billion DZACs for the military, for the war with Iran. And that's on top of Trump saying, I want 1.5 trillion for the Pentagon overall. So you want 350 billion for the war with Iran, another 1.5 trillion for the defense budget overall. At the same time, you're cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, every single social safety net program, the food stamp program, shutting 742 rural hospitals because of your fucking budget cuts. Okay? Getting rid of the routine food safety inspections, which is leading to something like the explosive diarrhea parasite. And you have the nerve to lecture Iran. If anything, Iran's actions have been proven justified because there was a big threat. The axis of Epstein did come after them. Israel and the U.S. did attack them. So all that money that they spent on Hezbollah and Hamas and on their military seemingly was an intelligent move because they needed all of it because you guys were going to attack them no matter what.
Money well spent. It seems like they prepared for what they needed to prepare for. It seems like it was a money well spent for them. So there we go. What else? There was something else I wanted to share with you. Let's go here.
I think this administration made a mistake. It's realized it now in sort of the limbic reptile brain part of its foreign policy and is trying to extricate itself as quickly as possible.
And not just
here we go.
Trump had teamed up with his terrorist Israeli master Netanyahu to murder the Iranian supreme leader along with his wife, daughter, daughter-in-law, and a 14-month-old granddaughter. But instead of expressing remorse for his barbaric action, this Israeli lapdog today said that he was giving Iran a week off for the funeral.
This isn't the one I want. I apologize. That one's old. Here we go. Let me get to the right one. Here we are.
And we were perhaps only finding out
and destroying Amazon's central data infrastructure in Bahrain.
Okay, so here we go. Iran said that they are going after these billionaires. They said that they're going to start striking all of these tech billionaires. This is what they said. If you are unaware, they are going after these tech billionaires, and all of these data centers that they use to collect information. If you didn't know, now you know.
Deranged occupant of the White House today claimed that Iran was desperate for a ceasefire, something I predicted only a couple of days ago. In the UK, the first major policy announcement by the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has been to open up the British bases for the use of the US military against Iran. This was immediately after he announced his new cabinet, with an overwhelming majority of them being known supporters of the illegal settler colony of Israel. The Houthis have imposed the blockade of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, the rogue settler colony of Israel unleashes a dirty campaign against New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani to stop him from carrying out his threats to arrest war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. So please stay tuned. Iran today announced a major escalation in its war against the US as the IRGC claimed it had fired, for the first time, cruise missiles to hit key American civilian infrastructure in the region. The IRGC announced that its aerospace force launched a volley of cruise missiles targeting and destroying Amazon's central data infrastructure in Bahrain. This strike marks a critical and dangerous escalation in the ongoing kinetic conflict, representing the first major use of cruise missiles directly targeting commercial cloud infrastructure in the Gulf. This is not the first time, though, that Iran has attacked and destroyed Amazon facilities in the region. It did so with immense perfection, even during the 40-day war. This had severely affected the services of Amazon in the region. Iran said that it was essentially avenging the US military strikes on its civilian facilities such as roads, bridges, and more crucially, its under-construction power plant. Iran has already killed 4 American soldiers in the current conflict, even though the Islamic Republic has maintained that the actual death toll was a lot higher. Clearly, Iran is in no mood of slowing down in its retaliatory strikes. But trust the delusional fool from the White House to announce the complete decimation of the Iranian military for the millionth time since last year.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until
how would you know if there are no signs? What, you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies.
But you don't know what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something that I
possible,
don't
likely?
know? You know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
Didn't I tell you only a couple of days ago that this maniac would soon announce that Iran was desperate to strike a deal? This is precisely what he said today during his meeting with his Lebanese proxy, Joseph Aoun. And yet, this fool Aoun, who is the president of Lebanon, failed to get an assurance from his American masters on the withdrawal of Israeli troops from Lebanon.
When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon? When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline?
They're in the process of doing that. They're in the process of redeploying to other sections. And again, they get along very well. That was a great agreement they signed with Lebanon, and they're redeploying.
What would it take for the Lebanese people to get rid of such a moronic and spineless American and Israeli slave? Do they not have any say in electing their president? Trump today announced his fake bravado yet again against Iran, despite suffering heavy losses in recent days at the hands of the same army which he keeps imagining about having decimated over 1 million times. But what he didn't tell you about was the total carnage caused by Iran across the Gulf region. Iran today targeted not one, but 3 cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz as they tried to pass through this waterway by bypassing the Iranian blockade. All 3 ships sustained heavy damages, forcing the crew members to abandon their vessels. One of these ships belonged to Kuwait. And if this wasn't enough, the Houthis, who yesterday announced their blockade of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait against Saudi Arabia, today sought to actively enforce this embargo when they fired warning shots at vessels trying to disobey their order. This has prompted international shipping lines to panic as commercial tankers carrying Saudi crude and major cargo carriers have been tracked reversing course near Djibouti to avoid entering the Red Sea. And when Taco Trump was asked about this, he simply chose to avoid.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front?
Well, we'll have to see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. It was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
His fear of the Houthis is understandable. Remember how he had begged for a ceasefire with the Houthis last year after the Yemeni fighters made his life hell in the Red Sea. Such was Trump's desperation that he even ignored his own master, Netanyahu, and went ahead to sign a ceasefire. Publicly, he may be sounding upbeat against Iran, or at least trying to do so. But privately, he knows that he simply cannot sustain longer in this conflict. Journalist Ben Swann says he cannot imagine the situation in which US could win this war against Iran. This is what he told journalist Rick Sanchez.
It's almost impossible for the United States to come out of this war successfully. Just given what's going on the ground, the advantage, asymmetrically speaking, is all in Iran's favor, in large part because they're playing in their backyard, which usually is a huge advantage for someone like, or for a country like them in this situation. And for them, Ben, as I see it, the goal for Iran, and this could take as long as it has to, is as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed, they win. And that's not hard to do. And the more that the United States as an aggressor attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, the more chances there are of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. The longer the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more Iran wins. So this is a tough situation for Mr. Trump.
I think it's an impossible situation, which is why, Trump as a candidate would have said this is insane. He, in fact, did say this was insane.
Yeah.
He said that if you vote for Kamala Harris, she'll take us to war with Iran, and we can't have any more regime change wars. We can't have more forever wars in the Middle East. As of this morning, there are reports that Trump is now talking about boots on the ground, saying that he may have to go ahead and go forward with that. I mean, Rick, think about that. This is a guy who was only president of the United States because in 2016, he was the only Republican who would say the Iraq war was a huge mistake. It was a fool's errand. We were dragged into a war we shouldn't have been in. We wasted so many lives, so much treasure, so much time in this country. And nobody had ever said this. And all of a sudden, as a Republican candidate, and people said, absolutely, we agree. No one's listening to the people who were sick and tired of these wars. Yeah. 10 years later, it's Trump who's dragging us into now potentially a ground war in Iran, which I've seen your reporting on it and the guys that you've interviewed, and you're spot on. This is not something that can be won. Yeah. It would become an absolute boondoggle. We'd be dragged into another decades-long war.
Now do you see why Kegbreath is going back to the Senate begging for more money? Now do you see what your for-profit media is not talking about to you honestly? Oh, okay.
We would lose tens of thousands of soldiers. And I don't know that we'd ever actually win. I mean, we went to Afghanistan and we replaced the Taliban after 20 years with the Taliban. So that was terrible. This would be much harder. And those were guys riding around in pickup trucks with machine guns. This is a real military that is, they have all the advantages. What are we doing?
Another American expert, John Mearsheimer, feels that recent heavy losses suffered by the U.S. military have already caused panic in the Trump administration, and the U.S. military is reconsidering its approach against the Islamic Republic.
This tit-for-tat strategy that has been going on for over a week now started on July 7th. And this past week, early in the week, President Trump made it clear that if the Iranians did not surrender by the end of this week, that he would then go after civilian infrastructure in Iran. He'd go after bridges, he'd go after power plants, and so forth and so on. But what happened was that at the end of this past week, he started, or the United States started, to go after civilian infrastructure. We went after bridges, we went after power plants, and we went after a desalination plant inside of Iran.
You know what they call those? They call those war crimes.
Now, what the Iranians did was they instantly retaliated against similar targets in countries like Kuwait. Furthermore, they ramped up the bombing campaign against Jordan, and they bombed Saudi Arabia for the first time in almost 4 months. So they made it clear that they were going to play tit for tat. Moreover, the Iranians made it clear that next week, if President Trump went after civilian infrastructure in a big way, they would basically shut down the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf and out of the Red Sea and out of the United Arab Emirates.
Did they do that? Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Trump voters, are you happy? Are you happy that you're so stupid? Are you happy that you're so stupid?
Which has a very important port that's located outside of the Strait of Hormuz. All of this would be shut down. And furthermore, the Iranians would go after all sorts of...
But see, when people try to tell you something, you try to come in my chat trolling because you're dumb and you don't know anything. Because you haven't heard it on Fox News or on one of these Trump channels, and you can't not hear information. So you think that you're hurting somebody else, and I'm just going to continue to give you factual information. So, with that being said, I hope you guys have plenty of cash in small denominations. I hope you have a solar generator. I hope you have some personal protection, and I hope you have plenty of things to insert into your personal protection, because in times of strife, they usually will put limitations of how many boxes of certain things that you can purchase to put into your personal protection gadgets. So you may want to prepare yourself. But I know the regular Trump voter, you probably broke, and you probably don't have anything. You're walking around here like it's all good, but it's about to get real bad out here. I hope you guys have some containers, not the clear plastic containers, some safe containers that you can put some drinking water in, where the water will not go bad. And if you don't, I hope you have the wherewithal to use that thing that you are always strolling through YouTube, and to find out a way how to make sure that you can save you some drinking water, and get the information where you can save some drinking water and make sure it stays safe. I really hope you can do that. I really hope you can go somewhere and find you some non-perishable food and have it on hand, because it's about to get treacherous out here. And nobody's warning you. You know why no one's warning you? Because the people that owns your media, all of these big people, these billionaires that owns blocks and blocks of your media, your social media, they have their bunkers. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give zero fucks about you, because they're multi-billionaires. They know what they're going to do. They don't need you. As a matter of fact, they would rather thin the herd of you in the first place. So let's continue.
Power plants, desalination plants across the Middle East. So the Iranians made it clear that they were playing hardball. Now, when you look at these threats in the context of what the Iranians have actually been able to do over the past few days, in terms of hitting various targets in Jordan and in other places in the Middle East, it's manifestly clear that the Iranians have the capability to target all sorts of infrastructure inside of these Middle East states and do great destruction.
Even former head of U.S. counterterrorism department in the Trump administration, Joe Kent, says that the Israeli slave should claim victory and wind up operations against Iran. Mind you, Kent had resigned from his post in protest against Trump's decision to wage an illegal war against Iran earlier this year.
I think right now that we've taken some more casualties, the Iranians have proven they have this capability. In the last 48 hours, we've done 2, and I think CENTCOM just announced a 3rd round of strikes. We have gotten our reprisal. We can say that we got our reprisal. And now I think it's the time for President Trump to say, you know what? I took out their Navy. I took out their military. He's got the talking points down. He says them every time. Say that, get our guys out of there, and he can still probably convince a good deal of people here in the United States that we are successful. And then we can engage in quiet diplomacy to get the Straits of Hormuz back open up again. I pray he does that. And if he does do that, I will give him immense credit, and we should all be grateful if he does that. However, I am concerned that because he wants this piece of paper or he wants a military victory, and he keeps going back to the military, because like right now, our diplomats, even on their best day, they're just not going to get a deal. And so he's going to the military and he's saying, what options do I have? And CENTCOM's probably saying like, well, we're kind of running out of stuff to bomb and to see an effect. And they're probably having to tell him all the different contingencies that we have for ground operations right now. And that is a I'm sure he's getting warned. I hope he's getting warned, but that's a trap. Because if we get sucked into that, I fear the worst, mass casualties, but then also the Iranians letting us come in and actually take an island or take, the port at Bandar Abbas, but then isolating our troops via ballistics and drones to essentially have hostages without ever having to actually physically put their hands on American soldiers.
Trump's recklessness has also prompted more and more lawmakers in the US to demand his ouster by invoking the 25th Amendment. Congressman Adam Smith, who is also a ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, says that Trump is simply not fit for office.
I don't think anybody does, least of all Donald Trump. I mean, look, I don't want to belabor the point, but this is why it was so stupid to start this war in the first place. Trump honestly thought that he would drop bombs for 3 or 4 weeks and the Iranian regime would collapse. And that was just completely idiotic. No one who was paying any attention to what's going on thought that was going to happen. So when that didn't happen, he just keeps doubling down on a bad strategy. Look, we need to end this war and get the best negotiated peace we can get. And that's not going to be great at this point because we've given Iran so much leverage by starting the war, showing them they can control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as far as what Trump's going to do, I don't know. He's talking about Karg Island, talking about revenge. I mean, there's no strategy, there's no plan, there's no vision in there. Look, I said this last week. I think the president has reached the point where he's just not fit for office. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's dragging us into an endless conflict. So I hope the Republicans will speak up and push him in a different direction, because right now he's just headed over a cliff.
Congressman, the cost of this war has been profound, and in so many ways. We understand in just the first few days of the war, all of the THAAD missile defenses in the region were taken out except for maybe one, and there's a lot more where that came from. So there's that, and then there is the human cost, which I find just so stunning for the American public at this point in this war to understand that 100 American troops have been wounded in just the past 2 weeks. This is in just the past 2 weeks. And we're perhaps only finding out about it because reporters have been pushing and trying to get to the truth. So what do you know the full extent of American injuries? And do you know the full extent of equipment losses? When I mention THAAD,
we don't. Yeah. Look, we don't because the Pentagon has not been transparent about that. I get reports from people who they know a service member at a base in Jordan or Iraq or somewhere say, yeah, we heard there was an attack. There's 20 or 30 people wounded. Pentagon doesn't say anything about it.
In the UK, new Prime Minister Andy Burnham has made his first major policy announcement after entering the 10 Downing Street yesterday. He has reversed the Keir Starmer government's decision to not allow the US military to use British bases for strikes against Iran. Now, thanks to Burnham, the US military would be able to use British bases in Diego Garcia and Fairford in England to carry out strikes against Iran. As I said earlier, Burnham is a known Israeli stooge. In 2015, he has said that his first action after winning the party leadership contest would be to visit Israel. He is doing exactly that now. Apparently, he took the decision to allow the US military to use British bases after speaking to Trump over the phone. I will now leave you with this video compilation of a dirty campaign that the Israeli lobby in the US has unleashed against New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani. This would give you the idea about just how scared these genocidal maniacs are on the prospect of their baby killer-in-chief being arrested by the New York police in September this year. This is why the rogue settler colony needs to control the US business and political system. This allows them to bully anyone who can be perceived as a threat to their ability to commit mass murder and sexual assaults. But well done to Mamdani for not giving in to these human devils and their paid Zionist agents in the US.
Pretty startling headlines out of New York City. I know Zohran Mamdani, one of your favorite topics. Now he's talking about arresting heads of state, Netanyahu. Let's set aside like anybody's opinions on Netanyahu. A mayor.
Doesn't the UN has a arrest warrant out for Netanyahu Now he's talking about arresting heads of state. This man has aged like milk being left out on a hot a summer sidewalk. What is wrong with him? I heard that he had strange bedfellows, but does he have the house in Virginia now? What is wrong with him? Why does he look like this?
Of an American city doesn't get that has, by the way, like the diplomatic center of the world in it, that carries with it diplomatic immunity. You don't get to just go decide which world leader you get to. You're a mayor of a city. But then he's also meeting with the Iranians. That had to be shut down next week, which was pretty startling to me, given the fact that they killed a couple of Americans this weekend. What's your take on all this with Zoran?
So they killed a couple of people. That they killed a couple of Americans this weekend. So the people that Zoran Mamdani were meeting with, they were the people who killed the American soldiers? Is that what you're saying? The people that Zoran Mamdani was meeting with are they because that killed the American soldiers? Is that what you're saying, sir? Or because they are Iranians and Iranian soldiers killed American soldiers, they are therefore the same they? So then that would, if you're going to use they, in the same text, then it would go to speak as they killed Americans in Palestine. You're not upset with that? When the Jewish settlers killed the Americans in Palestine, you're not upset about that? Aren't they? Huh? You're not upset about your president meeting with Netanyahu when they killed settlers, Americans? Huh? What the fuck are we talking about here? Do you see the bullshit? I can't stand him.
It's insane. You got this guy who comes into the country, who fundamentally hates what this country is all about. He hates our free enterprise system. He hates, as his policies sort of indicate, white people and Christians. And you have somebody who do you think you are going and talking to the Iranian regime, somebody that we're in a conflict with? You're a mayor of a...
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Benjamin Netanyahu has a warrant out for his arrest for war crimes. So what do you mean? Who do you think you are? Who are you? I don't even know who you are. Actually,
city in the United States. Who do you think you are saying that you're going to figure out ways to arrest foreign heads of state? Again, whatever you think of that.
If Mamdani tries this, he's the one who's going to be going to jail, not Benjamin Netanyahu. I looked up the law, okay? There are two laws involved here. The first one is 22 U.S. Code 7423, which says that no agency or entity of any state or local government may cooperate with the International Criminal Court in response to a request for cooperation by the International Criminal Court pursuant to the Rome Statute. That's the American Service Members Protection Act. It applies to allies. Second law, 18 U.S. Code 112, protection of foreign officials, official guests, and internationally protected persons, which Netanyahu would be all three of those.
Someone should be arrested. Is Mayor Mamdani himself. He's promoting hate. He's inciting against Jewish organizations, calling them, dark forces, monsters. Is actually praising Hamas terrorists who took part on October 7th.
I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the Ambassador of Iran. Just how you, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the Ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate. And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to...
Oh, so that was a lie. All of this on and on and on wasn't true.
Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws.
That's it for me. Thank you. The US-Iran conflict today took a dramatic turn after the Houthis, or Ansarullah fighters, as they are also known, announced the blockade of the Bab el-Mandab Strait against Saudi Arabia. The US has renewed its strikes against Iran after the death of 4 soldiers in Iranian strikes in Jordan and northern Iraq. American media outlet CBS has reported that the Iranian strikes have left close to 100 American soldiers injured, a lot more than what the US military has confirmed so far. Iran has also launched more retaliatory strikes on US military assets in the region, particularly in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. The UK now has a new prime minister in Andy Burnham after genocide-loving Keir Starmer today formally handed over power. Burnham has announced his new team. Zohran Mamdani has defended the need for war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu to be arrested, but the deranged occupant of the White House today said the bloodthirsty terrorists from the settler colony will not be arrested. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, America's right-wing commentator Nick Fuentes explains why Israel is hated globally. So please stay tuned. So Yemen's Houthi fighters today announced the blockade of the Bab el-Mandab Strait to hurt the Saudi economic interests. This was another new escalation in the US-Iran war. Remember, the Houthis...
Okay, I think we got all of that. Let me get to Fruity Fuentes. Let's get to Fruity Fuentes. He's always good for a laugh.
That this larger force of Muslims has far more influence worldwide with the UN, with a lot of other countries, Asian countries, and so on. They just outnumber the Jews. And so that's one of the reasons why Israel is so, quote, unpopular.
Nick, comment to that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Israel's unpopular because they killed 100,000 people in Gaza. They destroyed 90% of the buildings, 90% of the roads, the hospitals. They kill people that are trying to get aid supplies. They kill innocent civilians. They rape prisoners. And then when the soldiers that raped the prisoners, this happened last year, get arrested, all the government ministers defend the soldiers and a riot forms outside the prison to defend them. I think that's why people hate Israel right now. And I would say as far as Christians are concerned, why? Why do we like Israel? You have government ministers in Israel that say spitting on Christians is an ancient Jewish tradition, and it's fine. You have Zionist rabbis like the Kooks who say that Christians should be killed. They say atheism is preferable to Christianity because Christianity is idolatry. Maimonides, who your buddy Josh Hammer, who, by the way, called all Europeans inherently anti-Semitic in our DNA, he said that Maimonides is the Rambam. He's our Thomas Aquinas. Maimonides said to pray for the death of Christians every single day. I don't know why Christians love Israel. I don't know why people think that they're our friend.
That's it for me. Thank you.
However, the raccoon Brendan Tatum, who interviewed one of the YT guys who were on the boat with Nolan Wells, Brendan Tatum went over to Israel and said, well, I was only spit on one time when he went to Israel on some Christian religious thing. Well, I was only spit on one time. I said like a true raccoon, Brendan. I said like a true raccoon. You tell me this, but oh, I can't watch this right now. I'll have to bring that to you tomorrow. Trump is crashing out and sending nuclear plans to Iran. Let's get to the latest on Melania, and has been the Tate brothers have squealed on Melania Trump. Are you interested? One more thing before we go. And then we're going to end with Melania, the Tate brothers squealing on Melania Trump. We always have to do a little finance. No romance without finance.
Billions into the Iran war is quickly running short on cash. Okay, there's a lot going on right now, and I want to keep you informed, and we're going to talk about the money. First, this is the headline today. The Pentagon sinking billions into the Iran war is quickly running short on cash. You heard that correctly. We're running short on cash. Wow, fantastic. And now let me read a description of this. You can hear it for yourself. The Pentagon faces an urgent budget shortfall caused largely by the war in Iran. Gee, surprise, surprise. Wars cost a lot of money, and basically we're running out. And it says some critical lines of funding set to run out within weeks. You heard that correctly. Within weeks, we're running out of cash. The funding crunch is already leading the Pentagon to limit training and maintenance that help maintain military readiness. So we're already cutting back stuff. And then long story short, the White House has asked Congress for an immediate infusion of $67 billion to help cover the cost of the war. So some of our lines are going to run out within weeks. We need more money, $67 billion. This is absolutely crazy. I'm sure you already.
So this is in my description box under Show Me the Money. Now we understand why Pete Kegbreath
they tried to
was actually sitting before Congress with $1 trillion budget. Pete Kegbreath is sitting before Congress because it seems like $1 trillion budget has gone poof. Where has $1 trillion defense budget gone? And that does not even count all the supplements that they have gotten. Nobody's asking any put it down on paper. Nobody can even try to write it down in pencil, in ink pen, in crayon, in chalk. Nobody is trying to put their figures together to pretend like they want you to know that they have calculated all over $1.5 trillion. No, they're like, just give me more. Give me more, give me more money.
Tell us before, maybe the war is around 30 billion cost, something like that. Independents have been saying, no, this is more like 100 billion plus. And now Trump is expanding the war and asking, hey guys, give us 67 billion to keep this thing going. It's insane. So there's that. And I remember Trump has a history of bankruptcy. It's just not looking well. There's possibly going to be a 10-day ceasefire. Possibly. We'll see. The U.S. strikes Iran and Houthis threaten Saudi Arabia shipping as mediators push for 10-day ceasefire, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Are we going to meet in Pakistan? Would Iran even show up to the table? I could see Witkoff and the son-in-law Kushner, sitting at the table waiting for them to show up. But it's just, Iran can read the news the same way that we can all see it. And if they know U.S. is going broke and run out of money on this stuff, you can wait it out. It's gotten to the point. This is the crazy part.
You don't come in my chat, Jess Kent. You don't come in my chat saying dumb shit, and you definitely don't come in my chat line anything about DEI because it is a non-white person who excelled in something that you would never do. Mandami did not fire all of the police. He in fact fired none of the police, and he did not even fire the police chief. So get your stupid ass out of my chat thinking you're going to come in my chat with that propaganda, bitch. Let's continue.
Even JP Morgan CEO, right? So Jamie Dimon, this is from him, says markets underestimate risks and he wouldn't buy stocks or treasuries at current prices. That is
The
actually
DEI hire is Pete Kegbreath and all of the other administrators, all of the other secretaries in the Trump administration. Catch.
the quote here, and he's mentioning the deficit spending the government, right? The wars, the bad U.S.-China relations, and otherwise. And speaking of relations, apparently we're going to try to raise revenue. You got to hear this one now. This is coming in from Trade Rep Greer.
Ambassador, though, the FT reports that this would be much broader than just a small number of countries. That this would be a significant expansion. Is that not right?
Well, it covers 60 countries, 60, and about 99% of our trade. And that actually illustrates the scale of the problem we're facing. For years, again, the United States has had on the books this law where we prohibit the import of goods made in whole or in part with forced labor, and we enforce it rigorously. Other countries, most don't have it. Those that do, don't enforce it. The EU will say, we have a law on forced labor, and while that's true, it doesn't come into effect for another year and a half. So like by the terms of their own law, it's not in effect. It does cover 60 countries because it's such a prominent problem in the world.
So I guess according to Greer, remember it was just announced we're doing 50% tariffs on Canada. We talked about in the last video. Now what are we doing? More tariffs on 60 countries or whatever, right? I'm sure they'll bring out some stupid tariff math. Tariff for you, right? So I guess they're going to announce new tariffs. But to put this together with the war, right? They're trying to figure out ways, okay, how can we tax Americans more to pay for the war? I wouldn't be shocked here because, again, they're asking for that $67 billion and we got to figure out something. So now they're announcing that. That's why you put it all in context. And you got to think about this. They also have to come up with reasons to why we need to block China and stuff like that, right? So, for example, and we'll get to the AI stuff now. Top American AI execs sound alarm on Chinese models. So basically, these days, our whole economy is based on data center.
So basically, the Chinese model is too cheap. So everybody, of course, is going to want to get the best model. And the best model is also the least expensive model. The model that is coming from China. We can't let China is going to beat us. We can't let China get ahead of us. China is already far ahead of us. And these greedy American AI corporations are not trying to give the American citizens the best AI. They're trying to get rich off of AI because they see that there's no questions asked. They see they have a president who is demanding that there can be no restrictions put on AI in any state, and nobody's asking any questions. So they are just raking in the money with these inflated metrics, all of these rigging the stock markets about these investments. One is investing with the other and all of this bullshit, and nobody's asking questions. So there's that. And the bubble is about to burst.
Right, circular financing. And these people, they're concerned because they have all this debt, right? All the big tech companies have all this debt. Elon Musk is in this camp as well to build these data centers and to make sure that you all subscribe to their service, long story short. And whatever it turns out is that, as we just saw recently, like these Chinese models come out, they're low cost, basically more efficient, and can basically beat these guys at their own game. They're screwed. And so they're trying to come up with ways, okay, let's get the Trumpers.
Chinese models are low cost, more efficient, and they are better. So now they want to sound the alarm. Because they know you're gonna see what they're offering you is trash, and they have all of this debt because you're not buying in to what they're trying to sell you. Go figure.
Side and let's block any competition, right? Essentially what they're going for now. And this is also happening in the USA because you have to put this all in context. Data centers on track to suck up a fifth of U.S. power by 2035.
Who's going to pay for that power? You think that these billionaires is going to pay for the fifth of the power that they're sucking up in the United States in 2035? Or do you think that power that they're sucking up, the fifth of the power that they're sucking up in 2035 is going to be spread out among you, the working man? You think that these billionaires are going to pay for their own power? Did you know that? Are you learning this on your for-profit news channels?
They want to build more data centers because they want to take more power. Like, look at this. A fifth of U.S. power by 2035. It's absolutely crazy. And you have to put this together with other policies going on Trump. This is Bloomberg here. This is New York Times here. The U.S. is pulling back on energy efficiency just as prices are rising. Okay, so what's going on with this one now? Remember, we need more power for our data centers. Data centers are going to eat up more of it, and we're projecting that out to 2035, right? Basically 10 years from now. Here we're saying, okay, we should be figuring out ways to be more efficient with our energy. Oh, well.
So instead of being figuring out ways to be more efficient, oh, we're gonna get rid of solar. We're gonna get rid of. Nobody wants those windmills. Those windmills are so ugly. They got rid of all of the solar energy that Biden had put in. Yeah, Biden. No one wants the renewables. The renewables that China is full of. So you are going to be financing the bullshit dreams of billionaires to the cost of erroneous electricity bills for no other reason than your president wants to drill, baby, drill, and make his oil executive richer. Make any of this make sense? Make any of this make sense?
We don't want to do that. Like what? Like none of it really makes sense. But again, this is the Trumpy view on stuff. I just wake up and have a dartboard of bad ideas, and whenever a bad idea comes up, that's what we're doing with it. I just feel like that's how they run the show. One of his dudes here, Birmingham Doug, he's going to try to convince you that data centers are awesome. Let's have a listen to this.
Secretary, I do want to switch gears with you for a moment and talk about AI and data centers. There's been backlash out there. As we know, there's two sides to this story, but it's sort of a blue state, red state story, the way I see it, because here in New York, Kathy Hochul put this moratorium on, and really what she's going to end up doing is stifling her state even more than she has already.
Now, here is a MAGA channel. It's a blue state, red state thing, and she's going to stifle her state. No, she's going to give her state what they want. What she, as the governor of her state, she's listening to her constituents of her state. Let them build them in a red state. Since they want them so bad, what you are talking about, she's going to stifle her state. Her state demanded it of her.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie. I mean, some of these policies at the state level are basically, it's almost hard for me to believe as a former governor. Governors, one thing we always did was we competed with each other to get investment to come to our state. Signing something that says, don't bring us.
Well, you don't have to compete with her because she don't want it. And the people in her state don't want it. So there's less competition. You don't have to compete. When you have to compete, you have to give up something. That's less you have to give up in competition. Easy peasy. That should make you happy, stupid.
Billions of dollars of assets. Don't invest in something that's going to help us, drive jobs, drive the economy, and provide more intelligence that could be used for things like providing a personalized tutor for every kid in every school district in your state. I mean, it is so absurd to me, but this is, again, there are foreign influence campaigns trying to stop the United States from building.
Now it's foreign influence. Now notice this foreign influence. Oh, you mean that the Chinese AI can provide you with a personalized tutor for every student? Why is it foreign influence? For a much cheaper? What is his name? Sam Altman said the AI you get will only depend upon how much you can spend. So if you don't have a lot of money to spend on AI, what good is there? What good is there going to be of you having a subpar AI tutor because you are not going to be able to afford the tokens to have a good AI tutor? So fuck it. Let me just have a couple of dollars and get the cheaper Chinese tutor and have a better tutor and not have to have as many tokens as it's going to take to have a excellent American AI tutor. Get it? Got it. Good. Okay.
Holding it, they're most susceptible, as you say, in blue states, because a lot of blue states have high energy prices.
Okay, so there's a lot that he says here. The argument they've been trying to make lately is, I guess if you're in a blue state, you're getting paid by China to hate data centers. That's basically what it boils down to. They say, "Oh, you hate data centers. You must be getting paid by China." No, they seriously, that's what they say. You hear it for yourself. It's ridiculous. People don't like data centers because they take the water, they make your power rates go up, they create a lot of noise. People even sue over this stuff. Seriously, Elon Musk, Memphis AI empire is the epicenter of the data center backlash. And there's a lot of complaints on that. It's not just Elon Musk as his actions, as multiple of these companies, again, want to build data centers in your backyard, basically, and people don't want it. And it's crazy. And just, they say this stuff all the time. Oh, you're just being paid to say things.
Okay, so that link is in my description box. If you want to finish that is under Show Me the Money. Now let's finish with this Melania Trump thing. Yeah. I was talking earlier. I was trying to remember who was on the Signal chat. I was trying to remember the guy who got fired. It seems like he just got his head handed to him. He is now.
Well, the Democratic Party continues to take the gloves off when
Here he is right here. He was on the Signal chat when the Trump administration first took office. And I forget his position. He was on national security or something. Waltz. He was the one who invited the reporter on the private Signal call. So instead of firing him, Trump replaced him. He moved him around to a different position in the office. And what is his name? UN ambassador. Now, he had a firing hearing moment about Iran today. I hope this is the one where Ted Lieu lights into him. Now, I was trying to remember him because he was on the Signal call, the unsecure Signal call, where they gave information where they were going to strike the guy from the Houthis at his home. Remember, I was talking about that way earlier. I was trying to remember this man's name. They also bought out an alleged picture of him hooking up with a long john, a long schlong, a long hanging a black man who was meeting up him with his married ass in DC. He's married to a wife of a few years, and he was meeting up with a black man with a long schlong. And for some reason, I happen to know from their we're gonna get together and tour DC and DC and me type of dialogue between him and the black guy. I don't know. I'm just saying what happened, what I saw happen. This was an alleged conversation between him and this I forget the guy's name. Mr. Chocolate. No, that was Phaedr's guy. Something along that lines. Something tawdry like that. So here he is. He went for I don't know why he's sitting in a hearing about the Iran war, but Ted Lieu lit into his ass. I hope this is it. If not, I will find it for you. He probably enjoyed it. But Ted Lieu allegedly lit into his ass. I hope this is it.
Confronting top-ranking Trump administration officials over the disastrous state of the Iran war, which has currently killed 18 American service members, in addition to thousands of civilians, including 168 Iranian schoolgirls. And that particular casualty was directly done by the United States. In previous videos, we talked about how Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was humiliated in the Senate. Well, Ambassador Mike Waltz, who used to be a Republican member of Congress before he became Trump's national security.
Mike Waltz. Yes. Mike Waltz is his name. Yes. He got sidelined after he invited a reporter onto the private Signal line. Mike Waltz.
Advisor, and then was fired in disgrace after the Signalgate controversy, where he accidentally leaked classified information, not just to the public, but to a reporter. And then he became an ambassador. Trump moved him from national security advisor to ambassador. Well, he's testifying right now before the House of Representatives. And again, Democrats are taking the gloves off. And I want to show you an exchange between Waltz, again, who's a top Trump administration official. I want to show you an exchange between Waltz and Democratic Congressman Ted Lieu, in which Lieu grills Waltz over the state of the Iran war and humiliates him, causing Waltz to lose his temper before Ted Lieu concludes by saying that Waltz should resign in disgrace. So you should resign. House Democrat absolutely unleashes on Trump's UN ambassador in fiery hearing moment in the House of Representatives. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, this is a big friggin' deal. We don't hear about Mike Waltz these days because Trump has effectively, shunted him off into a broom closet after the humiliation that was the Signalgate controversy. Waltz desperately wanted to be national security advisor, and he was only briefly before being fired due to incompetence. So I want you to see this full.
This is in my description box under Mike Waltz. Let me make sure it's not playing too fast. It seems like it's playing a little fast. It is. Let's get into this
exchange, because again, it just goes to show that Democrats are, with the very limited power they have, because of course they're in the minority.
These are your president's picks.
Minority stepping up to meet the moment, ruthlessly grilling and humiliating Trump administration officials over this war. Check it out.
Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. My questions will be for Ambassador Waltz. American service members are in the Middle East risking their lives in the war with Iran. How many U.S. troops have been wounded in the Iran war?
My understanding from the Defense Department's latest numbers is over 100, but about 70% or 90% of those have immediately returned to duty.
Okay. That number is wrong. According to the Defense Casualty Analysis System, 482 American troops have been wounded. Now, it's not surprising to me that you did not know the answer to that. The reason you are here today and in your position is because you were fired by the president from your former position as national security advisor. You disclosed classified information that harmed American pilots and put them at risk.
About me. That's your spin, I guess, for your next campaign commercial. I don't know.
It gets worse from here. But this guy wanted to be national.
How could it get worse? But let's find out.
Security advisor. He himself, I believe, is a veteran.
Wait a minute. I may just have to find this separate from. Hold on. I may have to find this myself. Hold on. Let me find this. Hold on. I just need to breathe this in of myself. Ted Lieu. Ted Lieu and Mike Waltz. Oh, God. Where is it? Let me see. Where is it? Oh, I may have to stay there. Hold on. We got it. Let's find it. Okay. We got it. Okay. This link is in my description box. But let's go over here and check it out. The whole hearing. We're not going to watch the whole hearing. Oh, we're going to go to the Ted Lieu portion of the hearing. It's still going on. Let's find Ted Lieu. Skip to the loo, my darling. I guess some of these people are going to be quite interesting, but we're going to find Ted Lieu. Here we go. There's Ted Lieu. Right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. My questions will be for Ambassador Waltz. American service members are in the Middle East risking their lives in the war with Iran. How many U.S. troops have been wounded in the Iran war?
My understanding from the Defense Department's latest numbers is over 100, but about 70% or 90% of those have immediately returned to duty.
Okay. That number is wrong. According to the Defense Casualty Analysis System, 482 American troops have been wounded. Now, it's not surprising to me that you did not know the answer to that. The reason you are here today and in your position is because you were fired by the president from your former position as National Security Advisor. You disclosed classified information that harmed American pilots and put them at risk.
About me. That's your spin, I guess, for your next campaign commercial. I don't know.
How many American troops have been killed in the Iran war?
In these ongoing operations, 18.
Okay. Now, President Trump has repeatedly stated that Iran's military was obliterated. On March 16th, President Trump stated that Iran's military was, quote, literally obliterated, end quote. How is it possible that 482 American troops have been wounded and 18 service members killed by an Iranian military that's been purportedly obliterated?
The Iranian Navy, Air Force, air defense system, and industrial capacity have been massively damaged, if not completely ineffective. But this is a state that is trying to reconstitute. This is a regime that is obsessed with a nuclear weapon. And it's a regime that still maintains some missile and drone capability that it's firing on all of its neighbors, including our bases. I think that's a pretty common sense evaluation, but if I need to explain it to you further, I can.
You need to explain to American people how an Iranian military that's been purportedly obliterated killed 18 U.S. service members and wounded 482
As you know, 7 of those service members died in a plane crash.
Let me finish my question. And has struck multiple U.S. facilities in the Middle East repeatedly. So I'm going to show you a video from Jordan. And this is an Iranian strike. And if we could play the video, that would be great. Thank you. I would hope the Republican-controlled Foreign Affairs Committee would know how to use audio next time, but we did see the video, and it showed multiple missiles hitting this base in Jordan. Let me tell you what happened. It was disclosed later that 2 U.S. troops died in that strike from a purportedly obliterated Iranian military, and this is what Donald Trump said. He said that the Iranians, quote, did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, it would not have happened. He then went on to say, when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do a job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. So let me ask you this question. Do we still have American troops stationed in Jordan right now?
Doesn't surprise me that you're referring to Al Jazeera. In terms of your video, I'm here as the UN ambassador, but I'm happy to refer you to Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth's testimony yesterday.
Of
course we still have-
In your opening statement, you
course we still have
bragged
troops in
about doing a Security Council resolution on Iran. So yes, Iran is in your job responsibility. Focus on it and focus on the troops that have been wounded and killed. Do not be so callous with the safety and lives of American troops. I'm going to ask you again: Are U.S. troops currently stationed? Are U.S. troops currently stationed in Jordan?
Moralized to me. Go back
U.S.
home to your
troops
district.
currently stationed in Jordan?
Try to get reelected.
I will.
You should try.
November is coming for you and this administration. Are U.S. troops stationed in Jordan? It's not even a trick question. Are they?
Of course they are.
Okay.
With a
And
great
if,
ally
and if
that
Donald
they
Trump
cast
doesn't trust the
is proven to be.
Jordanians to protect U.S. troops, do you trust them? Who are we going to have protect U.S. troops? They are exposed right now in the Middle East, repeatedly being exposed to Iranian missiles
when they died under the
missile
Biden
strikes and
administration.
drones. You don't even know how many U.S. troops were wounded
and did
in this
nothing about
Iran
it.
war. Shame on you for not even know
Died
basic
under the Biden
facts.
administration.
You are the U.S. ambassador,
Iran,
and you
and
don't
you
even know how many U.S. troops were wounded in Iran war. You got that wrong.
Last
You should be
administration, and now you've
shameful.
got-
You don't know basic facts.
Because it's
You
Donald
should
Trump.
resign.
Your Trump
You don't even
derangement
care about the number of U.S. troops that were wounded.
Someone who was never
You did
served.
not know how many
Never
U.S.
buried
troops were
troops.
wounded. You
I've
gave
got
false
the
information to Congress.
year of
You should be
troops I've
ashamed
buried.
of yourself
This
for
is
not even
ridiculous.
knowing how many U.S. troops were wounded
Mr. Chairman,
in the Iranian war.
the gentleman's words should be taken down. You should not use such derogatory language for the distinguished ambassador. Seriously, I know you're upset,
Please.
but you
Nothing
you
in the
bring
last
dishonor on
administration.
yourself.
Zero. Politics and the worst of it.
He lied to Congress. He
Mr.
gave a
Chairman.
flat-out false number, minimizing the number of U.S. troops wounded in Iran.
Mr. Chairman,
That's what he did in his first answer to my question.
it should be recognized that the ambassador is a
Do you have
27-year
a point
veteran
of
of the
order?
military. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, do you have a point of order?
I would ask, disagree all you want, but do it civilly. And that was not civil.
No point of order.
No point.
Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, I yield my time to you as you may consume for anything that you would like to comment on that past exchange. And it is my time, and either you or I will be speaking. Mr. Ambassador.
Yeah, I would just thank you for your time, Representative. The Iranian regime has been killing
Okay, let's see if we can get any semblance of any decent questioning that may come out of this.
Helped create and led. Of course, the United Nations has never been perfect. It is a complex institution, often slow-moving and imperfect.
We're not going to go through opening statements because I definitely don't want to hear his. Okay, what are we going to? We're going to get to questionings. Let me see.
Or the Biden administration trying to do the CPO, the JCPOA 2.0 was a credible military option on the table. Now, we've spent, the DOD budget has almost tripled, and I don't see more peace that's happening there. The American people is paying for that. So look, there was you pursued the military action. It has cost at least $37.5 billion, according to Pete Hegseth, and others say up to $100 billion. So what I'm trying to find out and what I'm asking you before I move to the UN real quick, what has this war achieved on the nuclear threat that diplomacy, sanctions, inspections, and allied coordination did not?
Nothing.
Well, number one, going to the UN, we have snapback sanctions that are back in place. The international community has joined the United States in that maximum pressure that is in place.
In place with the JCPOA also.
Well, that's where
And
the
we were not
sanctions.
at
No,
war.
I'm sorry.
The Strait of
Ranking
Hormuz
member,
was open.
the sanctions were lifted. They were snapped back under this administration. Number one. Number two, you're right. The Iranians cheated under JCPOA. That was exposed. The IAEA verified that there were sites that
Lies.
they hid that were not discovered under that agreement, and that they were growing their nuclear program.
Lies.
And President Trump did obliterate the nuclear program last June. But but it is very clear the Iranians still intend to reconstitute it. They still intend to enrich, and they still
What makes that clear?
have highly enriched, and they still have high enriched uranium that we have to
Gas
deal with through
prices wasn't over
negotiations.
$4. Food prices were not going up. We were not spending nearly $1 billion almost a day. He's coming back now asking the Senate, and we'll be asking the House about $300 billion more. He's not come to Congress. He has not talked about and talked with us on how we end this war.
Secretary Rubio has been before Congress.
And he has not answered the questions also. So I'm taking advantage of everybody that is coming here because unfortunately, there's been no oversight in this committee. And you have been the face of this war at the UN, sir.
I'm here today, Ranking Member, and proud to be here.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. You may not recall the oversight of Secretary Rubio just about a month ago because you left halfway through and never came back. So maybe you forgot about it. That might make sense. I'm going to recognize Representative. Well, you must have.
I did not. He did not. He has not. Have we had? He came here.
You probably don't remember because you missed half of it.
I didn't miss half of it. I could see it in my office.
You missed half.
So you don't know what I missed.
So I know what you missed. I know you weren't. I know you weren't sitting.
I know
here
you have
next to
not
the
had any hearings and oversight.
I know you weren't sitting here next to the rest.
Hey, Mike, nothing ever changes.
But this was him when he was here.
Also, I would thank you for attending Monday's classified briefing. I think it might have been the first one you attended. So thank you for attending that. But Representative McCall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ambassador Wall. It's great to see you again. It's great to see a friend and a former colleague in this position. And let me just say, I think you're doing an outstanding job. Reforming the United Nations is quite a daunting.
Member was correct to point out that this committee has not provided oversight.
Diplomatically isolated is my job. And as the Ranking Member mentioned, we also have sanctions authority. The snapback sanctions that were lifted under the JCPOA are now back in place, and the rest of the world has joined us in that economic isolation.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Sherman.
I thank Mr. McCall for pointing out that America is self-sufficient in oil. Our oil does not go through the Strait of Hormuz. If we prohibited the export of American oil, except for refine and return, then we would be paying American prices for American oil. Instead, the president has decided that we need to pay that world price to the great enrichment of American oil producers that have done nothing except sell us the same oil at the same gas stations now for a much higher price. The Ranking Member was correct to point out that this committee has not provided oversight for this horrendous war in Iran. But even more timely is that we need hearings in this committee about the proposed nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia. Now, there are those who think that the Saudi possession of nuclear technology is totally benign. But I've been involved in this.
I guess everybody didn't hear the word that your president has given Saudi Arabia the okay that they can enrich nuclear material to form a weapon without having to go through a whole lot of the regulations that Iran was allegedly not going through, were circumventing. Your president has given Saudi Arabia the okay to enrich uranium for weapon grade uranium
For a long time. And I remember when the most powerful monarch in the Middle East was a good friend of America. And the Shah got his hands on important U.S. military technology. Thank God, nothing nuclear. And everything the Shah had in 1978 was in the mullah's hands in 1979. We have no idea who is going to be running Saudi Arabia 10 years from now. Mr. Waltz, the administration has decided to share certain elements of the nuclear cooperation agreement with the press. And so all I'll have is press reports. Have you read the agreement?
No.
Mr. Sherman, I have seen the agreement.
Any chance we'll get to see the agreement? Could you provide it to us perhaps today, perhaps either in a classified session or an open session?
I would happily take that for the record, and that's obviously to the Secretary and the President, what he
Well,
shares
as to
between
the
two bodies.
Secretary, let me point out that Senator Rubio and I, in 2018, introduced the No Nuclear Weapons for Saudi Arabia Act, which mandated that any agreement with Saudi Arabia would have to have the affirmative approval of the United States Congress. And I miss Senator Rubio. The Secretary Rubio takes a completely different position. Now, the press reports indicate...
Can I just be...
Wow, interesting, isn't that? Don't you find that curious? I told you that this Secretary Rubio is a very dangerous person, in my personal opinion.
Clear for the record, I understood you to mean the MOU that with Iran. I have not seen any.
I'm talking about
proposed
Saudi
agreement
Arabia.
with Saudi Arabia.
So you have not.
Here's my
Okay.
I told you he had not seen this agreement that allows Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium for weapons grade nuclear weapons. I told you. I already told you he didn't. Now all of a sudden he thought that he was talking about the MOU with Iran. What made him think, have you seen the agreement with Saudi Arabia? What made him think that he meant, have you seen the MOU with Iran? Huh? Nothing. He must have been thinking about the big black ping that he was meeting in D.C. What made him think that?
No, I have not.
Oh, so you've not read? Okay, well then he won't share it with you or us until some later date. He'll have to share it with us at a later date. But the press reports indicate that there'll be that Saudi Arabia is not agreeing to the additional protocol.
Allegedly.
The United Arab Emirates did agree to the additional protocol. Is there any reason we should be bombing Iran because they won't agree to limit their nuclear program while telling Saudi Arabia we give them the green light and they don't even have to agree to these additional
Yes, absolutely.
inspections?
There's been half a dozen UN resolutions saying Iran cannot and should not have a nuclear weapon.
Reclaiming my time, reclaiming my time, reclaiming.
There's a reason we should be
Mr. Chairman, can you keep order?
Saudi Arabia. It's kind of a ridiculous
Mr.
question,
Chairman,
frankly.
can you keep order?
You asked him a question. He's trying to answer.
I reclaimed my time. Who owns the time?
That's not a real thing.
It's
You asked
not
him
a
a
real
question.
thing for members of this committee to control their 5 minutes of time.
You asked a question. That's
I
you
did,
controlling
and I
your
got a
time.
filibuster, and I stopped the filibuster.
It's also
wasting
rich
your time to me.
to hear this side of the aisle
I look
celebrating
forward
oil
to this
after they were
committee
at
being
war
run in accordance with committee rules, and only the departure from committee rules prevents us from exposing the great hypocrisy here. Saudi Arabia is not agreeing to the additional inspections that could make sure that their program is not used for nuclear, to develop a nuclear weapon. We have no idea who will be running Saudi Arabia 10 years from now. We are bombing Iran because they insist upon enriching and reprocessing. We are entering into an agreement with Saudi Arabia, giving them the green light to reprocess and to enrich. We are, and the only difference I see here is that Westinghouse stands to make an awful lot of money on this deal, whereas the Iranians were not enriching American companies. I look forward to having a process with Congress where you'll tell us what you're doing. And
Oh, so Westinghouse, an American company, is in on the deal as well. Win-win. Win-win. Westinghouse has got in on Saudi Arabia being able to enrich uranium without those pesky little inspectors going in. You know, those inspectors that Waltz is going to insist that found secret hidings that the Iranians were hiding their alleged weapons-grade uranium that you never heard about until today. You know, those pesky little inspectors that the Saudis won't have to deal with at all. Not at all.
hope that Senator Rubio will return to us and insist that Congress approve any agreement. I know that someone will introduce, or I predict someone will introduce a resolution of disapproval, and I invite members of this committee who have worked with us to prevent nuclear weapons in the Middle East from non-democratic countries to join in that effort. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Just so everybody knows, I shouldn't have to tell people this, but if you ask the witnesses a question, I'm not going to prevent them from answering you. I would think that's common sense. Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the time belongs to the member. And the member utilizes their time.
Member Meeks,
Well, I'm going to make sure that we have the regular order of this hearing.
There's order. He asked a question. The witness was trying to answer.
The witness was trying to filibuster.
This is your
And
MO.
it's his
You guys ask questions.
It's his
and then you don't want
determination to
answers.
make sure
You ask
that he
about
controls
Rubio's
his
shoes,
time.
and you don't want answers about his
He
shoes.
controls the time. Members control the time.
As you seem unfamiliar with the rules of this committee.
Members control the time.
Don't ask questions.
Not a
if you-
witness.
Don't ask questions if
Witnesses
you don't want
do
the
not
answers.
control. Well, the witnesses can't answer yes or no also.
They can answer. You got to give them a
They
chance
don't
to do
answer.
so.
They try to filibuster.
They don't if you talk over them.
They try to filibuster.
Consider yourself warned. You ask them a question, they're going to have the
No,
opportunity.
we got to
answer.
apply by the rules of this committee. The members control the time. You're not going to.
Now he's gonna sit up here and say that this man can sit up here and ask him a yes or no question, and he can take up all of his 5 minutes filibustering and not answering the question, and take up all of his time because he get a question that he doesn't want to answer, with a smile on his face, trying to act like he's serious. These people are so unserious. Ugh.
Control the time of the members of at least this side of the aisle. The members control their own time. They determine whether or not their question is being answered or not. They determine, because they only have 5 minutes, whether they want to move on to another question. We're not going to have a
Period.
situation where Witnesses
Period.
can filibuster, and members can't ask the questions they want to answer.
Let me just
That's
be clear
not the
again.
rule in this committee.
You will have a situation. I want you to be, make sure you understand, because sometimes you leave and you don't come back. I want you to understand that if
And
your
what is
members
this? Sometimes you leave and you don't come back. Sometimes everybody leave and they don't come back. What is this? What are you, the motherfucking attendance bearer? What? Sometimes you leave and you don't come back. Just like a motherfucking raccoon. Shut the fuck up.
ask a question, the witness are going to have the opportunity to answer. Whether you leave and come back, it'll be the same rule. So just so you know.
This is not high school trying to be
Representative
personal with
Smith,
me.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, let me just say a very special thanks to Ambassadors Waltz and Bartos for your extraordinary leadership, tenacity, your vision. I am so glad we have the A team at the United Nations, and you are indeed that.
Regional and federal-based task force.
Brave humanitarians who are out in the field risking their lives for total strangers. And it does such a disservice to the brand of the UN. It is the greatest self-sabotage as a businessman I've ever seen to make with the new Jews and
Ambassador Waltz, in your opening statement, you took great pride in pointing out the hundreds of countries that sided with the U.S. On given resolutions.
Hey, Candy Cane.
I just want to note a point of shame brought to this country when the U.S. sided with 3 countries, Russia, Belarus, and North Korea, in refusing to condemn Russia's actions, illegal aggression against Ukraine, and denied supporting their territorial integrity. Prior to being in Congress, I was a district attorney. I had my own sexual assault unit, my own sexual assault investigatory unit, prosecutorial unit. I started a child advocacy to treat children that were victims of sexual assault. And I worked with regional and federal-based task force dealing with human trafficking, particularly trafficking of children. And in Congress, I had the opportunity to travel and to hold a hearing with Ukrainian, mostly women, on the ground, risking their lives in a hot war zone, trying to bring rescue, recovery, and treatment to children that were sexually assaulted by Russian soldiers. The stories they told me were horrific. Serial rapes occurring to young children with Russian soldiers, starting in the morning, continuing through the day and all night, with their parents and grandparents being forced to witness this. Terrible, terrible examples of sexual assault, time and time again, and war crimes with Ukraine. Now, I want to ask you, given all that, and given my experience knowing that we're going to combat this, we have to do this on an international basis and a regional basis to be successful, the way I was with those task force. Why did the U.S. withdraw from the UN on key offices, the offices for children in armed conflict, the Office of Sexual Violence in Conflict, the Office of Violence Against Children? Why would the U.S. ever withdraw, given what I just laid out, given what Russia's doing, but given what's happening all over the world? Why would they ever withdraw for that?
Congressman, I would not conflate our evaluation of the effectiveness of a particular office of an organization versus caring about the issue. I just last week hosted with Tim Tebow and the Tebow Foundation.
To your point, sir. I know
Can
about
I answer
Tebow.
your question?
Thank you for
Is 5 seconds
No,
filibustering?
you answered that. Now I'm taking your answer that you gave me, and I'm asking you another question.
Sure.
And I wasted time doing it. Don't filibuster me. Listen.
Is 10
Listen,
seconds
you
a
just
filibuster,
said you
Mr.
were talking
Chairman?
about having agencies that you didn't have control over, that were ineffective. Okay, let's talk about one that the Trump administration does have control over, that does have the ability to shape, and that's the State Department. If that's the case, why did the Trump administration, when it has control with the State Department, why did they fire 70% of the department's trafficking in persons office? And that office, as you know, closes legal gaps and deals with online exploitation, sexual exploitation of children. The office develops protection and partnerships with foreign countries with the goal of strengthening that capacity, preventing and effectively prosecuting and convicting child traffickers. So, all right, you just want to dismiss the meager, probably monies that it takes to deal with international.
President Trump just signed this year an executive order. President Trump just signed this year an exetive order. That's against your narrative.
Isn't it? I wonder how you would have reacted when you were on the other side.
Headlong into your
I am
narrative.
just telling you that the Trump administration has control over its State
The
Department.
First Lady
It cut
has
70%
expatriated
of the people
Ukrainian
here,
children
and they're
from
sitting
Russian
there
camps.
trying
The First
to
Lady
say
herself
that
is
they're
going
through an
after this
executive
issue.
order, and we know how they're working out. The executive order dealing with it.
It has the force of law, as you know.
Your administration is sitting there withdrawing from having a place at the table on these critical issues, and you're sitting there putting your own spin on the religious aspect of that being the most important, and you're hurting children.
We are
U.S. should be a
saving
leader in
children
this.
around
They
the
shouldn't be
world while this
withdrawing
body
from this. They shouldn't be
blows
cutting
hot air. I
personnel
don't know
from
what it
this.
is.
I yield back.
Mr. Keating, would you like an extra 5 seconds where he was answering you earlier?
Sir, I was answering the in-part question that was there. He kept trying to filibuster. Let's not have this hearing
Wanted to
be
make
about
sure-
filibustering. What goes around comes around.
Just wanted to make sure you didn't want an extra.
Your lifelong states, military service.
This man is really a dick.
Doesn't mean we, but housing, aviation fleets, vehicle fleets, shipping mechanisms so that more sense on the dollar.
Adjacent to Iran that has been helpful is the Republic of Georgia. The rigged elections in Georgia by the Georgian Dream Party has resulted.
I'd like you guys to give us an
whack
update.
job.
Internally, the UN's looking at UN 80 reforms, if that's working. And then also strategically, I do want to modernize the UN. I do want to make it an effective organization.
Let's go forward.
based on what people contributed.
Let's go forward.
Fellow Pennsylvanian, so great to see you, and thank you for the question. I would say I've had a lot of proud moments in my 10 months at Post. Perhaps one of the most proud moments was watching our chief of mission last week.
Oh, God.
We supported a pro-business Singaporean that's now the head of that agency, the International Telecommunications.
Let's see who we have.
You and appreciate you coming up to New York last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you about the war in Iran. As you know, I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. So this is personal for my constituents, for me, as I know it is for you. Right now, we've got about 2,500 San Diego service members deployed off the coast of Iran. Thousands more have received 48-hour deployment notices. I know you served multiple combat tours in Afghanistan, so you know firsthand what these service members and their families are going through. And while they willingly make the sacrifices for our country, it's our job on both sides of this dais to make sure that those sacrifices are worth it. So I wanted to ask you a simple question. Are we better off now than we were before we launched the war in Iran?
The world and the American people are safer.
Okay, let's get into some more specifics. Before the war, the Strait of Hormuz.
American fossil fuel industry for quite some time. In fact, we had an LNG export ban just under the last administration. But fortunately, because of drill, baby drill, because of fracking, we are largely self-sufficient in the energy space.
Well, my constituents who are paying on average thousands of dollars more a month in costs because of this war would beg to differ that our economy is not impacted by the Strait of Hormuz being closed.
But California imports much of its oil and gas, unfortunately, because of its own regulations.
Yeah, I want to talk about the national average of gas, actually. The national average of gas before the war started was $3 a gallon. It is now once again over $4 a gallon. You said actually in saying that the war was getting better on June 21st on Face the Nation, that it is now below $4 and falling to show that we're making progress, but it's back up at $4 a gallon now. So are Americans better off when they're paying $3 a gallon nationally for gas or $4 a gallon nationally for
I
gas?
think Americans are better off than not paying the highs of over $5 under the last administration because
Yeah,
of
that
this
happened for
administration's
2
energy
weeks
policy.
during the Ukraine war. It's been over $4 for more than 3 months just this year. Let's turn to
I
the
would
new-
also, Americans are better off with Iran not having a nuclear weapon and the rest of the region exploding in a nuclear
Well,
arms
good.
race. Saudi Arabia has
Well, that has never happened in our entire lifetime. So America has been better off in our entire lifetime regarding Iran not having a nuclear weapon. So talk about the gas prices that you guys have put us into trying to pretend like that has stopped Iran from having a nuclear weapon, which it has not.
will get a nuclear weapon if Iran tests theirs.
I wanted to ask about the nuclear threat, actually. So thank you. Before the war began, Iran had 440 kilograms of near weapons grade uranium. We can all agree on
Illegally.
that. Yes. Enough, according to nuclear experts, for up to 10 bombs. The president says Iran's nuclear program has been completely obliterated, but Ambassador, you testified today that every single kilogram of that enriched uranium is still in Iran, and we know that because the president is currently negotiating what to do with it, and you don't negotiate the disposal of uranium you've destroyed. So the uranium is still there, but we currently have no inspectors to see the uranium or know anything about it. So are Americans better off when we knew where the uranium was and had inspectors, or are they better off now when we don't?
Well, I think the premise of your question, respectfully, is flawed. Iran had kicked out the inspectors, was not allowing it to those sites, developing its program. And so when the president...
No, Iran had never kicked out the inspectors. Trump tore up the agreement in his first term. There was no kicking out of the inspectors at all. They kicked out the inspectors after the agreement was torn up. Why continue to have the inspectors come in when they are under no agreement? Are you serious?
says he obliterated the program.
off now when we don't?
Well, I think the premise of your question, respectfully, is flawed. Iran had kicked out the inspectors, was not allowing it to those sites, developing its program. And so when the president says he obliterated the program, he was talking about its enrichment capability. That was a year ago, and they are working to reconstitute that capability.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Bloomberg, Iran atomic risk seen higher than before Trump attacks began.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, we are obviously not better off. This administration has just asked Congress for $87 billion more to pay for this war. We've lost at least 18 American service members with at least 427 wounded. Before the war, the Strait was open. Now it's closed. Before the war, the national average of gas was under $3 a gallon. Now it's $4. The nuclear risk from Iran is higher now than it was before. And Americans have already paid $37.5 billion for this war, according to Secretary Hegseth's testimony yesterday. Last year, you personally added a reporter to the signal chain where this administration was texting about war plans. And at the time, many of us were concerned that your administration's incompetence would get people killed. Well, now we've lost at least 18 U.S. service members because of your administration's incompetence. And you should all be ashamed. It's very clear that Americans are not better off. Potentially the only people better off are the Ayatollah and his cronies. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Burchett. Thank you,
Chairman. May I respond to that? We have a lot of talk of filibuster here, and it's quite the filibuster.
No, you can't.
In response, Lebanon is in a better place and in peace negotiations. The Assad regime is.
How are they in a better place when they are being occupied by Israel and they're tearing down South Lebanon? What's so better about that? Let your neighborhood you live in be occupied by an occupying force, and they go in and bomb your neighborhood and tear down your neighborhood and tell you can never go back to your neighborhood.
Gone. Syria is on the best path we've had in my lifetime. Iraq is now visiting the United States and in the best path in my lifetime. Iran is absolutely trying to hold the world's economy hostage in violation of international law. And thankfully, we finally have a president that is doing something about Iran killing Americans for 47 years. This did not start this year. Last year, it started in 1979.
Point of order.
Whose time is this?
Mr. Ambassador, I can concede.
And Mr. Burchett.
I can concede that some things are better off, but none of them are because we bombed Iran at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu.
Mr. Burchett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, you graduated from BMI, you're Special Forces, you're decorated, you love your mama, you got some beautiful.
Russia's invasion, the U.S. voted the Nobel Committee.
Metrics to align with U.S. Army and Navy, Air Force, Marines metrics. That simple change, that's at every earlier this year on that one, but you're right, sir.
Oh, I mean, when I see those blue helmets show up in newsreels.
I am not going to through Tim Burchett from Tennessee. You love your mama. You're a great man. You love your mama. You love chatting with a big black pain. You're a great man.
Chairman, I yield back.
Allegedly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am astounded that at a time when our soldiers are dying in the field and our bases are being bombed throughout the region as we fight a war of choice, that you have called the president a peace president. I can't even believe that. Apparently, the Nobel Committee didn't agree with that assessment either. But anyway, that gives us some idea of where you're coming from, apparently. I want to ask you just about the cuts and how they're affecting our relations with our allies. Now, some of our partners and allies agree that they need reforms at the UN for operational efficiencies, but they don't support this kind of Doge-like approach to just blanket cuts and withholding of funds to the regular budget or the peacekeeping budgets. In fact, they've communicated this to the administration and said that the impact of these cuts is undermining their own contributions to the UN, and it's struggling now, as we've heard, just to keep the lights on. And in doing that, the U.S. is isolating itself from our once like-minded allies and partners. We've taken extreme positions on several issues recently. I just name a couple of them. On February the 24th, 2025, which was the third anniversary of Russia's invasion, the U.S. voted against a Ukraine-sponsored General Assembly resolution, just said advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. It reaffirmed Ukraine's territorial integrity and called for Russian withdrawal. We voted against that. We broke with Ukraine and our NATO
That's
allies.
incorrect, Representative. Your staff has given you bad information. We abstained from that resolution.
Well, I'll double check that, but the people we were in line with there were Russia, North Korea, and Belarus. I don't think that's incorrect. How about this one? March 2026, the U.S. was one of just 3 nations to vote against a resolution that was against the transatlantic slave trade, saying that slavery did not violate contemporary international law. Is that correct?
A key
And
provision of
another
an
abstention.
international slavery reparations fund. I would not put a single dollar of your taxpayer money from your constituents into that fund.
Well, this didn't create a fund. It was just
It proposes an international reparations fund, and even for African Americans who are fighting for reparations, should it pay for the entire world? How far does slavery go back? Who has participated in slavery? It was a wide open money grab on behalf of a number of these countries.
taking my time back. All right, how about this one? We voted against 38 resolutions in the General Assembly Human Rights Committee alone in 2025. That included, and we've heard some reference to this, combating exploitation and discrimination against children, a resolution.
Oh, he sure got whipped up about that transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, I wouldn't put a penny of your money into it, but did you get that worked up about putting a penny of that money into that white nationalist January 6th slush fund? Did you get worked up behind that white nationalist Save America revolt against your government slush fund that was set up to pay those white nationalists that wanted to subvert the will of the people? Oh, let's bring that up to him and see if he get upset about putting a penny of your tax dollar into that. I'm sure he wouldn't.
Resolution on children's access to nutritious food, a Second World Summit for Social Development that we oppose 180-3 with just Argentina and Israel on our side. Do you consider that us working with our allies? And tell me, since you're so strong on some of these issues and feel so determined that they are a good idea, how is this helpful? How is this incompetent and extremist foreign policy that you support, you carry out, you're championing? Isn't that driving a wedge between us and our allies? And doesn't that fracture the foundations of U.S. diplomatic partnerships? And is that a good thing for our national security?
Congresswoman, just on the point about the General Assembly and the resolutions you're referencing, it costs $28,000 per hour to run the GA. They run the same resolutions year in, year out. They're performative, almost all of them, and it is a colossal waste of the time and resources of the UN. The Security Council costs $15,000 per hour. That is how these things cost. We are looking at all that and pushing the UN to get back to basics. So it is actually promoting international peace and security and all of its core missions, and not doing this performative year in, year out.
I appreciate that, Ambassador. Thank you. I'll take my time back. I appreciate your assessment. As I understand it, you had no prior government service, no diplomatic experience, and nothing really to recommend you to serve in this role because you're a real estate lawyer. So I thank you for that assessment.
Well, in fairness, Congresswoman, the U.S.
Oh, she's like, motherfucker, what you talking for? You don't even deserve this job. What about you mean he don't have any meritocracy? Wait a minute. Everybody got a job on merit. You mean he's sitting up here by Tim Walz? What would have this man sitting up here next to Tim Walz? Let me look at the print in front of.
I say itself from itself on the credit system, so that you can say that all you want. But yeah,
whose time is he using? The gentlelady yielded back.
I provided
So
the
whose time
leadership.
is he using? He's responding to a question. Again, it seems like you don't want questions answered.
No, I just want a point of order that the gentlelady have yielded back her time, and so I want to know whose time he's now using.
Clock was still going, as you saw.
The
Or maybe you
time,
did see, but
the
the clock
time
was
does
still
not
going.
belong to the witnesses. The time belongs to members of Congress.
The clock was still going, and again, if you
Chairman,
don't want
isn't it
answers
the
to the
chairman's
question,
The
you made
gentlelady
that
yielded back her time.
You made it abundantly clear you don't want answers.
But when
to
the
questions.
gentlelady yielded back her time, I just wanted my question was whose time was being utilized.
One time when you were the chairman, you took my time away because you didn't like my questioning.
That is
chairman, respectfully.
Other chairman,
Yeah,
former
ranking
chairman.
member, yeah, respectfully.
Representative Kim, you're
Focus on
recognized.
today, please. Focus on today, please.
Always. Representative Kim, you are.
killing
Okay.
Americans for administration after
Reset.
administration after administration. We finally have a president that has said enough is enough. I don't think that nonsense merits additional response.
Okay, very good. First of all, I want to just verify one thing with you. Should we decide that we do not want to meet what dues, assessments, whatever, we would keep the most important thing in
Let's go here.
The United States vote no, as did our few and so few allies with us.
I think there were two issues that we had with the resolution, and of course, the issue of slavery, both here in the United States and around the world, was abhorrent and should.
Against humanity. The resolution passed by the world 123-3 with 52 abstentions. For many Americans, the resolution passed by the world.
Special Committee to investigate Israeli human rights practices, SHRP, and some success.
Broadly, with respect to UN, the Commission of Inquiry, the Special Rapporteurs, the Human Rights Council, which of course we've withdrawn from, and other measures. As I mentioned before, the UN is at that decision point, and it has to decide whether it wants to get back to basics and foundational peace and security, or whether it wants to just be a machine to have General Assembly resolutions, 183 against Israel over the last so many years versus 70 against the rest of the world. It's a shocking, and it's a hotbed, or as the chairman said, a snake pit of anti-Americanism, anti-West, anti-Judeo-Christian values, anti-Israel, anti-Jew. They have to decide, and we have a selection coming up. It's going to decide the future of this organization with the next Secretary General.
Okay, well, I know you've got plenty of examples, but that report, which was literally weeks after the October 7th attack, and in which their report did not mention a single atrocity, might be a good one to use in your working on SHRP. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. Ambassador Waltz, on March 25th, 2026, the United States was one of only 3 nations to vote against the United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the transatlantic slave trade and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution passed by the world 123-3 with 52 abstentions. For many Americans and for people of African ancestry and descent around the world, that vote raised serious questions about our nation's moral leadership. I would ask you, Mr. Waltz, why did the United States vote no, as did our few and so few allies with us?
I think there were two issues that we had with the resolution, and of course, the issue of slavery, both here in the United States and around the world, was abhorrent and should be condemned. But the issue with the language of that resolution was that it advocated for international reparations fund, something that the administration is not in favor of. And further, despite
let me follow up on the second question.
We tried, but despite our efforts, they could not put a real bracket around it. What was slavery?
Let me ask you a second question. Do you personally recognize the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity? And if so, what specific language in the resolution would you prefer to have in the proposal?
I can go back, and I'm happy to come talk to you about the language that we proposed. I'll have to take that for the record.
The United States, for the record, has paid reparations in the past.
We tried to put some brackets around what was slavery.
We have paid reparations to those that have been enslavers, as well as those that have come over here
does it
from
affect
other countries.
African nations that participated in the transatlantic slave trade? We couldn't get a good definition.
Let me finish my question. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Many African leaders have raised questions about the restrictions during the World Cup. It was a great time, and a time that we should have been very joyous. It was the 48 nations that participated. But something came to light during that period, is that there were 12 African nations that have total bans on travel to the United States. Also embarrassingly so, I would say, for the grandmother of Cape Verdean goalie, country of 500,000 people. He couldn't get his grandmother in here. I don't know what threat she meant to the United States or to a person that works in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But fans were denied the opportunity to be here. There are 14 other countries that have partial bans, such as Zambia, having to pay $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for a visa. So effectively, that's 26 nations that are banned in the African continent from coming to the United States. Almost half of Africans are banned from entering the United States of America, roughly 700 million
Not
people.
if they're white
Do you agree with this
Africanos.
policy, or would you like to see it change?
Yes, of course.
The only restrictions that I dealt with in the UN context are around the Ebola issue, and which did affect DRC. I just spoke to the DRC foreign minister this week about those. In terms of the visa bond issue, if that's what you're referring to, I would have to refer you to DHS in terms of those restrictions. I thought the World Cup was a fantastic success. We spoke to the Algerians, to the Moroccans, to the DRC.
Has been excluded. This came to light during that period. And as we look to our growth and future and relationships with the African nations, that they can't come here. I've heard of major foundations and other people that cannot bring employees over here, and companies that have investments in Africa that want to do job retreats cannot get their employees to come over here. So it's excluding us from a nation. Let me ask you with Cuba. Would you say we are at war with Cuba in your definition?
I would not say that we are.
And I only highlight that because we have a naval blockade around an island
We do
nation.
not have a naval blockade. That is
And so,
Cuban propaganda.
So goods and fuel can
That
get to
is
the island
absolute
nation.
propaganda.
Can fuel get to the United?
We contributed over
can the
$500
fuel
million in
Can fuel
goods,
go to the
in
Cuban
goods from
people?
the United States to
Are we
the Cuban
blocking
regime.
fuel to get to the
A
Cuban
blockade
country?
would be a ring of Navy ships that are
And
stopping
are we
anything
now
from
denying
going
fuel
in.
to
That
get
is,
to the Cuban
that is
people?
literally Cuban propaganda. There is no blockade on Cuba.
So
You're
Cubans
not
can
answering
receive
the
fuel from
question,
anywhere around the
though.
world.
There are humanitarian waivers
So
that
the
the
answer is
administration
no. I
has
would
put in
appreciate if you
place.
just simply were to answer the question. And last question regarding the Middle East. Who's
Cuba
your
is failing
primary
because
point
of
of contact?
communism
The
and
Do
answer
you
is
deal,
no.
do you deal specifically with Secretary Rubio, or do you take advice from Mr. Jared Kushner and Mr. Witkoff? Who's your primary point of contact for Middle East negotiations?
I deal with all three on a regular basis.
Are they on the same par?
I'm not sure you're.
I mean, are they equal in stature? One person is in the administration, two people are super volunteers. I just want to know for a point of structure.
Well, I
and
think our
process.
Secretary of State has been Senate confirmed in accordance with our
And the
Constitution
other
and Senate
two
rules.
have not
Okay,
even
thank you very
gone
much.
through
I
a
yield back.
background check.
Representative Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our witnesses. And it's
Let that
appreciated
sink in.
to have a colleague that's doing the job you're doing, Mr. Waltz. You know, the UN is filled with inadequacies in its personnel management and its implementation of programs and oversight work.
Personally, from any of their policy decisions, they have the interest of this country first and foremost.
Ambassador, you don't have to ask.
Decisions.
People don't often announce I'm corrupt, but we can see it plainly when the president has put billions of dollars in his pockets and the pockets of his associates.
I'm trying to change the United Nations, which makes this look like an appetizer.
Well, I think it makes your job harder because these conflicts have been okay with the president's
Government ethics, as have myself. We have ethics rules in place. We have an Congress in the stock trading.
Let's get to ethics.
terms on his social. I'm pleased to hear that. So I guess
Let's get back all the way to it.
across the administration during
Time, but I appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Yield back.
Representative Ocheski.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, Ranking Member Meeks, and to our witnesses for being here today. Ambassador Walls, I want to start by thanking you for your years of public service as the father of a 10-year-old daughter
I
and
don't
a
wanna
former
hear
public
from you.
women and girls.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I have to start with a topic that I've discussed with many of your colleagues across the administration during these hearings, and I do so because it is so foundational to the work that we do here. And that is my very serious concern with the clear conflicts of interest and the massive corruption coming out of this administration. So I want to ask you, from your personal perspective, your own values, do you think it's wrong
He
for
has
elected
none.
officials and their families to profit
He
from
has no
positions of power?
values.
Do I think it's wrong? Just generally speaking?
Your personal values, yes, sir. I'm pleased to hear that. So I guess the question then is, how do you square that circle working for a president who just last year made 20,000 stock trades, including companies who benefit from markets that he is actively manipulating, whether that's through announcing ceasefires, reversing course and allowing chip exports, or simply promoting these firms on his social media? How can you say it's wrong, but be silent as the president's sons benefit from mining deals paid for by U.S. taxpayers? As one of America's top diplomats,
Both
as a former
myself-
member of Congress, does
Sure.
that not conflict with your values, sir?
Well, let's not talk about Congress and the stock trading that
I support a full ban. I think it's wrong for any member to
right
trade.
here,
That wasn't
and
the question, though, sir.
I hope to see that bill.
Should
passed-
I'm on the
passed
discharge petition
number one. Number two,
and a full ban, not the joke that my colleagues are trying to put forward.
president, members of his cabinet have all complied with the Office of Government Ethics, as have myself. We have ethics rules in place. We have an agency that oversees.
So you think
ethics.
it's
we all subject ourselves to the Senate and to this office and receive that clearance before we come for confirmation.
So
And
you're
then
you're
further-
okay with the president's stock trades?
further, in accordance with transparency and in accordance with the rules of the Congress, we publicly put our finances out there every year in our financial disclosures.
So you're comfortable with the president buying stocks in companies like energy before he announces a
I think the
ceasefire?
president
You're
is
comfortable with?
the president is complying with the ethics rules as they sit on the books.
Do you think that they should be changed?
Do I think that
They should be changed?
I'll leave that to this August body.
Well-
I'm trying to change the United Nations, which makes this look like an appetizer.
Well, I think it makes your job harder because these conflicts of interest, the president's insistence on outsourcing high-stakes diplomacy to family members and business associates impacts our standing in the world in a profoundly negative way. They impact your ability to effectively do your job as one of our country's top diplomats.
Can I just answer your question? I have never regularly deal with Secretary Rubio, with the president.
You
with
answered the
his
question.
cabinet.
It's
I have
okay.
never seen them, ever heard them mention anything at all where they would gain personally from any of their policy decisions. They have the interest of this country first and foremost.
Ambassador, you don't have to ask.
Please.
People don't often announce I'm corrupt, but we can see it plainly when the president has put billions of dollars in his pockets and the pockets of his associates, of his children, of his friends, of Mr. Witkoff, of Mr. Kushner. If you can't see it, sir, that's on you.
I
But
don't know
the
what to
truth is,
tell
whether
you.
you can look past it, and you're choosing to look past it, which is fine, but the world is watching, and it is, in fact, it is impacting our national interests.
I deal with them on a regular
regardless,
basis.
you're in this
You
role,
do not.
Ambassador, and that's fine. So I'm going to go back to the first topic I mentioned. One, I think we actually agree on because we clearly disagree on this one. I think the corruption the president is executing is morally wrong. It should be legally reprehensible, and I think he should be out of office. But UNICEF has been one of the government's strongest and most transparent partners. Do you agree that UNICEF's field presence and cross-sector capacity make it a natural partner of choice for the U.S.?
UNICEF is led by an American. It does. It could always do things better. It often, both their mission at times is duplicative of others, like World Food Program, like UNHCR, and other organizations. But we are working with them through our pooled funding model to streamline their mission.
Okay, the organization's yet to receive its fiscal 26 core resources, even though we've appropriated funds off.
He can find problem with UNICEF, but he can't find problems with what Trump doing with double dealing to himself and his family. Make that make sense. UNICEF is okay, but they've been given their budget, but it hasn't been dispersed to them yet. Make that make sense.
Follow up there with a few written questions, but I'll just end and say we have to be better. Any one issue of corruption this president has perpetrated would have ended prior presidencies, and I just hope that you and your colleagues can speak up and find the courage to push back against what's happening here. And with that, I yield back.
Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Chairman Mass, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimonies here today. China is the largest troop contributor to the UN peacekeeping missions among the 5 permanent Security Council members and the second largest funder of the UN overall. Chinese peacekeeping deployments are concentrated in strategically sensitive regions, including areas along Belt and Road corridors, near ports, mineral resources, and existing or potential basing locations. These are longstanding concerns about whether Beijing is using its peacekeeper designation as.
It's the policy of the Trump administration to support a two-state solution. You drafted Resolution 2803, adopted last November. This is a ceasefire, and of course.
That mission, we did not find it to be as effective as it should be. The mandate was far too broad, and we refocused it on helping the South Sudanese government try to.
Back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, ambassadors, for being here today. And welcome back, Ambassador Waltz. I think we served on the Intelligence Committee together. The United Nations has been central to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict since General Assembly Resolution 181 in 1947, the partition resolution that called for 2 states and underpinned Israel's own founding and international recognition. Security Council Resolutions 242, 338, 1397, and 1515, the latter 2 adopted with U.S. support under a Republican administration, built the framework. 2 states, 2 peoples, each with the right to self-determination within secure and recognized borders. So there aren't just Israelis in this story, and there aren't just Palestinians. There are 2 peoples, and both have the same right to determine their own future. You drafted Resolution 2803, adopted last November. This is a ceasefire and, of course, Board of Peace resolution. According to reports, France, a permanent member and one of our oldest allies, asked that it reference the 2-state solution and the return of a reformed Palestinian Authority to Gaza. And so did the other members of the council. The final text that you negotiated, however, never once uses the phrase 2-state solution. And at adoption, France, Algeria, Pakistan, Guyana, and Sierra Leone criticized that omission on the record. And so I wanted to ask you, Ambassador Waltz, was that omission deliberate, not mentioning the 2-state solution? Did the United States refuse to include the 2-state solution in its own resolution?
Of course.
Representative Castro, I'll come back to you and sit down with you if I'm incorrect in this, but out of memory, the Resolution 2803 adopted wholesale as an annex President Trump's 20-point peace plan, which the president of France was there at Sharm el-Sheikh and celebrated. And in that, for the first time ever, we had both no annexation in terms of directive to the state of Israel and a pathway to a 2-state solution with appropriate reforms.
So
those
just
are both in there now as international law.
So just to be clear, just for the record, it's the policy of the Trump administration to support a 2-state solution.
With appropriate reforms.
Okay.
So that was a United Nations resolution that adopted the president's 20-point peace plan.
Right, but because you had a big hand in negotiating it, I want to know, I'm asking, what's the Trump administration's policy, right? So the Palestinian Authority has said yes to this 2-state solution. However, Prime Minister Netanyahu has told his cabinet that he's, quote, firmly against a Palestinian state, reformed Palestinian Authority or not. So what specific pressure is the United States applying on the government of Israel to accept the outcome that our own resolution envisions?
None.
Well, the resolution, as you know, is very focused on Gaza, and putting in place the funding, the International Stability Force, and the new Palestinian governance mechanism to pull that away from Hamas and put that back under civilian Palestinian control.
No, fair enough. And I think,
And by the way, that organization, the Board of Peace, now has a liaison office to the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority publicly supported 2803.
But I guess what I'm saying that, we've known that we have two sides here for a long time. And you have a prime minister who's a longstanding prime minister, may win election again, who has said very firmly, and others in his cabinet have said very firmly, that they're against a two-state solution. So what are we doing to guide Israel in this case, towards that two-state solution? Because on the other hand, on the other side,
what we're doing is we're avoiding answering your question. That's what we're doing.
we have designated groups like Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist organizations. We've sanctioned them. We've designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We've sanctioned Iran. And so where's the guidance on the other side when, over the years, of course, we have provided military support, foreign military financing, billions of dollars. We now may, at least in the NDAA, there's a provision to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Israel, and perhaps develop weapons together, for example. So without exercising any leverage, without the U.S. exercising any leverage on Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu, what makes you think, Ambassador, or why would we think that he's going to change his tune about a two-state solution? I mean, he's flatly said he's against it. What's going to change that?
Nothing.
Congressman, I think it's important to point out in the negotiations on 2803, working with the Palestinian Observer Mission at the UN and all of our Gulf Arab.
What, cat got your tongue now? Your attorney got to come in and answer the question? What happened? Hold attorney got to come in and answer your question?
Partners and friends, it was everybody came together, including the Israelis, on that 20-point peace plan, which, as the ambassador said, concludes.
I'm running out of time, so I'd like to reclaim my time for a second.
That includes a path with appropriate reforms to what you're just saying.
If one side is staunchly against a two-state solution, the Israelis have said, their prime minister has said he's...
This is a hard question to understand. This is so hard to understand. You got to reiterate this question so much. We got to have word salads that don't answer the question in between, and then you have to restate this simple question. If Israel doesn't agree to the two-state solution, which they said they will not, what are you going to do to make this two-state solution happen? Since this is in your fake border peace resolution, you ain't gonna do shit. That's what you're gonna do. Nothing. What you're saying right now, you're going to do. The answer that you have to the question, nothing. You're not going to do a goddamn thing. The same thing you're going to do when you sign a fake peace resolution and you still allow the slaughter to go on in Palestine, and you're going to do nothing
against it. What leverage is the United States going to use to change that? To me, it seems like giving them more and more and more is not going to change their behavior. At some point, it makes the two-state solution, quite honestly, illusory, and it turns this whole thing into a self-delusion. So what are we doing?
I think at this point, Congressman, we are very focused on those reforms and the security of the Israeli state, whether it's from Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, or Iran, to then get to a place where we can have those conversations.
Okay, I'm out of time, so we'll have to follow up on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's really exciting to see two friends, mentors, and my predecessor here. And on behalf of the people of the 6th Congressional District of Florida, thanks for all the work that you did 6 years. I'm trying to fill very large shoes, so I'm doing my best. But thank you both for being here. I start with the premise that I'm not convinced that the UN is sort of fundamentally, permanently broken and should go away. I often have said, from the river to the sea, let's make Manhattan UN free. So I come from that, but I know that you all are working incredibly hard to deal with the hand that we have been dealt. And so I want to start with UNRWA. And the USAID Inspector General found that 7 employees actually participated in the Hamas.
A month after the president failed to deliver on that promise, January 6th. And
whether it wants to be a hotbed of hatred for the one Jewish state and for the West, or whether it wants to get back to basics, its core founding mission of international peace and security, humanitarian aid. And that's a big decision for the UN. We're trying to guide them in the right direction. It is not always easy, as you know. But the work is really important, and we get at it every day.
And I would just add, Representative Fine, that the administration has defunded these inherently anti-Semitic organizations. We are trying to shift this culture, but meanwhile, not a single dollar of U.S. taxpayer dollars should go to these organizations like UNRWA, like the so-called Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and others.
Well, I'm not sure anybody can fix it, but if anyone can.
Oh, shut up.
The president promised at least 53 times to end the war on or before day one. On January 20th, 2025, as the sun set and the president pardoned more than 1,000 January 6 insurrectionists, when the sun set, the president failed to deliver on his promise that he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ambassador Waltz, why did the president fail to deliver on his promise to end the war?
The president is doing everything he can to end the war. To date, neither Vladimir Putin with Russia or President Zelensky has seen fit to enter into the final deal. However, the president has put significant pressure, this administration, by sanctioning Lukoil, by sanctioning Rosneft, and is doing everything he can to stop the killing.
So I guess we're in agreement 538 days into the administration that the president has not delivered on his promise that he made at least 53 times during the course of the campaign to end the war on day one.
The president has found, despite incredible efforts from him and his team, it to be a very frustrating effort.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have made those grandiose promises.
I'm proud that he has tried.
Speaking of the pressure that is being brought to bear, on February 24th, a month after the president failed to deliver on that promise, U.S. representatives at the United Nations voted no on a resolution advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Earlier today, Representative Titus brought up this vote, and you incorrectly stated that the U.S. abstained from voting on the February 2025 resolution. That's not true. The U.S. voted no alongside Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. Really, really great company. Would you like to correct the record that the U.S. indeed voted no?
I understood, and perhaps I misunderstood her to be talking about a General Assembly resolution just this past summer where the United States abstained.
My understanding, the words that she specifically used was referring to the February 2025 resolution, which the U.S. did indeed vote no on. Then on February 18th, 2026, over a year after President Trump failed to deliver on his promise to end the war on day one, U.S. representation at the UN under your leadership refused to vote on a resolution expressing support for lasting peace in Ukraine. Ambassador, I'm curious why the United States is scared to call out and stand up to Vladimir Putin at the United Nations.
The United States under this administration has put more pressure on Russia to come to the table. Their economy is reflective of that. And this administration sanctioned their top two oil producers and the Dark Fleet, not the last administration.
Well, they're now getting more money because of the Strait of Hormuz, but that's neither here nor there. Why did the United States vote no and refuse to vote to denounce Vladimir Putin's
I'll have to come back to the
war in
record.
Ukraine?
That prior vote was obviously before my time, so I'll have to look at the wording of the resolution. Like legislation, which many of you know, there can be specific phrases that we find objectionable or to cross our red lines.
Yeah.
The title says one thing and the actual legislation or resolution says
apparently
another.
the only other countries that objected to any of the specific language in that resolution, at least in February 2025, were Belarus, North Korea, and Russia. So not very good company.
My
but while
my
the
memory
administration,
is we were shifting to a more neutral mediator position.
A strategy
as we try to end this war, unlike the ill-defined victory,
a strategy
so-called, at the
that
last
did
war.
not work has not worked. And if
Has worked a lot better than the last administration's.
well, I don't think that that's true.
They're at least in the room talking,
And
which is the art of diplomacy.
Wow, there was a photo op in Alaska that the president gave Vladimir Putin, and I think these votes, lack thereof votes, no votes, only send a message to Vladimir Putin that we
I
are
think
not
President
there.
Zelensky
But
has
I want to say,
repeatedly
while
been in
you're
the
treating
Oval
Vladimir
Office,
Putin with
not
kid
Putin.
gloves, you are insulting American allies, including our longstanding ally Denmark, whose soldiers fought and died alongside U.S. soldiers. Have you gotten any positive feedback from your colleagues at the United Nations about the president's desire to seize Greenland?
As one of the soldiers who fought alongside Danish soldiers in southern Afghanistan, they're a fantastic ally. At the same time, they were paying very little to zero attention to the Arctic, and they now are. And we are in meaningful negotiations to secure our northern border.
I'll take that
which
as
is
a no.
key
You
charge
haven't
of the
gotten any
president.
positive feedback. Thank you. I yield
They
back.
have actually given a lot of positive feedback to the ongoing negotiations, to answer your question.
Sure.
You didn't answer
Representative
that, yes in the first place.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today.
There's someone
And,
else
Mr.
involved with
Ambassador,
the
let me
Denmark.
apologize on behalf of California for the disrespect and dumbfounding ignorance of my colleagues. The gentlelady mentioned that the Ayatollah was better off before the war. Maybe she missed the memo that Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, and he is definitely not better off than before this war. Maybe if they had their way, he would still be
Good
alive.
riddance to him. Characterization, what we opposed was Cubans or others for that. Thank you.
Without going into detail, just naming names, what three countries are the greatest adversaries to the United States?
of back years ago, where we did gather an international coalition and took that problem on. Thankfully, the president, the Defense Department, right now as we speak, is massively destroying and degrading Iran's ability to choke off that waterway, which 146 nations have agreed with us is in violation of international law.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And again, I mean, I think if my colleagues had their way with their diplomacy of enablement, we'd be in a much worse position, from that standpoint as well. So I thank you for your leadership and for coming here and testifying today, despite some blatant hypocrisy from the other side. But I appreciate your efforts and appreciate.
How could we be in a worse position? Now both of the straits are closed. How could we be in a worse position? For example, who's paying you to think? And think of us a worse position. Since you want to think.
Administration and what it's
Congressman, it is incredibly rich to see one side of the aisle now suddenly in love with oil and gas, that they have sought to degrade our own domestic capability. But thank you for your leadership in a very tough place. I don't know if being a member.
Oil and gas is all we have. That's all we have. Since your presidency shut down wind and solar projects. What the fuck? That's all we have left. What you mean? We're in love with it. No, that's the only thing we have left.
In California is tougher or easier than it is in the United Nations. But
well, I'm here to bring the voice of the forgotten Californians to this body. So thank you, Representative Pocan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us.
Thank you.
Without going into detail, just naming names, what 3 countries are the greatest adversaries to the United States?
From a broader sense, I would
Just
refer,
naming names, yeah.
well, I would refer actually to our national security, national defense strategy.
3 names is all I'm looking for, not the narrative, please.
That are working against us: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Cuba?
I have not.
You have not? Okay.
No.
Did you get a chance to read the report that came out this week from the State Department on Cuba, 95 pages?
I have not read the entire report, but as a native Floridian, I'm familiar with the antics and adversarial
Gotcha. But you have
actions of
not
the
read the
Cuban
report.
regime.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me, on July 7th, there was a vote in the UN to continue debate about the U.S. blockade of Cuba, and we opposed that. We kind of had an embarrassing defeat, 136-9 with 30 abstentions. But given what this report said, why are we afraid to have that debate? If there's so much information we want to share with the world about Cuba, why did we not extend
That's a mischaracterization. What we opposed was Cubans or others, for that matter, abusing the General Assembly to have the same debate over and over again.
It just seems that if we had such damning information that this report claims to have, that would be a great venue to have that. I guess my question is, it's been over 65 years.
That's what we opposed.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been over 65 years that we've had essentially this blockade, this embargo on Cuba. And have we moved closer to a democracy, steer them towards human rights? As the other ambassador said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Has that 65 years brought us to where we want to be?
I would encourage you to read that report.
I did, and you didn't. I did, and you didn't. Correct. Yes.
Oh no, I have not read it word for word, but I am very familiar. As a native
Floridian. I did too. I read it. I've highlighted it. I felt like, you know what? I put on the Kinks and the Who, because everything's about the 60s and 70s in here. And then there's a giant jump to today.
A blockade is a ring of ships. A blockade is what we have right now.
This is a blockade of fuel, of medicine, of food, of supplies. Even in war, we allow medical supplies to go through. We don't allow medical supplies to go through to Cuba. So my question is, do you think that we've had a noticeable change?
The corruption of the communist
regime.
Okay,
can I just ask my question, please? Sure. I respect you were in this role, and so I'm just asking, do you think we've had a measurable difference in 65 years of the policy we've had?
I think we have, much of which is in statute, have had a meaningful effect on not allowing the Cuban regime to expand its revolution, its communism, and its anti-American, anti-left revolution, as it calls.
You know, this is the biggest bunch of bullshit I have ever heard in my whole entire life. Hey, Regina Myers, it is good. It is good to see you. Hey, TSW, it is good to see you. This is the biggest pile of dog shit I've ever heard in my life. This is administration is in office, so they are deciding to reward the rich Miami Cubans. This is all this is. That voted for them, that had the imbecile poor Miami Cubans voting for them and regretting it later. This is all this is. Period.
Okay, so
across the Western Hemisphere and across and into the
I
United
get you.
States.
So Secretary Rubio just a few hours ago said the goal is to have a Cuba where people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. I just got back from there 10 days ago. I've been there 30 years ago. I was there 3.5 years ago on an official delegation, and I was there with a nonprofit most recently. And what I've seen is a crushing of the Cuban people, and it's not a
Cuban regime.
Let me finish,
Did you
please.
visit the
Give me the
prisoners?
respect I've given you, please, because the rest of this drives me crazy. We're not allowing medical supplies, so we've doubled the infant mortality rate because of our actions. We're the ones blocking that. It's not the Cuban government, that's us. We're blocking fuel, which means while I was there, 42 hours of no energy, we had an hour and a half. Surgeons literally finish surgery sometimes with their cell phone lights, right? That's because of us. Do you think that what your goal is, we're running completely counter to that? And I just don't understand that.
May I answer your question?
Yeah, please. But I would like
During-
30 seconds at
During
the
your
end. just so
visit,
you know.
did you visit the private island from the Castro regime? Did you visit their private jet, which seems to have fuel?
Well,
to go back
considering
and forth?
you've never been to
Visit-
Cuba,
that
I'm
was
not going
4
to take your
seconds,
advice on where to go.
Representative. 4
I know, but
seconds, okay.
considering, I mean, you've
You
never
visit
been
the
there.
800 political
I'm not
prisoners.
going to tell you how to groom your hair because I can't give good advice on that. I don't think I need your advice at Cuba. Are we going to have a military action against Cuba? It seems like that's what this report is setting up.
I am not going to take options off the table for the president of the United States, but I would hope that you would not allow your visits to be used for Cuban regime propaganda that has oppressed.
Yeah,
and
you know, I'll
massacred
tell you, I wish,
people.
I understand, but I would strongly urge you, Marco Rubio, who's never been to Cuba, so many others who have strong opinions.
His entire family is
Dude,
from Cuba, and
they left
fled
before the revolution. That is
regime.
decades ago. That's a ridiculous answer.
It's Cuban
I
Americans
know, but
who have fled the regime.
to be
are
fair, that is a
constantly
ridiculous answer.
for being oppressed and
It's worth
imprisoned.
going there if you're going to have such strong opinions. I think you'd maybe look at it a little differently. I yield back.
Representative Moylan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Waltz, and Bartos. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Ambassador Waltz, July 5th.
A whole other island with a nice temperature, a nice when there's not a hurricane, that they want to take over and gentrify and put hotels and resorts and make into a rich person's paradise. That's all that is. This is all this is. A place that they want to gentrify. This is all this is. And don't think it isn't this. Rich people have been vacationing in Cuba for decades. This is all it is. They want to turn the whole island into a rich man's paradise. Do you not know what all of this behind Cuba is? This is all this is.
Haiti is only a few hundred miles from Florida. What happens there does not control of violent gangs in the country.
Team's focus. We're present as many places as we can be.
I appreciate the hard work you both do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ambassador Waltz, UN peacekeeping operations funding is a principal source of support for the new gang suppression force mission in Haiti, which will be critical to driving back the control of violent gangs in the country that are wreaking havoc on communities in our own hemisphere and worrying millions of Haitian Americans as they watch Haiti suffer. In fact, just the other day, you even said Haiti is only a few hundred miles from Florida. What happens there does not stay there. According to a 2024 Government Accountability Office report, approximately 73% of firearms recovered in the Caribbean between 2018 and 2022 originated in the United States. Additionally, the UN Security Council also adopted an arms embargo on Haiti in 2022 to prevent weapons from reaching these gangs. So let me ask you this. First, what are you doing to ensure we are not violating the Security Council arms embargo? And how does the administration justify defunding the United Nations, including slashing its peacekeeping operational budget, while simultaneously expecting it to take on a greater role in supporting the UN authorized gang suppression force?
We are mission by mission evaluating the effectiveness of these peacekeeping operations. As I mentioned earlier, some have been around for 30 to 40 years at the cost of $1 billion a year and have not worked themselves out of a job, have not put peace in place. As it pertains to the gang suppression force, that's actually a hybrid funding model. The UN budget is supporting basically the logistics. And we have a separate trust fund, the Haiti Trust Fund, that a standing group of partners is contributing to. And we have effective oversight over both of those funds, and we are supporting both of those funds. And again, we will evaluate as that mandate comes up for renewal whether they are meeting the metrics and whether they are actually suppressing the gangs. I could tell you, having just visited there, the gang suppression force just conducted its first clearing operation and was fairly effective. Long way to go. That's coupled with training the Haitian National Police and standing up the Haitian Army once again to take these paramilitary.
And thus, we're going to revoke the protective status of Haitian immigrants and send them back to a failed country that they had here, working and thriving here in the United States, because God forbid that they brought up the property value in Ohio, where the white people were so strung out on meth that they didn't have employers to go in and work the jobs, where the employer was said that he wished he could have 3 times as more Haitians working in his companies, because they came to work on time. They stayed there their whole shift. He didn't have to go run around and looking for them. They did their jobs. They didn't cause any trouble. The housing values went up. But what happened to those Haitians? J.D. Vance went out and spreaded a lie about these Haitians were eating cats and dogs. And then your president on when he was campaigning spread the lie in when he had a what was it? Spread the lie when he had a debate with Harris. And then all of a sudden, Haitians were eating the cats and the dogs. So they have lost their protection status. But the white Afrikaners who are allegedly escaping a genocide that has not been proven, that has been proven to be a bullshit lie, they can come over here. Over 17,000, I believe, have come here. And I think they're taking in, I can't forget how many thousands more they're taking in here. But all of the Haitians who had legal status here, who had been working here, no, they got to go back to a failed state.
Gangs on. And of course, we have the embargo in place. I visited the Dominican Republic, whereas a lot of these arms are smuggled, and we are coordinating with their foreign ministry and their law enforcement, both the foreign ministry and INL, to better interdict illegal arms that are flowing into the gangs.
Ambassador Waltz, when you served in Congress, you were a staunch supporter of our Kurdish allies. In fact, you frequently emphasized the importance of standing with the Kurdish forces that fought alongside the U.S. against ISIS. Recently, President Trump has called President Erdogan a very good ally, end of quote. And a good ally, to me, is an interesting way of describing a leader who simultaneously placates Putin and other dictators, degrades democracy and human rights in Turkey, and harbors and supports terrorist regimes. On top of that, Erdogan has a long record of targeting Kurdish political and military groups. In the early days of this unauthorized war with Iran, reports indicated that Erdogan personally prevented Iranian Kurdish fighters from taking part in President Trump's proposed operation. Erdogan himself has publicly celebrated preventing that Kurdish operation. Do you also agree that President Erdogan is a very good ally, even though he harbors Hamas, supports terrorist regimes, and has actively gone against Trump and his unauthorized war?
Well, you mentioned my time in Congress. I was co-chair of the Kurdish caucus that's primarily focused on the Iraqi Kurds. And so when my statement that they have stood with us was the Peshmerga, and that has been going back to the early 90s. Obviously, Turkey, led by Erdogan, is a NATO ally. We just had the NATO summit there. In fact, years ago, Turkey shot down Russian fighters as they were penetrating their airspace from their incursion into Syria. It is sometimes a difficult relationship. We are taking action against Hamas-funded charities that are funneling goods into Gaza that are based in Turkey. We are actively looking and working with the Turkish government on how to shut that funding source down.
Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for putting this together. I cannot explain to you. I thank you very much for, I'm delighted to be in front of you. We don't have words. You know, I represent the city of Miami, and there are no words of gratitude that we can express on behalf of the constituents.
When the president said he had, quote, obliterated, unquote, Iran's nuclear program, he wasn't talking about enrichment capability. But intelligence shows that that activity continues unabated at the Pickaxe Mountain and underground complex with enough room to accommodate several nuclear-related facilities. Experts have said that fully eliminating Iran's nuclear program.
Here.
Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yes, I can, Congressman, and it is.
Questions, but I think I'm out of time, so I will yield back and submit those in writing. Thank you.
Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, good to see you. I'm sure you saw what Zohran Mamdani was up to this week. Instead of working to lower costs for New Yorkers, Zohran spent the week trying to figure out how to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And after days of using his taxpayer-funded lawyers to examine this nonsense, he released a scripted video.
Let's go here.
Not saying it's a last year's stat.
Innocent people living in these very war-torn and tough areas.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to closing statements. Do you have any closing statement you wish to offer?
Okay, closing statements. Let's go to this last video that I wanted to share with you. Adam Mokler put out. Allegedly, the Tate brothers have dropped a dime on Melania. I haven't watched it yet myself. It will be in my description box under "You Dropped a Dime on Me." Yeah, I'm gonna put it. You dropped a dime on me. Yeah, I'm gonna put it under that. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? Let me find it real quick. Because they dropped a dime on Melania. Let's see what they're talking about. Now, a day ago, he dropped a dime allegedly on Barron. And now he allegedly has dropped a bomb on Barron's mama. Is anything sacred? Let me see. Where is it? Tate drops bomb on Melania from jail. Interesting. Yeah, okay, let me share this with you. I haven't seen it either. We'll end with this. It's going to be in my description box under the title, "You Dropped the Bomb on Me."
That's how she met Donald Trump.
Melania Trump then comes out and decides to make a statement.
I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims.
All right, everybody, this story keeps getting darker and darker, and now it's just getting closer to the Trump family and Trump administration with every bit of research that we do at Mockler Media. Only a few days ago, Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested in Miami, Florida, and are set to be extradited to the United Kingdom over rape charges, sex trafficking charges, human trafficking charges, CP charges. We'll get into all of that later, but only a few days after, it seems like the Trump family is just so inseparable from this Andrew and Tristan Tate story. The Tate brothers have been investigated and charged in multiple countries for multiple years. In Romania, they hid out there for a while because they couldn't go back to the UK or the United States, and then the Romanian government began to investigate them, but then suddenly, weirdly, the charges were lifted and they were allowed to come back to the United States after these investigations. Now, a lot of people thought that the Trump family may be involved, and the more research that we do, it seems like they were. Even though we have video of Andrew and Tristan Tate explaining what they did on tape, explaining how they would manipulate women and then take all their money, even though we have reporting talking about the Trump admin's involvement, it still seems like this is underreported. Watch this video.
For alleged sex crimes. The brothers had been barred from leaving Romania for years as prosecutors built their case. But in February, the Romanian government suddenly lifted the travel ban and allowed the two to board a plane to Florida, which they announced in this video recorded on the plane. Both men have denied the criminal allegations. A new report from the New York Times reveals how the Trump administration and some members of the president's family may have been involved in a larger movement in conservative circles to support the Tates. For more, we're joined now by New York.
This is looking so bad for any conservatives who tried to get behind the Tate brothers. Andrew Tate himself tweeted out, "The Tates will be free. Trump is the president. The good old days are back, and they will be better than ever." Are the good old days just being able to freely rape, sex traffic, human traffic, and have CP? This is disgusting. And this is the video of Andrew Tate getting arrested that went incredibly viral. Look at what he's wearing. I know this isn't a situation to make light of, but one of my favorite comments was still, it was like, any adult man who wears loafers without socks should be arrested summarily either way. And that is very true. We now have breaking news that the Tate brothers' attorney is publicly urging Trump to intervene and block their extradition to the United Kingdom. Many conservative influencers like Nick Fuentes and others are for some reason still lining up behind the Tate brothers, calling this Me Too era trumped up charges or whatever, trying to imply that these are all fake charges, even though they have admitted it on camera, as we'll get to.
Yeah, we had an idiot show up in my chat and said that, and I immediately escorted them out.
In one moment. Yesterday, we learned that Andrew and Tristan Tate appeared in U.S. federal court wearing prison uniforms, shackled at the waist and ankles as UK extradition proceedings begin. And now we have deeper connections to the Trump admin's most heinous figures. Let's break all of this down. I also want to talk about this weird connection between Andrew Tate, Trump admin officials, and Melania Trump. There is a connection here that has been uncovered as we've been doing more research and as the Tate brothers are under a microscope, and it's very peculiar. We're going to break all of this down. If you appreciate the work that we do at Mockler Media and independent media as a whole, make sure you drop a like below. Make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler feed. We are working every day to just push back against these false narratives coming from the administration, coming from mainstream media and right-wingers throughout the country. But I really quickly want to point out the deep connection between how the Trump admin got the investigation into the Tate brothers dropped in years prior. Interviews and records reviewed by ProPublica show a White House official told senior DHS security officials to return the devices to the brothers several days after they were seized back in 2025. So the Trump admin literally stopped the investigation from going into the Tate brothers, even though they had allegedly raped, human trafficked, sex trafficked, done all of this. These devices likely had evidence on them. The official who delivered the message, Paul Ingracia, is a lawyer who previously represented the Tate brothers before joining the White House. In his written request, a copy of which was reviewed by ProPublica, Ingracia chided authorities for taking action, saying the seizure of the Tate brothers' devices was not a good use of time or resources. The request to return the electronics to the Tates, he emphasized, was coming from the White House. So on behalf of the White House, he reached out and said, you need to give these devices back, but it gets even worse. Paul Ingracia is not somebody who is new on this channel. We have covered him in the past, and the top line here is that if you are an awful, terrible human being who is misogynistic, racist in some form, then you fit just right in the Trump administration. In fact, the Trump admin will help you. They will protect you. Donald Trump has turned proximity to him into some kind of moral laundering, a moral laundering service for the ugliest figures in the online rights, from Andrew Tate to Tristan Tate to Stephen Miller to JD Vance. All of these people are having their reputation laundered and they're gaining power, and Paul Ingrassia is one of them. Just bear with me. Paul Ingrassia had to withdraw his nomination from a position after racist texts were leaked. But that's an understatement. Using an Italian slur for Black people, Ingrassia wrote in December of 23, no, slur holidays from Kwanzaa to MLK Jr. Day to Black History Month to June.
I talked to you guys about this all earlier. I talked to you about all of this earlier.
Every single one needs to be eviscerated. He said MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd, and his holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell. He then claimed that he has a Nazi streak, according to the messages. You guys see where I'm going here. There is a man who worked as a lawyer for the Tate brothers. Then he got a position in the Trump administration. Then his racist text leaked, and he got to keep that position in the Trump administration and then lobbied to get the Tate brothers released, or at least the investigation dropped beforehand, right? And now I am almost certain that he is once again going to be working to get the Tate brothers released. I mean, hell, I read to you this tweet. The Tate brothers' attorney is publicly urging Trump to intervene and block their extradition to the United Kingdom. These people are sick, and this says Andrew Tate could face life in prison if extradited to the UK and convicted. He now has 42 charges, including 10 that carry a maximum life sentence. He could be facing life in prison. Here are the specific charges. I mean, it's pretty despicable, but 19 child pornography charges.
Now, with all of that said, I wonder, does this attorney realize that these Tate brothers have a Black father? Wouldn't it be something for these Tate brothers to wake up and finally discover, like, hey, it is all falling apart. It all fell apart. All at the exact wrong moment. And they get a knock on the door, and the knock goes something like this.
Wake up, nigga. A nigga wake up calls a bitch.
But
I do think that man is mocking.
But who knows? Let's go back. That could happen. The Tate brothers are half Black, and you see all of the writings that came from their attorney, who he is hoping that will get them off.
17 rape and sexual assault charges, 3 human trafficking charges, 3 assault charges, all against Andrew Tate. That's before we even bring up the Tristan Tate charges. Can I also just point out very, very quickly, when we're talking about this administration allowing people into power that are the worst of the worst, just like the worst scum of society, wife beaters, misogynists, allowing them to gain more power. I mean, beyond the Tate brothers, there's this video that's going very viral. Unearthed audio reveals David Brulette, the ICE agent who just murdered a man in Maine in a fit of rage. This is him just in last December, a few months back, threatening to slit his ex-wife's throat. Trigger warning here.
Every single female in your bloodline is nothing but a disgusting fat, and all of you should have your throat cut. Yeah, you should. Every single.
I mean, honestly, this sounds right on par with the type of people this administration helps out. Here's Andrew Tate himself admitting to many of the crimes he's being accused of on camera, and the Trump admin still stifled the investigation. The reason that I just played that ICE video, and the reason that I'm pointing out who Paul Ingrassia is with his racist texts, is because I am painting a very specific pattern of an administration that covers up, runs defense for, and creates opportunities for the worst human beings in society. And I've done this all without even mentioning the fact that they have covered up the Jeffrey Epstein files and covered up for the men in the Jeffrey Epstein files We will get to that later. Let's watch this clip of Andrew Tate admitting this. This may get this video deranked or demonetized or taken down because it's just him admitting the crimes. But either way, I don't care. Let's push this video out there. Love you all.
And I became a multi-millionaire. I did this by creating a webcam studio, by taking girls who didn't know how to be effective on webcam, girls who had never done webcam before, girls who didn't have the equipment, didn't have the know-how, didn't have the will, didn't have the premises, didn't have the ability to make money with this exchange. I created a system that allowed me to convince girls to do this, allowed me to retain 100% control of their income, allowed me to make sure they were effective, because it's a super competitive industry. Don't think this is easy money. You're just going to put a girl on the camera and they're going to get rich straight away. No, it's very competitive and it's very difficult. I learned every tip and trick it takes to make sure a girl gets paid. I know how to make sure the girl can't run away, because once you teach a girl how to do this, she has the ability to make unlimited money from home. Why would she still give it to you? Why would she just run off and keep it all for herself? Why are you getting your percentage? I learned how to do everything to take a nobody and make her a somebody. I learned how to take a nothing, turn her into a cash cow. And betas from all across the world would be sending money into my bank account.
You know, you can't get more clear than that. He says at one point throughout this video, he knows how to make sure they don't run away. I wonder where the human trafficking, sex trafficking, rape, and organized crime charges come from. There are other videos in which Andrew Tate describes the lover boy strategy, where he gets a woman to fall in love with him online, usually a woman in an underprivileged situation in a country where she genuinely needs help. And he'll send a bunch of money, he'll give a bunch of attention, he'll use his quote unquote clout, and then fly her in, take her passport, make her do video camera stuff, and then, quote, make sure she doesn't run away. He would do this with a network of women, and that's why he is being charged. That's what the Trump administration was literally covering up. Here is Representative Anna Paulina Luna getting asked about this very thing, a Republican, and then we're going to dig into Melania's connection to it all, because it gets very weird.
Hey, Congresswoman, do you think that President Trump and Marco Rubio should consider extraditing Andrew Tate and his brother to the UK?
They were already under extradition.
Well, they're still here, though. They haven't been extradited yet.
I mean, that usually means that they're going to be extradited.
Do you support the extradition, though?
I don't support the stuff that I've heard rumored to have happened, if that's what you're asking.
Congresswoman.
Okay, so we've got one right-winger who barely was able to condemn this after being pushed on it. A lot of these right-wingers were lining up behind the Tate family a year ago, saying the Matrix was coming down on them, and now they are just silent. Only the absolute idiots and hateful losers, like people like Nick Fuentes, are coming out and supporting Andrew Tate. But to continue with this, Melania Trump held a presser about, 3-4 months back, talking about Epstein, saying, I have never had any knowledge of Epstein's abuse and his victims. It's important to point out why she held this presser, because many people don't know the history. For those still behind, Melania Trump's presser a few months back, saying that she was not a participant of the Epstein stuff, was almost certainly driven by Amanda Ungaro. Remember this name. Amanda Ungaro was an Epstein victim who had a child with Paolo Zampoli, who brought Melania to the U.S. Zampoli allegedly got Ungaro, his wife, deported, and she's vowing revenge. She vowed to expose Paolo.
I don't believe that they were married. I do believe that she was just his baby mama.
Zampoli. Now, Andrew and Tristan Tate spent the days before their arrest partying in Washington, D.C. as guests of the very same Paolo Zampoli, Donald Trump's U.S. Special Envoy for...
Zampoli previously acknowledged contacting a senior ICE official about Amanda Ungaro, the mother of his child, during a bitter custody dispute. Yes.
Global partnerships and a longtime friend of Trump and Melania. I want to point out that Paolo Zampoli's ex-wife didn't do anything wrong here. The ex-wife, whose name is Amanda Ungaro, seems to be a victim who is now figuring out how to navigate this.
As we know, Paolo Zampoli is the former modeling agent who brought Melania to the United States for Donald Trump back in the 90s and has been in business with Donald Trump since the 90s. They did the whole modeling agencies together. They did the whole real estate world together. Paolo's a United Nations diplomat. He was a part of the first Trump administration, and he is very involved in the current administration. Right. Okay. We've been talking about this guy since July. We know, as you guys know, I recently made contact with Amanda Ungaro, and we are now in communication on a regular basis. We know Amanda Ungaro is the mother of Paolo Zampoli's child, who he began grooming at the age of 15 years old. She was a victim of Jeffrey's operation. She was on Jeffrey's plane at just 16 years old. We knew that she was on Jeffrey's plane at 17 years old, per the flight logs that were released by the DOJ in 2021. But since speaking to Amanda, she has confirmed that she was on Jeffrey's plane at the age of 16, earlier than we even realized. Amanda has known John Casablancas since she was 13 years old, and we know Paolo actually grew up with John Casablancas, and John Casablancas is the man who inspired Paolo to become a modeling agent. Amanda was a victim and witness to Jeffrey's operation. She has a lot of information about the inner workings of this operation. She was on Jeffrey's plane with Jean-Luc Brunel. She has a very unique perspective into this entire situation. And as we know and have been reporting on, in June of 2025, Amanda was wrongfully arrested and held in an ICE detention facility for nearly 4 months. After being held for that period of time, she was deported to Brazil without any kind of due process or trial. Amanda has a fantastic team of attorneys who are currently helping her get justice for her wrongful arrest, her wrongful deportation, the parental kidnapping and alienation of the child that she shares with Paolo. Those are all ongoing proceedings, and on the 21st of this month, Amanda will testify in front of the Supreme Court of New York City. While acknowledging she has years of legal battles ahead of her, we hope that the 21st begins a series of wins for her and her future. With permission from Amanda's legal counsel, she has been given the permission to speak on a wide range of things that have happened to her.
Okay, let's pause right here. And in a moment, I'll show you the leaked recording that Amanda Ungaro posted where she's talking about Melania Trump. This very quickly prompted Melania Trump into making an official response that was aired everywhere. But I need to just make the connection with the Tate brothers very quickly so everybody understands where we're going here. Andrew and Tristan Tate spent the days before their arrest in Miami, just a few days back, partying in Washington, D.C. as guests of Paolo Zampoli, Donald Trump's U.S. Special Envoy for Global Partnerships and a longtime friend of Trump and Melania. Zampoli is the former modeling executive who says he brought Melania to the United States and introduced her to Donald Trump. His name has also surfaced repeatedly in reporting surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's modeling world connections, and there's more. Zampoli previously acknowledged contacting a senior ICE official about Amanda Ungaro, the mother of his child, during a bitter custody dispute. She was later taken into immigration custody and deported, although Zampoli denies that he asked ICE to detain her. Now we learn that the Tate brothers, facing rape and sex trafficking charges in Britain, were being welcomed and entertained in Washington by the Trump administration envoy shortly before federal authorities intercepted and arrested them in Miami, and now they're set to be extradited. This raises some very serious questions. Who invited them? Who did they meet with? And why were they being embraced by someone so close to Trump's inner circle? Well, we now know that it goes even beyond that. There was a very warm, friendly, weird interview between Andrew Tate and the very same Paolo Zampoli earlier this year. Karen Piper points out, totally bizarre interview where a serial rapist and child pornographer, Andrew Tate, the alleged human trafficker, just sits around and chats with Trump's special envoy about the wonders of Uzbekistan. They're very friendly throughout it. They're sitting there mucking it up. They're like very close friends. You'd think this guy would be more careful associating with people who have been accused of human trafficking after spending a while being associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but I guess not. I guess he doesn't care. I guess he literally just is okay with that. And this is where we reintroduce Amanda Ungaro. She is claiming that her ex-husband is entirely lying about the Melania Trump introduction. Paolo has constantly repeated the story that he is the one who introduced Melania to Donald Trump, and he is the one who is responsible for all of this. Zampoli has been defending that version of events for years and years and years because his own reputation and his relationship with Trump is basically hanging on it. And Melania Trump also denies that Jeffrey Epstein was the one that introduced her and Trump. But the woman who had been married to Paolo Zampoli for 20 years, Amanda, is now saying that there is more to this story, that the Trump family's relationship with Epstein goes deeper than anybody knows. And it's in this recording that she posted, then deleted before she got deported by ICE. Now, she might sound a little bit drunk in this video. I can't tell. This was likely during some breakup, but there are photos of her and Melania Trump together throughout the years. Let me play this recording.
Let's tell the public, you never was the one introducing Melania to Trump. It was Jeffrey Epstein. She was a escort of Jeffrey Epstein. That's how she met Donald Trump. And I know because I was with you 20 years and you always told me it was not you, it was Jeffrey Epstein.
No.
She was a escort, an escort or escort. She was a escort of Jeffrey Epstein. Was she a escort of Jeffrey Epstein or was she an escort? Was she an escort or an escort?
Not long after this was posted, Melania Trump then comes out and decides to make a statement.
I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island.
Do you guys remember when this press conference happened, how odd and bizarre it was?
Yes, I remember when it happened. I covered it live. Yes, I do, Adam. Go look at my thumbnails. It's there.
It was just an
I thought it was because of the Michael Wolff incident. Yes. Back and forth. Yes. It was odd. Very odd.
unprompted, barely announced press conference where Melania Trump walks out there, makes this announcement. Reportedly, it made Trump furious because he didn't have warning. It sideswiped him, and then she went about her day like it never happened. There is a very weird connective tissue here between the way the Trump admin is constantly morally laundering the reputation of the most vile figures, people like Paul Ingrassia, people like Jeffrey Epstein, people like Zampoli, people like Trump himself, people like the Tate brothers, who were quite literally arrested in Miami and would have been arrested sooner if the Trump admin hadn't stopped and stifled investigations. And finally, on top of all of this, Melania Trump. Just to recap with this, for those still behind, Melania's Epstein presser was almost certainly driven by Amanda Ungaro, an Epstein victim who had a child with Paolo Zampoli, who is now in the admin, who is now helping the Tate brothers, and who brought Melania to the United States. This is going deeper and deeper every day, and we're not going to give up. I'm going to make some more videos about this. We're going to
and Paolo Zampoli, who is riding on airplanes with big belly Usha vans as they fly around the country, going on what's that? Big belly, a belly full of baby Usha vans. As where were they going? I don't know, somewhere. And she gets off in kissing Paolo Zampoli on the cheek. Usha, you better hope your baby don't come out having a body that reads like Braille with bumps all over its body. You better be careful where you putting your lips at, Usha. Anyway, guys, that's all I got for you today. Very interesting day. Go over there and check out Adam Mokler because there is also a telltale video he has up about Tristan Tate and Barron. So go over there and check him out. I appreciate you guys being here. I cannot believe that I have been on all of this time. So don't forget, everything here is allegedly. The videos are in my description box. Please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And I will see you guys here on Friday unless there is something that is extra breaking news on tomorrow. I will see you guys here on Friday morning. Also, hit the like button, share, and subscribe if you'd like to support the channel. If you'd like to support the channel, you can subscribe. You can become a member. You can $sign RonyiQ. You can share a membership with someone. You can give someone a membership. You can do whatever. You know, it takes a lot to do this show. You know, I do put some forethought into it. It may not think so. It may not seem like it all the time. But I try to give you some things that I never catch on my for-profit news. So there it is. Hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I know I will. Bye-bye.